Chapter 4:17. 7 days later, the fighting demonic sect's internal great competition officially began. In front of the fighting demonic sect's grand arena, there was a dais. On the dais sat ordinary elders, as well as some true disciples who haven't promoted to the Moonlight Warlock rank. At the top of the dais sat the chairpersons of the fighting demonic sect's major branches. Each of them was a Moonlight Warlock, and some were even Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the fighting demonic sect had countless secret methods. According to the cultivation of different secret methods, different branches were formed. There was the Elixir Peak that specialized in the cultivation of pharmacy, the Alchemy Peak that specialized in the cultivation of alchemy, and so on. The Great Sect Great Competition of Outer Sect Disciples was the day when the chairpersons of the major branches came to select inner sect disciples. The peak lords of the major branches would choose the outer sect disciples that they liked and then send out invitations to those outer sect disciples to join their branches. Sitting on a dais, Yang Feng swaggered down from the dais, overlooking the grand arena below. On the dais, everyone was a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse or above. He was the only great warlock, which was very eye-catching. Not far from Yang Feng, there were 3 people sitting. One of them was a young man with long blood-colored hair and an unruly glint in his eyes. The other was a beautiful young woman with a sexy and voluptuous figure and waist-length pitch-black hair dressed in a snow-white warlock robe. The other was a young man with an ordinary figure and appearance, but his eyes were bright and spirited, looking like they could suck in people's souls. The space around the 3 young men and women was very spacious. The powerful life force they exuded was different from that of others, second only to the chairpersons of the major branches. Yang Feng's gaze was attracted by the 3 young men and women, and he took a deep look at them. Wang Zhilan, sitting next to Yang Feng, said softly, "Senior disciple Brother Yang, the 3 of them are Zhang Hanshan, a personal disciple of Great Elder Wuxian, Zhui Yifan, a personal disciple of Great Elder Helian Nu, and Zhou Feng, a personal disciple of Great Elder Eugene Gang." Wang Zhilan was a Starry Sky Warlock with superior level 6 soul aptitude. In addition to being a disciple in name of Huang Yihe, she was also a true disciple of the fighting demonic sect. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly revealed a look of understanding. Huang Yihe and the other 3 great elders are 4 bright world warlock rank powerhouses of the battle demon sect. Even the sect master is only a Glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouse. The status of the direct disciples of the 4 great supreme elders was naturally much higher than that of ordinary true disciples. Similarly, the direct disciples of the 4 grand elders were all geniuses among geniuses. Wang Zhilan was a genius with a superior 6th rank soul aptitude. In many sects, she was a once-in-a-century genius. However, he was only one of Huang Yihe's disciples in name. The strictness with which the 4 grand elders accepted disciples could be imagined. After glancing at the 3 young men and women, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the grand arena. At this time, the grand arena had been divided into dozens of arenas. Nearly tens of thousands of battle demon sect in-name disciples gathered around the grand arena. The atmosphere was solemn. How come he's sitting there? Among the tens of thousands of disciples in name of the fighting demonic sect, a pretty and lovely girl with bright eyes and white teeth looked at Yang Feng sitting on the dais, widened her eyes, and exclaimed. A tall and slender woman with outstanding looks frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Sister Jingman, the ones sitting there are all the direct disciples of the sect, or the 4 great supreme elders' personal disciples. You're being too disrespectful. We are just ordinary disciples in name." A casual word from those true disciples can make it difficult for us to move an inch in the sect. The shock in Xu Jingman's eyes faded a little. Recalling the scene from a few years ago, she whispered, "By the way, senior disciple Sister Yurong, are the personal disciples of the 4 great elders sitting there?" Jiang Yurong's beautiful eyes flashed with envy, and she uttered, "That's right, the personal disciples of the 4 great elders are sitting there." That person is Yang Feng, who just became a personal disciple of great elder Huang Yihe not long ago. I heard that he ventured into the Feisua Plain as a level 2 warlock and killed a demigod rank expert, which is how he obtained this qualification. Xu Jingman's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she whispered, he actually did it. Jiang Yurong's beautiful eyes flashed with envy, and she said with a light smile, Junior disciple Sister Jingman, your soul aptitude is outstanding. As long as you practice hard, there's hope for you to become a personal disciple of the 4 great elders in the future. With an inferior level, 7 soul aptitude, Xu Jingman was regarded as an outstanding genius in the Battle Demon sect where geniuses were as common as clouds. In just a few years, she had already cultivated to the level 3 warlock realm. This cultivation speed was already extremely heaven-defying. It should be known that in the Tyrannid subcontinent, many warlocks were trapped in the level 1 warlock realm all their lives, unable to break through until they died of old age. Xu Jingman said with a smile, Big sister, you're also very amazing. You're ready to break through and promote to a great warlock. Jiang Yurong showed a bitter smile, a great warlock? I've practiced cultivation for more than 100 years before I touched the threshold of a great warlock. Even if I advance to a great warlock, there's no hope for me to promote to a starry sky warlock in the future. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, to advance to a great warlock after more than 100 years, one would definitely be regarded as a genius among geniuses. However, the Battle Demon sect was different. There were countless secret methods, knowledge, and resources in the Battle Demon sect. In such an environment, it was extremely difficult for someone to advance to a great warlock after more than 100 years to advance to a starry sky warlock. Xu Jingman could only remain silent, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng on the dais. Personal disciple, he actually became a personal disciple of the great elder Huang Yihe. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in name, He Feng also stared at Yang Feng's figure on the dais, his eyes full of envy, jealousy, and unwillingness. He Feng was originally regarded as a genius in his family, but after entering the Battle Demon sect, he realized that his talent in the Battle Demon sect was just above average. In the Battle Demon sect, geniuses were as common as clouds. Every step up required a lot of effort. Seeing Yang Feng soar in a single bound and become a personal disciple of one of the Battle Demon sect's 4 great elders, He Feng was naturally filled with jealousy. In addition to Xu Jingman and He Feng, the gazes of the tens of thousands of disciples in name often focused on Yang Feng, full of envy and jealousy. Ignoring the gazes of the disciples in name, Yang Feng quietly watched the competition between the tens of thousands of disciples in name. Although the disciples in name did their best, but in the eyes of Yang Feng, who had seen countless spectacles, the spells of the disciples in name weren't worth mentioning. A few days later, the competition between the disciples in name was completed. The top 10 disciples in name were promoted to outer sect disciples, and then the competition between the outer sect disciples began. The Battle Demon sect's outer sect disciples were basically all great warlock rank experts, and the fights between them were much more exciting than the fights between disciples in name. A few days later, the competition between the Battle Demon sect's outer sect disciples ended, and the top 10 outer sect disciples were directly promoted to inner sect disciples. The main force of the Battle Demon sect's inner sect disciples were great warlocks and starry sky warlocks, while the pinnacle powerhouses among the inner sect disciples were all starry sky warlock rank powerhouses. The fights between them were brilliant and varied, and various secret methods emerged one after another. Yang Feng looked down at the great arena, his eyes flashed with curiosity, and he whispered, "That guy seems to be very strong." In the grand arena, there stood 2 people. One was a handsome young man dressed in a cyan warlock robe. The other was a man with short black hair, dressed in black, and eyes flashing with an untamed and overbearing glint. At a glance, he looked like he was shrouded in darkness. Wang Zhilan said with a sweet smile, "That's the Dark Demon Peak's eldest disciple brother Zhong Sunan." He's the strongest in this great competition. Reportedly, he has comprehended and condensed a darkness domain. Furthermore, his cultivation base has reached the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank. Yang Feng stroked his chin and said with a faint smile, he comprehended a darkness domain? Not bad, right? Wang Zhilan took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. To be able to comprehend a domain, no matter where one was, one would be regarded as a genius. After all, even in the Battle Demon sect, some Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses had yet to comprehend a domain. Yang Feng's lack of fear towards Zhong Sunan made Wang Zhilan a bit more curious about his strength. In the Grand Colosseum, the young man dressed in a green warlock robe cast the Battle Demon's secret method, and a set of golden armor enveloped him. As if a golden god of war, he exuded frightening fluctuations of power. The fluctuations of power of the golden battle demon formed by the green-robed warlock were more than 10 times stronger than the golden battle demon formed by Wu Ziming. Clearly, he was a top expert among the inner sect disciples. Zhong Sunan's gaze was cold, and he exuded a dark aura, and a darkness domain that seemed capable of devouring all light suddenly enveloped the green-robed warlock with him as the center. In a flash, the frightening darkness domain engulfed the green-robed warlock, emitting advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank fluctuations of power. After a dozen breaths of time, the green-robed warlock was spat out from the darkness domain. Riddled with scars, he passed out. The eyes of the elder presiding over the competition flashed with surprise, and he announced, "Zhong Sunan wins." Zhong Sunan's eyes shimmered with an unruly glint. He took a deep look at Yang Feng sitting on the dais, showed a sneer, and turned to leave the great arena. Chapter 418. The competition for the inner sect disciples continued. Zhong Sunan crushed all his opponents without any mishaps, and became the #1 inner sect disciple without a doubt. After Elder Liu Yang announced that Zhong Sunan was the #1 inner sect disciple, he said, "Zhong Sunan, as the #1 inner sect disciple, you have the right to challenge personal disciples of the 4 great elders as well as any true disciple here." In the grand arena, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhong Sunan. The gazes of the weakest true disciples on the dais fell on Zhong Sunan, and their eyes shimmered with a faint glint of fear. Zhong Sunan, who comprehended the darkness domain and possessed an intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, was comparable to a pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank expert in terms of strength. Among the true disciples, his strength was in the lower middle position. He was much stronger than some true disciples of the fighting demonic sect. If a true disciple was defeated by Zhong Sunan on the spot, they would lose their true disciple status and become inner sect disciples again. Zhong Sunan showed an unruly smile and said loudly, "I want to challenge Great Elder Huang's personal disciple Yang Feng. Senior disciple Brother Yang Feng, please enlighten me." He wants to challenge Yang Feng. Sure enough, Zhong Sunan wants to challenge Yang Feng. Doesn't Yang Feng only have great warlock rank strength? He even dares to represent Great Elder Huang's personal disciple in the great competition. Isn't he making a fool of himself? To be able to slay a demigod rank freak on the Feisua plane, Yang Feng must have some skill. But Zhong Sunan is an expert who comprehended the darkness domain, and a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert to boot. He has no chance of winning. Whispers rose in the crowd, and gazes filled with pity focused on Yang Feng. If it was a challenge from an expert of the same realm, the fighting demonic sect's disciples would have some expectations of Yang Feng. After all, Yang Feng once defeated the genius Wu Ziming. But Zhong Sunan was not only a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert, but also a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert who comprehended the darkness domain. Even many true disciples of the fighting demonic sect might not be his match. Faced with such an enemy, no one was optimistic about Yang Feng. Since junior martial brother Zhongsuan has said so, as your senior martial brother, let me give you some pointers. Acting like a senior disciple brother, Yang Feng got up and walked to the center of the grand arena step by step on the void, facing Zhong Sunan. Anger flashed in Zhong Sunan's eyes. He sneered and said, "Fine. Supreme Elder Huang's direct disciple must be very powerful. Let me have a taste of your ability, senior brother." Elder Lu Yang said lightly, "Let the duel begin. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, please enlighten me." Zhong Sunan's figure fluttered, and he strangely disappeared from where he stood and appeared behind Yang Feng. With a cold smile on his face, he chopped at Yang Feng's neck with a knife hand. Yang Feng acted as if he didn't hear it and didn't react, letting the knife hand chop his neck. He was defeated just like that? How disappointing. The gap between a great warlock and a starry sky warlock is really huge. A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the surrounding Battle Demon sect disciples. They all believed that Yang Feng wasn't Zhong Sunan's opponent, but Yang Feng was defeated so quickly that they were very disappointed. Zhang Hanshan propped up her pretty face with a lily-white hand and looked askance at the grand arena below. An enigmatic glint flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she revealed a smile. Interesting. It seems that this personal disciple of Great Elder Huang isn't an ordinary great warlock. The eyes of Xiaofan with long blood-colored hair flickered, and he said faintly, "Not bad, his speed isn't bad." Zhou Feng, who had a pair of bright eyes, shifted his gaze towards an empty space. In the open space, the air distorted, and Yang Feng's figure was revealed. Yang Feng collapsed and disappeared from where he stood. Zhong Sunan's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he suddenly shot back. He turned around and stared at Yang Feng's location with a dignified glint in his eyes. Yang Feng said lightly, "Aren't you going to use your darkness domain? To deal with you, senior disciple brother, I don't think I need to use the darkness domain." Zhong Sunan smiled coldly, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Suddenly, black light gushed out, converged on his body, and formed an armor with a pair of black wings on the back that covered his whole body. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, and she said with a light smile, "Black Battle Demon. What an amazing little guy. To be able to cultivate the Battle Demon's secret method to this extent." The Battle Demon's secret method was one of the strongest secret methods in the demonic fighting sect, and it was divided into 5 levels: Cyan Battle Demon, Silver Battle Demon, Gold Battle Demon, Black Battle Demon, and White Battle Demon. Ordinary great warlocks could generally cultivate to the Cyan Battle Demon realm. Starry Sky warlocks could cultivate to the Gold Battle Demon realm. For Zhong Sunan to be able to form a Black Battle Demon, his strength was already terrifying. Xiaofan said lightly, "So." Zhong Sun Ani condensed the Black War Demon possession. His whole body was shrouded in dense black qi, and a peerlessly overbearing aura slowly spread out from his body. After Zhong Sunan unleashed the Battle Demon's secret method, his figure shook, an afterimage blurred, and he strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. A fist shrouded in dense black gas, carrying a frightening aura capable of tearing apart space, blasted towards Yang Feng's face. Under the enhancement of the Black Battle Demon, the might of Zhong Sunan's punch was more than 4 times stronger than when he erupted with his full strength. Even if a dragon was hit by this punch, its bones and tendons would be broken, and it would be seriously injured. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and exuded traces of the aura of a world. As if he had turned into a world, he punched out with the will of the world. When Yang Feng punched out, Zhong Sunan's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. As if he felt the boundless might of a world crushing towards him, the frightening aura nearly crushed him to the point of suffocation, forcing him to raise his fist to block. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded out, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Zhong Sunan coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back like a broken rag doll. The black armor on his right hand shattered, revealing his right hand. Yang Feng, on the other hand, didn't even sway. He quietly stood in place, as if nothing had happened. He was sent flying. Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan was actually sent flying. Great warlock, he's just a great warlock, how could he surpass senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan in terms of strength? Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan's physique is one of the best among inner sect disciples, and with the support of the battle demon secret method, he's the #1 inner sect disciple. Yang Feng, he's just a great warlock, how could he defeat senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan in terms of strength? Everyone in the great arena went into an uproar when they saw this scene. Everyone's eyes flashed with incredulity. Zhong Sunan was recognized as the #1 inner sect disciple, he was extremely strong, and the battle demon secret method was a first-rate secret method to increase the strength of the fleshly body. With the support of the black battle demon, Zhong Sunan's strength even surpassed that of a starry sky warlock rank dragon. For such a terrifying existence to be sent flying by a blow from the great warlock rank Yang Feng was simply heaven-defying. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she said with some curiosity, "Amazing. Really amazing. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng is really outstanding. It's far beyond my expectations. What secret method did he cultivate?" For the first time, Zhui Yifan's eyes revealed a trace of graveness, and he said solemnly, "Amazing. His fleshly body is very strong." Zhou Feng also nodded slightly. After Zhong Sunan spat out a mouthful of blood, he retreated briskly. After retreating 100 meters, he stopped and looked up at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. Zhong Sunan's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint. His eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit, and he enunciated each syllable. "Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, I was originally very dissatisfied that you could become a personal disciple of great elder Huang. However, it now seems that I was wrong. You do have the qualifications to become a personal disciple of great elder Huang. At the very least, when I was a great warlock, I didn't have a fleshly body as powerful as yours. Next, in order to express my respect for you, I will use all my strength to defeat you." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Bring it on. I'd like to experience the power of the darkness domain." Zhong Sunan smiled slightly and silently recited an incantation. With him as the core, endless darkness turned into a darkness that seemed capable of devouring all light and swept towards Yang Feng. In the blink of an eye, Yang Feng was engulfed by the endless darkness. Once Yang Feng was engulfed by the darkness domain, he felt as if he was in a silent, non-existent darkness. He couldn't see, hear, smell, and his spirit couldn't leave his body. Apart from himself, he couldn't feel anything. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation. A night vision spell enveloped his eyes, and he looked around. However, the night vision spell didn't have any effect. What entered his eyes was still endless darkness. Only a domain can contend against a domain. Or an absolute power that far surpasses a domain. This saying is really true. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Fearsome spatial fluctuations diffused from him, and a spatial domain spread in all directions with him as the core. The forces of the spatial domain and the darkness domain intertwined, annihilated, and neutralized each other in this area. Within the scope of Yang Feng's spatial domain, the space became chaotic and distorted. An arrow of darkness shot out from the endless darkness, entered the space, and strangely passed through the layers of distorted space before shooting at Yang Feng's feet, causing the ground to shake slightly. Chapter 419. In the grand arena, two domains appeared. One domain was full of distorted space, and the other domain was full of endless darkness. The two domains intertwined, entangled, annihilated each other, and cancelled each other out. Spatial domain. Yang Feng, he actually comprehended a domain force, and the most difficult spatial domain at that. This is the spatial domain, one of the most difficult domains to comprehend. To be able to comprehend it, that's amazing. Amazing, as expected of a personal disciple of great elder Huang De. When everyone around the grand arena saw this scene, their eyes flashed with astonishment. On the dais, the various factions' peak lords also raised their eyebrows, and many of them revealed looks of regret. Yang Feng was now a personal disciple of Huang Yihe. Otherwise, they would have desperately fought over Yang Feng and taken him into their faction to enhance their strength. Zhang Hanshan looked at Yang Feng's figure in the grand arena with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly, full of envy, a powerful fleshly body in spatial domain. This junior disciple brother Yang is a little freak second only to junior disciple sister Shi. Both brother and sister are freaks. Xiaofan suddenly asked, "Junior disciple sister Shi, are you about to advance to a moonlight warlock?" Zhou Feng's gaze fell on Zhang Hanshan. There was a complicated glint in Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes, and she said unhurriedly, "That's right. Before long, the Battle Demonic Sect will be able to hold a moonlight ceremony to celebrate the addition of another moonlight warlock in the sect." Xiaofan and Zhou Feng fell silent, and their eyes shimmered with unwillingness. They silently looked at Yang Feng with a myriad of thoughts running through their minds. Wang Zhilan stared at the spatial domain in the grand arena with a complicated look in her eyes. Spatial domain. Amazing. In the grand arena, the spatial domain and the darkness domain intertwined, and a steady stream of life force was extracted from Yang Feng's body. If it wasn't for the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge continuously supplying him with life force, he would have been unable to maintain the spatial domain. Zhong Sunan clearly didn't have such powerful life force as Yang Feng. The darkness domain suddenly shrank and entered his body. Zhong Sunan flapped the pair of dark wings behind him, and black light flickered. In an instant, thousands of shadow clones appeared in the grand arena. Acting almost identically, the thousands of shadow clones silently recited an incantation and pointed at Yang Feng. Along with flickers of dark magic power, thousands of shadow clones intertwined and formed black ropes that shot towards Yang Feng like vipers. When the black ropes formed from interweaving dark magic power flew into the spatial domain around Yang Feng, they shuttled back and forth in the endless space, unable to touch Yang Feng. As if he didn't see the black ropes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and swiped his forehead with his hand, and primal chaos breath filled his forehead and formed a primal chaos eye. The primal chaos eye turned and locked onto Zhong Sunan's true body. Yang Feng unleashed the secret method primal chaos finger recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body and pointed at Zhong Sunan from afar, and primal chaos aura containing a trace of world force instantly flew out and slammed into Zhong Sunan. The Starry Sky Warlock rank life force field protecting Zhong Sunan in midair was easily penetrated, and the black battle demon armor cracked. He screamed and fell to the ground, spewed a large mouthful of blood, and said, face pale and trembling, "I lost." There was a moment of silence in the grand arena, and everyone's eyes flickered with incredulity. Elder Liu Yang's eyes flickered with astonishment, and he paused for a moment before announcing, Yang Feng won. He won. Yang Feng actually defeated senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan. He's just a great warlock. How could he defeat the Starry Sky Warlock rank senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan? Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan isn't a rogue cultivator without any inheritance. How could he lose? How is this possible? The entire grand arena boiled up. The Battle Demon Sect disciples gathered in the grand arena couldn't believe their eyes. Unable to accept the result, they discussed animatedly. Zhong Sunan has been in the Fighting Demon Sect for more than 100 years. In these 100 years, he crushed all the geniuses of the same generation with absolute strength, and finally crushed countless inner sect disciples in this year's competition with an absolute advantage, becoming the well-deserved number one among the inner sect disciples. If Yang Feng had defeated Zhong Sunan in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, then the demonic fighting sect's disciples could still accept it. But now, Yang Feng was just a great warlock, yet he easily defeated Zhong Sunan. This performance was simply heaven-defying. Under the shocked gazes, Yang Feng trod on air, returned to his seat as one of the 4 personal disciples, and sat down. This time, the demonic fighting sect's disciples no longer looked at Yang Feng with disdain and provocation. As a great warlock, Yang Feng became a personal disciple of Huang Yihe, and received a lot of criticism in the demonic fighting sect. After all, there were many extremely talented and hardworking geniuses in the demonic fighting sect. They had to climb up step by step from disciple in name to outer sect disciple, inner sect disciple, and true disciple. Only then could they be accepted as a personal disciple by the 4 great elders. Now that Yang Feng defeated Zhong Sunan with absolute strength in the great warlock realm, no one dared to question his qualifications as a personal disciple of the great elders. With a bitter expression on his face, Zhong Sunan walked down from the grand arena. Clearly, his defeat at Yang Feng's hands was a big blow to him. If he had been defeated by a starry sky warlock, he would have been a little disappointed at most. But to be defeated by a great warlock, it was a huge blow to his pride. The 2nd and 3rd ranked inner sect disciples also issued a challenge to Xiaofan and Zhou Feng. As a result, the 2nd and 3rd ranked inner sect disciples were easily defeated by Xiaofan and Zhou Feng. After the duels, the great sect competition officially came to an end. The demonic fighting sect's disciples surrounding the grand arena slowly dispersed. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, please wait. Yang Feng was just about to return to his dwelling to prepare for the next step, when Zhang Hanshan's charming and pleasant voice came from behind. Zhang Hanshan said with a sweet smile, Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, I am Zhang Hanshan, a disciple of great elder Yu Wuxian. This is Xiaofan, a disciple of great elder He Liannu. This is Zhou Feng, a disciple of great elder Yu Jingang. Let's go to the Jade Immortal Abode and have a small gathering. How about it? Yang Feng's footsteps paused slightly. He hesitated for a moment, and his gaze swept past Wang Zhilan beside him. Zhang Hanshan's gaze swept past Wang Zhilan, and she said with a smile, of course, if junior disciple sister Wang wants to come with us, you're welcome. Yang Feng replied with a smile, all right. Zhang Hanshan, Xiaofan, and Zhou Feng were personal disciples of the other 3 great elders. They were elite geniuses of the demonic fighting sect. If they didn't die, they would have a great chance of promoting to Moonlight Warlocks in the future, and even have a trace of advancing to Glorious Dawn Warlocks. Since they were willing to make friends, Yang Feng naturally couldn't refuse their good intentions. The Jade Immortal Abode was located in the demonic fighting sect. It was a restaurant controlled by the Celestial Food Peak. The warlocks of the Celestial Food Peak were gourmets. They specialized in cooking all kinds of extraordinary life forms and extraordinary plants, displaying their deliciousness and power, so that the diners could enjoy the delicacies and strengthen their strength. The Celestial Food Peak was weak, and their peak seat only had a pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base. However, they had many industries in the demonic fighting sect. At the same time, they were sheltered by the sect's bigwigs, which was why they didn't disappear. The Jade Immortal Abode was the top restaurant controlled by the Celestial Food Peak. On the 9th floor of the Jade Immortal Abode, on a table, there were dragon livers and phoenix marrow as well as rare and exotic fruits. Every dish was incomparably precious. If a level 1 warlock were to casually take a bite, their physical constitution would be greatly strengthened and their spirit force would also skyrocket. Yang Feng's group of 5 sat around the table. At the banquet, the 5 people exchanged cups of wine and chatted happily. Both sides wanted to make friends, and so the relationship between them quickly became close. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Hanshan drained a cup of spirit wine, blushed, and said with a charming smile, in 3 years, the Time Sky City Competition Assembly will be held. At that time, we should join hands to seize the key of time and strive to enter the Time Sky City together. Yang Feng asked curiously, Time Sky City Competition Assembly, what is that? The Time Sky City is the residence of the first Warlock Emperor Time Lord. It is one of the most precious legacies he left for us human warlocks on the Zhangji Plain. Every 100 years, it will appear in the world once. Only human warlocks with a key of time and cultivation base below the Starry Sky Warlock rank can enter the Time Sky City. In the Time Sky City, there are countless treasures collected by the Time Lord. At the same time, there is a Time Sky Pillar, which records the Warlock Emperor rank time text created by the Time Lord. Previous Warlock Emperors have gone to the Time Sky City when they were young and comprehended the time text recorded on the Time Sky Pillar. Every time before the Time Sky City appears, a secret realm will appear in the holy capital Time City. In that secret realm, a key of time will appear. The Time Sky City Competition Assembly is a grand event where countless human warlocks of the Zhangji Plain compete for the 108 keys of time. At that time, even the experts from the three great dynasties of the Western world, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kader Dynasty will come here to fight for the 108 keys of time, Wang Zhilan explained. Chapter 420. The Zhangji Plain's primary world is divided into the Eastern world and the Western world. In the Eastern world, the Great Cloud Dynasty has the support of the 10 great sects, the 8 great families, and countless large and small sections. The Western world was divided into the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kader Dynasty. The 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord was a peerless expert born in the Western world, and his might was unparalleled. He unified all human warlock forces in the Zhangji Plain's origin world. Even though the Eastern world's human warlocks don't have a favorable impression of the Dawn Lord, but they have to admit that the Dawn Lord is one of the strongest human warlocks in the history of the Zhangji Plain, second only to the 7 Warlock Emperors. After the collapse of the Dawn Dynasty, the Eastern world and the Western world immediately split. After experiencing countless chaos and wars, the Eastern world finally formed the Great Cloud Dynasty through constant compromises and negotiations. As for the Western world, it was divided into 3 great dynasties. Each of the Western world's 3 dynasties is far weaker than the Great Cloud Dynasty, but when the 3 dynasties join forces, they can suppress the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, back then, the King of Dawn was born in the Western world. While he was suppressing the world, he also treated the Western world well, allowing the Western world to develop tremendously during his 10,000 years of existence. The warlock geniuses of the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kader Dynasty will gather in the Holy City of Time, which means that the warlock geniuses of the entire Zhangji Plain will gather there to compete for the 108 keys of time. Yang Feng asked curiously, isn't the Time Lord from our Eastern world? Why can the people of the Western world enter the Time Sky City that he left behind? Zhang Hanzhan smiled sweetly and said, although the Lord of Time is from our Eastern world, he is still a member of our Eastern world. However, it wasn't just the people from our Eastern world who followed him to fight against the ancient gods. Of the 36 Holy Spirit Warlocks and 108 Warlock Monarchs who followed the Time Lord, 1/3 came from the Western world. One of the Time King's 4 queens was from the Western world. Furthermore, a close female friend from the Western world died in order to save the Lord of Time, who had yet to rise to prominence. Naturally, he would not favor one over the other. Xiaofan snorted in dissatisfaction. This also gave the King of Dawn a chance to rise. If the King of Dawn hadn't comprehended the heavenly pillar of time back then, he would have been nothing more than a minor character. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he revealed a smile. I wonder if warp gates can be opened in the great secret realm. If we can open a warp gate, the scene will be very beautiful. The huge mechanical legion could even slay Moonlight Warlock rank astral beasts. If Yang Feng could open a warp gate in the great secret realm, then he would be able to get all the keys of time in the great secret realm by himself. Everyone chatted for a while longer before the host and the guest had enjoyed themselves and left. After the fighting demonic sect's great competition, Yang Feng's name spread throughout the fighting demonic sect, and all disciples knew of his prestige. Yang Feng casually took a mission in the demonic fighting sect and left the sect. On the Feisua Plain, the desolate islands, Black Dragon Country, in an underground room. Dazzling light shone, and a person walked out of the warp gate. It was Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced to the side and saw his clone wrapped in a red cocoon, his eyes closed, desperately resisting the erosion of the divinity of massacre while comprehending the mysteries of the law of massacre. Although Yang Feng's clone killed the 3 clerics who claimed to be subordinates of the King of Dawn in one fell swoop with the help of the divinity of massacre, but he was still eroded by the divinity of massacre. Before he fully comprehended the domain of massacre, he couldn't move freely. Otherwise, he would become a fierce beast that only knew how to kill. Yang Feng walked out of the secret chamber and stepped into the royal palace of the Black Dragon Country. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Along the way, when the dragonborn experts with Black Dragon bloodline saw Yang Feng, they knelt on the ground and greeted him respectfully. Yang Feng came to the Black Dragon Hall and sat down on the seats that were originally reserved for the 6 dragon gods of the Black Dragon Country. Bell tolls rang in the Benij city. Not long after, the Black Dragon Palace's interior was filled with people. Yang Feng glanced at the demigod Black Dragon standing on his right and asked indifferently, "Oben, how is the training of the navy going?" Oben took a deep look at Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the navy is ready and waiting for your orders." The desolate archipelago was composed of numerous huge islands in the sea. The Black Dragon Country had a strong navy to begin with. It was just that it didn't have a legend rank warship. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Good. Pass down my order. Immediately assemble the navy and wait for orders." Oben replied respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." A few days later, a huge navy headed by the legend Black Steel warship assembled and sailed towards the deep sea. The Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's fleet's lair, the Dragon Bones Island, had warships anchored on the harbor. Around the Dragon Bones Island, there were dragon seagulls with a trace of dragon bloodline flying. A warship more than 80 meters long cruised around the Dragon Bones Island. One by one, the pirates slumped listlessly on the deck, basking in the sun while drinking wine. On the lookout tower, the lookout game looked into the distance with a pair of binoculars for a while, and then cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, to actually have to patrol. Who would dare to provoke the Dragon Skeleton pirates in the vicinity of the Dragon Bones Island? His Majesty is too small." Game suddenly recalled a woman he played with a few days ago, and cursed, "The aristocratic chick I caught a few days ago was really fun to play with. Her skin was soft and tender, and her voice was pleasant to the ears. It's a pity that those guys killed her. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots. They don't know how to restrain themselves. That way, they can play longer." While Game was reminiscing about the aristocratic young lady he played with before, he casually looked at the horizon. Slightly taken aback, his expression suddenly changed, and he stood up, raised the pair of binoculars, and looked into the distance. He saw a black line appear on the horizon, and the Black Dragon Country's fleet, led by the Black Steel warship, braved the wind and rushed over. Game's complexion changed dramatically, and he issued heart-wrenching roars, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" In the next moment, beams of light from the super railgun shot out from the Black Steel armor and bombarded the battleship sent by the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King, blasting the battleship into countless holes. Under the bombardment of the super railgun, the pirates were torn apart one by one. After several rounds of firing, the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's warship sank into the sea. The beautiful eyes of the Black Dragon Country's holy maiden Arlette shimmered with astonishment, and stormy waves set off in her heart, so strong. Is this the power of a modified legendary warship? It's so powerful. Amazing. So this is the power of a legendary warship. How terrifying. With this warship, we won't lose. When the Black Dragon country's naval warriors saw the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's warship destroyed a dozen nautical miles away without being able to fight back, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. Originally, the Black Dragon country's naval warriors were very dissatisfied with Xiaofan, the new emperor of the Black Dragon country. It was only because they were intimidated by the despotic power of the demigod Black Dragon Oben that they reluctantly obeyed Xiaofang's orders. Now that they saw how powerful the Black Steel warship was after Xiaofang's modification, they felt a trace of recognition towards Xiaofang. The demigod Black Dragon Oben was also filled with astonishment. What a fearsome fellow. He can actually modify legendary warships. His alchemy is really terrifying. The legendary warship Black Steel warship was an alchemy treasure passed down from the Age of Gods. No one had ever been able to modify it to become stronger. However, Xiaofan had clearly modified the Black Steel warship to become stronger, far surpassing its original power. Oben was well aware of how difficult it was to achieve this, and he was even more fearful of Xiaofan. Xiaofan raised his eyebrows slightly and assessed, the railgun beam's penetrative power is formidable, but it can't explode. In terms of efficiency alone, it can't compare to large-caliber heavy artillery. The Black Steel warship quickly adjusted itself, and a huge heavy cannon with a caliber of 897 mm extended out. A liquid robot disguised as a crew member quickly went over and pretended to adjust the muzzle of the large-caliber heavy artillery. The Level 1 optical computer installed on the Black Steel warship made frantic calculations and continuously adjusted the 897 mm caliber heavy artillery. Boom! When the large-caliber heavy artillery fired, a 100-meter-long warship anchored on the Dragon Bones Island's port dozens of kilometers away was immediately engulfed by the terrific explosion. Flames soared into the sky, countless wood shavings splashed, and the warship broke in two and slowly sank into the sea. Good, amazing. This cannoneer is too fearsome. To be able to hit a target dozens of kilometers away. What terrifying power. One cannon shot smashed a warship. How terrifying. Legendary warship. As expected of the strongest naval weapon, the legendary warship. This power isn't something that humans can contend against. Invincible. With this warship, we're invincible. When the Dragonborn crew of the Black Dragon country's fleet saw this scene, they were filled with excitement. The Feisua Plains technology was very backward. The power of the bronze cannons on warships was very small. Apart from legendary warships like the Black Steel warship, the cannons of other warships had no power at all. The naval battles of this world were basically close combat. Now that the Black Steel warship destroyed another warship dozens of kilometers away, it simply subverted the rules of naval battles of this world. Chapter 421. After the warship was destroyed, the entire Dragon Bones Island became like an ant's nest that was doused with hot water. Countless pirates poured out and rushed towards the port where the pirate ships were located. From the Dragon Bones Island came the voice of the pirate Lord Lionel. I am the Dragon Skeleton Pirate Lord Lionel. Which friend has come to my Dragon Bones Island as a guest? Is there a misunderstanding between us? Boom! The 897 mm heavy artillery fired again and smashed a 100-meter-long warship of the Dragon Skeleton pirates into pieces, and the warship sank into the sea. Beams of light formed by the super railgun bombarded the battleships in the harbor of Dragonbone Island. Countless battleships were riddled with holes and slowly sank. Arlette took a step forward majestically and said in a loud voice, I am the Holy Maiden of the Black Dragon country. His Majesty the Great Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire has personally led an expedition to conquer the East Sea. Lionel, hand over the Dragonbone's warship in your hands and submit to His Majesty, and you may still have a chance to live. Otherwise, today will be the day of death for scumbags like you. Sitting on a chair on the black steel warship's bridge, Yang Feng propped up his cheek with one hand and looked at the majestic-looking Arlette with a smile in his eyes. A beautiful diplomat is really pleasing to the eye. Lionel shouted anxiously, "Stop! Isn't it common sense to stop attacking when negotiating? Stop right now, I can consider your proposal." While Arlette was speaking, the black steel warship still didn't stop its bombardment. A dense rain of light and artillery bombarded the Dragon Bones Island, destroying the pirates and the warships in the port. Arlette said in a loud voice, "You have no choice. Surrender, or die. Until you make a choice, our attack will not stop." A gloomy expression on his face, Lionel said coldly, "In that case, let me show you the true strength of the dragon skeleton pirates." As soon as Lionel's words fell, a terrifying dragon might rose from Dragon Bones Island, and a silver dragon over 50 meters in length flew out, flapped its wings, and flew over. An adult silver dragon that could fly in the sky could even defeat many human demigod-level powerhouses in the ocean. This was the trump card of the dragon skeleton pirates. Oben's eyes flashed and he said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please allow me to fight." Yang Feng said lightly, "Emichem, go." "Yes. Your Majesty." Oben's figure blurred, and he flew into the air. With a flash of black light, he turned into a 50-meter-long black dragon exuding demigod rank aura. "You are Oben. Traitor Oben." When the silver dragon saw the huge black dragon that Oben had transformed into, its eyes flashed with surprise. "That's right, Roik. You really haven't improved. After hundreds of years, he still hasn't stepped into the Starry Sky Warlock realm. Furthermore, he became a thug for a lowly pirate. You're a disgrace to our dragon race. Let me take care of you." Oben smiled ferociously, flapped his wings, and rushed towards Roik along with a terrifying hurricane. The inheritances of dragon experts were much more complete than those of human experts. They were well aware of the division of ranks in the 36 primary material planes. The division of ranks was strictly based on the Tsangji plane's rank, because the plane of dragons had also been suppressed and dominated by the Tsangji plane's human warlocks. Roik roared wildly, "Oben, you're a disgrace to our dragon race. I was ordered by the clan to assist Lionel in dominating the East Sea. Since you attacked me, do you want to ruin the clan's plan? Even though you've already advanced to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, but you're still no match for the clan's elders." Oben smiled ferociously. No longer speaking nonsense, he pounced on Roik and screamed madly. The two fearsome dragons fought frantically in the sky. Among dragons, silver dragons were second only to gold dragons. Silver dragons were a notch higher than black dragons. In the same realm, silver dragons were a notch stronger than black dragons. However, Oben was already a Starry Sky Warlock rank black dragon, while Roik was just a quasi-Starry Sky Warlock rank silver dragon. Even though the silver dragon was a notch higher than the black dragon, but Roik was still not Oben's match. As soon as the two sides fought, Roik was completely suppressed. He cut a sorry figure, and many wounds appeared all over his body. Above the sea, the black steel warship's artillery rumbled, and beams of light slammed into the warships docked at the Dragon Bones Island's port. At every moment, warships were torn to pieces by the black steel warship's artillery fire. The pirates desperately tried to board the warship, but in the end, they sank together with the warship. Afraid of the black steel warship's terrifying firepower, many pirates chose to escape, or hide and shiver, watching pale-faced as the warship sank into the water. Suddenly, a wave surged. From the side of Dragon Bones Island, a Dragon Bones warship sped over from behind Dragon Bones Island. A terrifying draconic might gushed out from the Dragon Bones warship. A pair of huge dragon bone wings extended from the Dragon Bones warship and flew into the air with a terrifying gust of wind. Among the legendary warships left in the secular world by the god of pirates, only 3 could fly for a short period of time. The Dragon Bones warship was one of them. When the Black Dragon country's navy saw the Dragon Bones warship flying in the air, their countenances changed dramatically. Interesting, Dragon Bones warship. Let me experience the power of your legendary warship. Sitting aboard the Black Steel warship, Yang Feng, dressed in a military uniform, showed a smile, blurred into motion, and strode towards the Dragon Bones warship. Your Majesty. His Majesty is going to fight. It's His Majesty. He's personally taking action. The eyes of the Black Dragon country's naval warriors flashed with excitement as they watched Yang Feng walk in the direction of the Dragon Bones warship. Apart from a few officers, no one in the Black Dragon country's navy had ever seen Yang Feng in action. The naval officers were full of expectations for Yang Feng, the powerhouse who killed 5 dragon gods. The Dragon Bones warship's bow gun shone with light, and the patterns on the bow gun lit up, and a terrifying beam of light capable of obliterating demigod-rank powerhouses shot towards Yang Feng. A fearsome spatial fluctuation condensed around Yang Feng, and distorted space took shape around him. When the Dragon Bones warship's bow gun slammed into the distorted space, it shuttled back and forth, and finally slammed heavily into a Dragon Skeleton Pirates warship, destroying the 100-meter-long warship. Seeing this scene, the Black Dragon country's navy and the Dragon Skeleton Pirates were dumbfounded, their eyes brimming with shock. So strong. So strong. That's His Majesty for you. So strong. This power is really formidable. His Majesty must be the embodiment of a true god walking in the secular world. The Black Dragon country's navy soldiers were filled with excitement, and their morale was greatly boosted. Freak! How can we defeat such a freak? Even the Dragon Bone cannon can't hurt him. How can we be his opponent? When the pirates aboard the Dragon Bones warship saw this scene, their eyes filled with fear, and their morale plummeted. The Dragon Bone cannon was the strongest weapon on the Dragon Bones warship, yet it couldn't hurt Yang Feng. This fact left them in despair. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared aboard the Dragon Bones warship. When the cruel and vicious pirates saw Yang Feng, they couldn't help but take a few steps back with their blades in hand, and fear shimmered in the abyss of their eyes. Yang Feng's gaze shifted, and his gaze fell on a pirate mixed in with the ordinary pirates, and he said indifferently, "Lionel, come out. Since you don't want to surrender, then I'll send you to hell." Shamelessly hiding among the ordinary pirates, the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King Lionel wanted to mount a sneak attack on Yang Feng. The bones of the skinny pirate with an aged face issued crackling sounds, and he turned into the tall and handsome Dragon Skeleton Pirate King Lionel with a wicked temperament. Lionel stared at Yang Feng with a dignified expression and said while enunciating each syllable, "Your Majesty the Emperor of the Black Dragon Country, I am Lionel. The Dragon Skeleton Pirates have never plundered the ships of the Black Dragon Country. There is no enmity between us. May I ask why you attacked the Dragon Skeleton Pirates, Your Majesty? The caravans that went out to sea have no enmity with you pirates, so why did you attack them?" Yang Feng swept the pirates with a glance, his eyes shimmered with contempt, and he said with a cold smile, "I came to annihilate you in order to enforce justice on behalf of heaven, eradicate scum like you, and maintain the order of the East Sea." Lionel said with a cold smile, "Enforce justice on behalf of heaven? What pompous and hypocritical words. You've taken a fancy to the fat meat that is the East Sea, and you want to take a bite out of it." The East Sea was extremely vast. This sea ran through the Morince Empire, the Titan Empire, and many coastal neutral principalities and kingdoms. Each of the 3 pirate kings was as wealthy as a state, and each of them had more than 10,000 pirates under their command. Besides, they had planted countless spies and established countless strongholds in the coastal states, relying on the rich resources of the East Sea. Chapter 422. Yang Feng said with a smile, you're right. I have my eye on the East Sea's financial resources. Therefore, you pirate kings are really an eyesore. You're all going to die. Lionel's eyes flickered, and he uttered, "You want to eradicate us? Are you sure?" "Your Majesty, we 3 pirate kings, no, 2 pirate kings have powerful forces supporting us from behind. The dragon skeleton pirates have the support of the country of dragons. If you wipe us out, you'll be making an enemy of the country of dragons. There are countless dragons in the country of dragons, and their strength is beyond your imagination. It's not too late for you to leave now." Yang Feng sneered, "You talk too much nonsense. Lionel, do it. Let me see how strong the dragon skeleton pirate king who runs amok in the East Sea is. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? My father is the ancient golden dragon Robert Eni. He possesses frightening strength that can rival gods." A cold light flashed in Lionel's eyes. In an instant, 2 dragon horns grew out of his head, and the power of the dragon permeated his body. Suddenly, he unleashed the drawing technique, the Dragon Slash, which he had never lost in the East Sea for decades. A copious amount of dragon chi revolved around the legend rank magic blade, which, as if forming a roaring dragon, wrapped around the legend rank magic blade and slashed towards Yang Feng with frightening fluctuations capable of splitting the scales of Starry Sky Warlock rank dragons. The Dragon Slash was the crystallization of Lionel's decades of cultivation. Within 10 meters of it, even a legend wizard would be slain in an instant. Faced with the fearsome blade strike, Yang Feng extended his index finger and tapped the skysplitter blade with a seemingly slow but actually fast motion. Ding! Along with a crisp sound, under everyone's shocked gazes, the space splitter blade was flicked away by Yang Feng's finger. Lionel was also sent flying by himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a dozen-plus meters, his eyes filled with shock. Yang Feng lowered his head slightly and glanced at his index finger, only to see that there was only a white mark on it. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. The strongest warlock path is indeed worthy of the title of strongest. The primal chaos imperishable body coupled with the power of the semi-plane is really frighteningly powerful. Lionel, since I've taken your attack, I'll give it to you. Come and take a punch from me. Yang Feng barked, his figure shook, and he appeared in front of Lionel in a flash. Before Lionel could react, he punched Liu Bell in the abdomen. With a loud bang, the terrifying power instantly pierced through Liu Bell, and he exploded into a mist of blood that scattered throughout the Dragonbone's warship. When the pirates saw this scene, their limbs turned cold, and they were filled with fear. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a spatial gate suddenly appeared. A huge space door suddenly appeared on the black steel warship. Arlette and the naval soldiers who were ready for boarding quickly passed through the portal and arrived on the Dragonbone's warship. Arlette pointed her legendary spear at the pirates and shouted, "For His Majesty, kill them all. For His Majesty." The Dragonborn naval soldiers roared loudly and followed behind Arlette as they charged at the pirates. Yang Feng walked towards a seat specially set up on the Dragonbone's warship. "Kill him. Everyone, let's go together and kill him. Only then will we have a way out." The eyes of the pirates shimmered fiercely, and they rushed towards Yang Feng one after another. After being forced into a desperate situation, the pirates revealed their ferocious nature. As if he didn't see the ferocious pirates, when the more than 100 pirates rushed to his side, strange spatial distortions suddenly appeared. In an instant, the bodies of the more than 100 pirates were divided into strange spaces. In the next moment, a copious amount of blood burst out of the bodies of the pirates, looking like bewitching and strange flowers of blood. Seeing this scene, fear flashed in the eyes of the pirates, and they didn't dare to approach Yang Feng. Step by step, Yang Feng walked to the seat placed on the dais, reclined on a chair, held a large-caliber hand cannon in his hand, and looked down like a god overlooking the secular world. Bang! A pirate with superb martial skills had just deflected the sword of a dragonborn and was about to kill the dragonborn with a saber strike, when a gunshot rang out, and the pirate's head burst open, blood splattering everywhere. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The dragonborn naval soldier looked at Yang Feng sitting on the dais with excitement in his eyes. He roared, picked up the sword that was deflected, and continued to attack the pirates. Every time the dragonborn naval soldiers faced a crisis, a gunshot would ring out, and the head of a pirate would explode. Under such circumstances, the morale of the pirates was extremely low. In particular, Arlette was extremely powerful. In the wake of her silver dragon spear, pirates were easily pierced and cut apart. No one could withstand a blow from her. "I surrender. I surrender." The pirates only lasted for a short while in this desperate battle before kneeling down and surrendering. The most unruly pirates jumped from the Dragonbone's warship into the sea. Not long after the Dragonbone's warship was occupied, it turned around and aimed at another warship on Dragonbone's island. The dragonhead cannon flashed, and a beam of light descended from the sky and blasted the warship. Boom! Along with a blare, the beam of light pierced through the warship, shook slightly, and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Seeing the Dragonbone's warship change sides, the pirates on the Dragonbone's island revealed looks of despair in their eyes, and they fled and hid on the Dragonbone's island. In the sky, Oben completely suppressed Roik, riddling the silver dragon Roik with wounds. When the silver dragon Roik saw the Dragonbone's warship change sides, he knew that the situation was anything but reassuring. He silently recited an incantation, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped him in an attempt to use spatial spells to escape. "You want to use spatial spells in front of me? You're overestimating yourself." The spatial fluctuation had just enveloped the silver dragon Roik, when it strangely disappeared. Yang Feng's voice sounded beside Roik. When Roik turned his head, he saw that Yang Feng had already appeared in front of him. Yang Feng smiled and slammed a fist into Roik's neck. A frightening power erupted in a flash, and Roik's neck was blasted to pieces. The dragon head separated from the body, and the dragon fell from the sky. When the black dragon Oben saw this scene, his eyes filled with fear, so strong. What a terrifying power! He's just a great warlock. How can he have such frightening power? The black dragon Oben was a demigod-rank dragon. Even if he used all his dragon force and slammed a blow into Roik's neck with all his might, he still wouldn't be able to smash Roik's neck. The frightening power displayed by Yang Feng was far beyond the black dragon Oben's imagination. Yang Feng glanced at Oben and said lightly, "Oben, you and Arlette go and arrest those scum pirates and put them on trial. Those guilty of the most heinous crimes will be hanged, while those guilty of lesser crimes will be spared." Oben responded even more respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." With that, Oben's figure fluttered, and he changed back into his human form and flew towards the Dragonbone's island. One after another, the Black Dragon country's warships landed on Dragonbone's island. Countless naval soldiers rushed towards the island. In front of the demigod-rank Black Dragon Oben and the legend-rank Dragonborn expert Arlette, the pirates of the Dragonbone's island couldn't withstand a single blow. They were found in the tunnels, and were either killed or surrendered. Yang Feng rescued 20,000 women and children who were plundered by the dragon skeleton pirates from the Dragonbone's island. The three pirate kings not only plundered merchant ships in the sea, but also landed on land from time to plunder the women and children of coastal cities to vent their desires. They were scum, so Yang Feng didn't feel any pressure killing them. After a simple trial, 10,000 of the surrendered pirates on the island were directly hanged, while the remaining 5,000 pirates who had committed lesser crimes were disorganized and temporarily reduced to slaves to see what would happen in the future. A day later, in the deepest secret chamber of the Dragonbone's island's city master's mansion, Yang Feng pushed open the door of the secret chamber and saw gold coins and gems piled up inside, emitting brilliant light. The value of the gold coins and gems in the secret chamber alone was tens of millions of gold coins. Yang Feng glanced at the secret chamber with a tranquil look in his eyes, then went to the deepest part of the secret chamber. On an ordinary wall without any decorations, he silently recited an incantation and pressed with his hand. The wall twisted and eventually broke open, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Yang Feng walked into the pitch-black passageway. When he reached the end of the passageway, he saw a huge bronze gate appear in front of him. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a legend-rank sword suddenly shot out. With a flash of sword light, the bronze gate fell apart and scattered on the ground. As soon as the bronze door shattered, waves of extremely dazzling light surged out from within the bronze door, and it illuminated the dim passageway to the point it was extremely bright. As soon as Yang Feng entered, he saw mountains of gold, silver, and jewel, as well as chests of precious minerals, magic stones, magic ores, precious magic plants, and various other treasures laid out in the cave. If all the treasures in the cave were sold, it wouldn't be strange to sell them for 10 billion gold coins. Chapter 423. Not bad, the three pirate lords are really rich. With a faint smile on his face, Yang Feng's eyes roamed around the treasury. Finally, with a look of ecstasy on his face, he came to a pile of ores and picked them up. Yang Feng picked up the pile of ores, and his eyes flashed with ecstasy. This is top-notch inert atlam stone. Huh, that's great. This inert atlam stone is enough to make a semi-top-notch warp gate. At present, Yang Feng already had the level 2 mobile fortified stronghold, which could synthesize the lowest grade inert atlam stone to make the lowest grade warp gates. At present, he couldn't synthesize the top-notch inert atlam stone. Now, the top-notch inert atlam stone he obtained from the treasury was enough to increase the number of top-notch warp gates in Yang Feng's possession from 4 to 5. Each additional top-notch warp gate meant that Yang Feng could control an additional plane and obtain more resources. At the same time, he could make more choices. At present, Yang Feng had 4 top-notch warp gates in his possession. They were in the Feisua Plains Desolate Islands, the Turandot Subcontinent's underground base, and the Astral Boundaries Planar Star River. Once the 5th top-grade warp gate is created, Yang Feng will be able to freely travel between more planes. Yang Feng looked at the inert atlam stone, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The Feisua plane is one of the 36 primary material planes for it to have so many top-notch inert atlam stone. In other words, as long as I get a few more treasuries, I may be able to have a dozen more top-notch warp gates. If I can put one on each of the 36 primary material planes, that would be great. Since top-notch inert atlam stone could be found on the Feisua plane, then the amount of inert atlam stone on this plane was definitely not small. It wasn't impossible for Yang Feng to get his hands on top-notch inert atlam stone. Ghost Skull Island, in the castle where the Black Skeleton Pirate Lord lived. The Black Skeleton Pirate Lord Column said with a gloomy expression, "Lionel was killed." "Are you sure?" In front of Column sat a beautiful Naga high priest. Her upper body was that of a beautiful human, but her lower body was that of a snake. She said, "This is an oracle from the great Naga high god. Do you want to question the authenticity of the great god's oracle?" Column's heart trembled as he hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare. I'm completely devoted to the great Naga goddess, and I'm willing to sacrifice everything for her. How could he question the divine decree of the great god? I'll follow your orders, great priest, and make the arrangements so that everyone is on high alert." Rumble. Boom. Before Column could finish his words, a series of earth-shaking explosions resounded on Ghost Skull Island. The entire castle was shaken. Column was shocked. "What's going on?" A pirate leader rushed to Column's side and shouted, Your Majesty, not good." The attack was coming. The dragon skeleton pirates had arrived. Those bastards from the dragon skeleton pirates had arrived. Colum grabbed the collar of the pirate leader and pulled him up from the ground. With a ferocious look on his face, he roared, "Dragon skeleton pirates! You idiot, calm down and speak properly. Why did you say that the dragon skeleton pirates had arrived?" The pirate leader screamed, "Dragon Bones warship! There's a Dragon Bones warship in that fleet." The three legendary warships were the symbols of the three pirate lords of the East Sea. When the pirate leader saw the Dragon Bones warship, it was normal for him to think that the dragon skeleton pirates had arrived. Colum roared with a gloomy face, "Did that fleet fly the flag of the dragon skeleton pirates?" The pirate leader quickly replied, "No, they flew the flag of a black dragon." Colum's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with wisdom as he said solemnly, "It seems that it's as you said, great priest, the dragon skeleton pirates had been swallowed up. Even the legendary warship Dragon Bones warship had fallen into their hands. The dragon skeleton pirates and our pirate groups are about the same in terms of strength. Since that fleet was able to swallow the dragon skeleton pirates, our black skeleton pirates won't be able to resist them. Great priest, please take action. Otherwise, I can only order my brothers to split up and flee." Although Colum looked like an ordinary pirate with muscles all over his head, looking like a bear, he was very clear-minded. But in fact, his mind was very clear, and he was extremely cunning. Based on the various pieces of information, he judged that he was definitely not a match for Yang Feng's fleet, and made the decision to have his subordinates flee in different directions. He didn't even want the treasures hidden on the Ghost Skeleton Island. The Naga Great Priest said calmly, "Got it. We'll take action. In the sea, no one dares to ignore us Nagas." As soon as Colum and the Naga Great Priest walked out of the castle, they saw the legendary warship Black Steel warship in the distance shoot countless beams and shells bombarding the warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates. Warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates sank into the sea one after another. The Dragon Bones warship flapped its wings and flew into the air, into the midst of the warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates, and then the huge dragon head bit down and tore a warship in half, sinking it into the sea. The Dragon Bones warship, which seemed to have turned into a huge bone dragon, dropped from the sky and pounced at the warships. Every time it pounced, a warship would sink. The Black Skeleton Pirates madly rushed towards the warships at the port. But they had just boarded a warship when it was destroyed. There was no hope for them to fight. Colum's face became extremely unsightly, and he looked at the Black Steel warship with apprehension in his eyes. He had seen the strength of the Black Steel warship before. After being modified by Yang Feng, the Black Steel warship was more than 100 times stronger than before. Whether in terms of firepower, range, or accuracy, the Black Steel warship modified by Yang Feng far surpassed the original Black Steel warship by more than a generation. After being modified by Yang Feng, the Black Steel warship could easily beat 10 original Black Steel warships. This was the huge gap in technology. The Naga Great Priest silently recited an incantation and pointed with her finger in midair. Blue divine light condensed in midair and formed a 20-meter-tall Naga Great Priest projection constructed from water elemental particles. The Naga Great Priest projection suspended in midair said solemnly, "I am the Naga Great Priest of the Black Skeleton Island, Kuna. Please have a chat with me, Your Majesty the Black Dragon Country." Sitting on the Black Steel warship, Yang Feng looked at the Naga Great Priest projection with disdain in his eyes, smiled coldly, and waved his hand. Arlette stepped forward and said loudly, "I am the Black Dragon Country Saintess Arlette. If you have something to say, say it to me." Great Priest Kuna. Kuna's gaze swept past Arlette, and her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She was a great priest of the Naga race, and her status was extremely lofty. Even the human coastal states had to act according to her wishes. If she went to the human coastal states, the kings of the human coastal states would be respectful to her. Now that Yang Feng was sitting on the Black Steel warship, yet he only let Arlette talk to her. She felt humiliated. Kuna spoke haughtily and threateningly, "The Black Skeleton Island is the territory of the Naga race. Please stop attacking the Black Skeleton Island immediately. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of the Naga race and the billions of merfolk in the East Sea. If you leave now and compensate us for our losses, then I can treat today's matter as if it never happened." Arlette frowned slightly and turned to look at Yang Feng. In the East Sea, the most powerful forces were not the three human pirate groups, but the merfolk with countless people living in the East Sea. Any human ship that wanted to pass through the sea had to offer sacrifices to the merfolk. If it wasn't for the fact that the merfolk gods were wary of the human gods, it would be impossible for human ships to sail on the sea. Although the dragonborn powerhouses of the desolate islands were very powerful, but they could not contend against the merfolk of the East Sea. The gazes of the dragonborn on the warship focused on Yang Feng, full of worship and expectation. These days, Yang Feng led them to crush the dragon skeleton pirate king, and now he was about to destroy the forces of the black skeleton pirate king. On the verge of dominating the East Sea, the dragonborn worshipped Yang Feng very much, and treated his orders as if they were divine. "I am full of respect for the merfolk gods, and have no intention of being hostile to the merfolk." Yang Feng glanced at Kuna, and his eyes flickered with cold killing intent, and he said overbearingly, "However, I want the East Sea. Anyone who stands in my way is my enemy. You Nagas, leave the Black Skeleton Island immediately, and I can treat it as if nothing happened. Otherwise, you Nagas, as well as all the merfolk in the East Sea, are my enemies and will be wiped out one by one." Kuna's pretty face changed, and she took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her eyes filled with frigid killing intent. "You. Very well. Your Majesty the Emperor of the Black Dragon Country, I will bring your words to our Naga Empress. Only destruction awaits your Black Dragon Country. Let's go." Her face ashen, Kuna ordered coldly. The Naga warriors in the temple on the Black Skeleton Island immediately followed Kuna and jumped into the sea. Kalam was very cunning. He didn't even take the legendary warship Ghost Ship, and instead took dozens of his trusted aides to escape the Black Skeleton Island with Kuna. Chapter 424. After Kalam and the Naga tribe warriors escaped from Black Skeleton Island was left without a leader and fell into chaos. As soon as Yang Feng's army landed on the Black Skeleton Island, the pirates surrendered one after another. The Black Dragon Country rescued more than 30,000 women and children from the Black Skeleton Island. After rummaging through the Black Skeleton Island, Yang Feng found treasures and cash worth more than 10 million gold coins. Obviously, the gold coins and various treasures that the Black Skeleton Pirate King had earned over the years were all offered to the Naga Sirens in order to gain their protection. Arlette pointed to the Naga temple and asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do with this temple?" Yang Feng looked at the Naga temple and couldn't help but frown. The Naga temple enshrined the goddess of Nagas Daphne. She was an intermediate divine force rank god, a terrifying powerhouse on the same level as the fighting demonic sect's four great elders. If it wasn't for the planar tide, even with the agreement of the gods, Yang Feng wouldn't dare to offend such a powerful god. Yang Feng taking the Black Skeleton Island away from the Nagas was nothing in the eyes of the goddess of Nagas. However, if he dared to blaspheme the statue of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, he would definitely make an irreconcilable enemy. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Pass down my order, no one is allowed to blaspheme the statue of the god inside. Arlette, I want you to keep an eye on this for me. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." Arlette's heart shook slightly, and she uttered, "Yes. Your Majesty." 50,000 meters under the sea in the East Sea, there was a city full of art that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the city, there were giant spiral houses, coral mountains, and other buildings full of merfolk style and aura. On the streets, there were Nagas with human bodies and snake tails, octopuses with octopus heads and human-like bodies, and other strange merfolk powerhouses. In the center of the city, there was a magnificent palace with an area of more than tens of thousands of hectares. It was covered by a powerful barrier, and it was extremely exquisite and luxurious. That palace was the East Seas Sea Monarch Palace. The East Seas Sea Monarch Palace had a powerful barrier that prevented seawater from invading. The East Seas Sea Monarch Palace was filled with fresh air and powerful mana creatures. Even humans could live freely and comfortably here. There was an ocean palace in each of the 4 seas. Each ocean palace was beautifully built and possessed great power. The 4 great ocean monarch palaces were the palaces where the 4 great ocean kings resided. In addition to the 4 great ocean monarch palaces, there was also an ocean monarch palace in the Western Sea that governed the 4 great ocean monarch palaces. It was different from the separation of church and state in humans. The Sea Clan was basically ruled by a combination of politics and religion. The Sea Emperor was not only the emperor of the Sea Clan, but also the pope appointed by the gods of the Sea God sect. The 4 Sea Kings were the 4 deputy pope of the Sea God sect. However, with the passage of time, apart from the West Sea Imperial Palace, which was still firmly under the control of the Sea Imperial Palace, the other 3 imperial palaces of the 4 seas all paid lip service to the Sea Imperial Palace. Kuna's eyes flashed with malevolence as she swam towards the palace in the East Sea, damned Emperor of the Black Dragon country. I will return this humiliation 100-fold. In a luxurious palace in the East Sea Imperial Palace, a beautiful 4-armed Naga with 4 arms, the upper body of a sexy and beautiful woman, the lower body of a snake, and a crown on her head, sat on a golden throne and indifferently looked at the kneeling Kuna. This peerlessly beautiful 4-armed Naga beauty was the current queen of the Naga race, Stephanie. It was under her leadership that the Naga race continued to grow and became a large race that could compete with the merfolk who occupied the Sea Palace. A great cleric like Kuna had a very high status in the Nagas. Originally, she only needed to kneel to the god worshipped by the Nagas. But every time they met, she would respectfully kneel to Stephanie, because Stephanie was one of the Naga divine systems gods appointed by the goddess of Nagas Daphne. For the gods of the Fesua Plain, the planar tide was both a huge disaster and a huge opportunity. If it wasn't for the planar tide, Daphne wouldn't dare to disobey the strong divine power rank god of the sea Hrihari. However, if the Naga tribe could take the opportunity to give birth to a few deities during the planar tide, then the Naga tribe could take the opportunity to establish their own mountain and form their own faction. Just like how the goddess Lolth established the dark elven divine system, they would no longer be under the control of others. After listening to Kuna's report, Stephanie tapped the golden throne with her lily-white finger, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a sharp, cold glint. Stephanie showed a beautiful smile, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint. Interesting. The sea is the world of our merfolk. Even if the giant dragon clan came to the sea, they would have to fear us. That little barbarian king of the desolate islands dares to provoke us merfolk. I want to know what cards he has up his sleeve. An 8-meter-tall whaleman expert stepped forward and said loudly, "Your Majesty. I'm willing to lead troops to wipe out those barbarians." Stephanie glanced at the whaleman powerhouse and said coldly, "Dan. The apple of wisdom is about to ripen. Our biggest goal now is to let Agatha and the others retrieve the apple of wisdom, not to tangle with those barbarians." Dan's heart shook slightly, and he stepped back. "Yes. Your Majesty." Stephanie's beautiful eyes flashed with a glint of wisdom, and she said faintly, "Kuna, go to the Black Dragon country again. Tell the Emperor of the Black Dragon country that we can temporarily recognize his dominance over the Eastern Sea for 3 years. However, he has to cooperate with us to sink all ships heading for the Apple of Wisdom." Kuna's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Yes. Your Majesty." The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City City Master's mansion, inside a secret room, the door suddenly opened, and Yang Feng walked out and went to his study. Inside the study, there were 2 sets of chairs, one for Yang Feng's office, and the other for Lina, the butler of the Miracle City. As soon as Yang Feng entered the study, he saw Lina, who was dressed up beautifully, reading various documents and handling various affairs. It was because of Lina and them that Yang Feng could travel around and practice cultivation in seclusion, and the Miracle City was still thriving. "Sir Duke, you're back." The sound of the door opening alarmed Lina. When she looked up and saw Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she got up to greet him. "I'm back. You've worked hard." Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Lina, and his heart suddenly stirred. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he reached out and embraced Lina. Lina's pretty face suddenly flushed, and her tender body trembled slightly. As if a timid bunny, she clenched her hands and closed her eyes, looking very cute. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he lowered his head and kissed Lina on the lips. After a while, Lina lay softly in Yang Feng's arms, revealing a blissful expression. There were a few bright plum blossoms on the soft sofa. When a blooming flower can be plucked, it must be plucked. Don't wait until there are no flowers to be plucked. It feels so good to pluck flowers. Yang Feng looked at the sweet smile on Lina's face and raised the corners of his mouth, and he lowered his head and kissed her on the face. For the next 2 days, Yang Feng accompanied Lina. While listening to the development of the Miracle City, he took a stroll in the city. 3 days later, in the study of the Miracle City's city master's mansion. When the gorgeous, mysterious, and sexy Faldina, dressed in a black wizard robe, entered the study, her delicate nose twitched, and she creased her eyebrows, saying, "The smell in this room is a bit strange." Lina, the grand butler of the Miracle City, blushed and lowered her head. Her heart was in her throat and she was extremely shy. Faldina raised her eyebrows slightly, and then gracefully sat opposite Yang Feng and said, "By the way, Ian, it's almost time for that matter. If we don't move now, it'll be too late." Yang Feng got up and said, "I'm ready. Let's go." Faldina's beautiful eyes shimmered with graveness, and she said solemnly, "Ready? Are you ready to send warships and sailors? You need huge ships to go to the Golden Strait. Once you enter the Golden Strait, you won't be able to take off no matter what magic you use. Even gods will lose all their divine power and become mortals. Once you enter the Golden Strait, it'll be an era of naval warfare. Without a powerful enough ship, you won't even be able to reach the center of the Golden Strait." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he said faintly, "Don't worry, I'm ready." "Is the legendary warship enough?" Shock welled up inside Faldina, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. She quickly asked, "Legendary warship? Which one is it?" It took countless resources to manufacture a legendary warship. On the Feisua plain, every legendary warship was famous and belonged to a different major force. Faldina didn't expect Yang Feng to be able to get his hands on a legendary warship without making any noise. Yang Feng said with a smile, "The Black Steel warship." Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic glint, and she said with a sweet smile, "The legendary warship of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King in the East Sea. You're really amazing to be able to get your hands on this warship." Yang Feng continued, "The Dragon Bones warship." Faldina's complexion changed slightly, and she said, "The Dragon Skeleton Pirates were also wiped out by you? They have the backing of the Country of Dragons. Aren't you afraid that the dragons of the Country of Dragons will come after you?" Chapter 425. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Ghost ship." Faldina's eyes flashed with astonishment, and she exclaimed, "You even wiped out the Black Skeleton Pirates? Behind them is the Naga race, the strongest merfolk that dominates the East Sea. Are you crazy? You dare offend the Naga race? They control the route to the Golden Strait." Yang Feng said with a smile, now that we have 3 legendary warships, can we go to the Golden Strait? Faldina's eyes flickered for a while, and she calmed down. Her beautiful eyes turned, and she revealed a smile. She got up from the sofa and came to Yang Feng's side. Of course. Yang Feng took Faldina to a secret room in the Miracle City. As soon as she entered the secret room, Faldina saw a warp gate full of sci-fi flair. As soon as Yang Feng operated the warp gate, a distorted space appeared inside the warp gate. Yang Feng said with a smile, extended his hand, and invited, "Please come in." Faldina's beautiful eyes swirled, and she stepped into the distorted space with a smile. Yang Feng looked at Faldina's back with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Faldina's courage was also far beyond his expectations. Yang Feng stepped into the warp gate and came to another warp gate. Faldina silently followed Yang Feng through a dozen warp gates in a row, and finally arrived at a secret room in the Black Dragon country. When Yang Feng and Faldina walked out of the secret room, they arrived at the Imperial Palace of the Black Dragon country. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When the beautiful dragon-born warriors in the Imperial Palace saw Yang Feng and Faldina, they immediately knelt down and saluted respectfully, their eyes flashing with adoration. The story of the destruction of the 2 pirate kings in the East Sea had spread in the Black Dragon country. The dragon-born experts with Black Dragon bloodline were full of awe for Yang Feng. Faldina looked curiously at the beautiful dragonborn around her and asked, "These are dragonborn? Is this the country of dragons?" Faldina raised her eyebrows and quickly analyzed, "No. The dragonborn of the country of dragons are loyal to the Dragon Emperor. Except for the Dragon Emperor, they don't address anyone else as His Majesty. This shouldn't be the country of dragons. Instead, he was a dragonborn born from the union of another giant dragon and a human. Ian, you're really impressive to be able to subdue a dragonman." There were no traces of dragonborn in the surroundings of the Red Earth Wasteland. This shouldn't be the Red Earth Wasteland, but a hidden place. The door we just passed through should be a spatial door similar to a teleportation portal, right, Ian? Yang Feng carefully looked at Faldina and said with a smile, "Yes, Faldina, you're really smart." Faldina's analysis of all this was accurate, displaying her powerful analytical ability and wisdom. Faldina smiled charmingly. "Now, can you tell me where this place is?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "This is the Desolate Islands." Faldina's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she said in surprise, "The Desolate Islands? Are you trying to intercept those ships heading for the Golden Strait?" The Desolate Islands were relatively close to the Golden Strait. With it as a base, they could organize a huge fleet to intercept the ships heading to the Golden Strait. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he uttered, "That's right." Shocked, Faldina's beautiful eyes flickered with endless shock, and she uttered, "Are you crazy? Those who go to the Golden Strait are people favored by the gods. There are people favored by the gods, people favored by the gods, divine descendant families, clones of gods, and even gods who descend to the secular world and go to the Golden Strait. By doing this, you're offending all the gods." The Apple of Wisdom was a treasure that even the gods coveted. For the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, some feeble divine force rank and weak divine force rank gods would even take the risk to go to the Golden Strait to seize the Apple of Wisdom. For Yang Feng to want to set up a defensive line in the Golden Strait to intercept the many powerhouses heading for the Golden Strait was simply crazy. It could be said that if his plan succeeded, he would offend all the gods of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with madness, and he said with a smile, "But it's worth it, isn't it?" Faldina's beautiful eyes flickered a few times, and she revealed a smile, saying, "Yes, it's indeed worth it. As long as I get the Apple of Wisdom, then even if I have to become enemies with the gods, it's worth it." It took 30,000 years for an Apple of Wisdom to mature. Among the countless plains, only the Feisua Plain had an Apple of Wisdom. Every time an Apple of Wisdom appeared, it would cause countless powerhouses to fight over it. Those who seized the apple of wisdom and ate it, and then grew up smoothly, were at least weak divine power rank gods. There were even some mid-level divine power rank and strong divine power rank powerhouses. Weak divine force rank gods were powerful beings equivalent to glorious dawn warlocks of human warlocks. For an apple of wisdom to give people such formidable potential, it would naturally cause countless people to fight over it. For the sake of this apple of wisdom, Yang Feng didn't hesitate to become enemies with the gods of the Feisua plain. Arlette strode out of the imperial palace and took a deep look at Faldina next to Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with hostility, and she said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the Naga Great Cleric Kuna requests an audience." When she heard that, Faldina's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, and she took a deep look at Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "Cleric Kuna? Then tell her to come see me." Arlette responded, "Yes. Your Majesty." The Black Dragon Country, in a rear garden. Yang Feng comfortably reclined on a soft sofa, appreciating the various beautiful flowers in the rear garden. Beautiful dragonborn court dancers danced provocatively and coquettishly in the garden. Faldina sat next to Yang Feng without a trace of politeness. While admiring the beautiful dance of the dragonborn dancers, she leisurely ate all kinds of fruits. Kuna came to the rear garden, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and said with a charming smile, "Your Majesty, I am an emissary sent by the Naga. It's my honor to meet you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng's killing intent was biting cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Did you bring a message declaring war on the merfolk?" Kuna's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule, yet there was a gentle smile on her pretty face. "No, Her Majesty the Empress is willing to rule the East Sea with you. However, there will be many outsiders attempting to go to the Golden Strait in the near future. Her Majesty the Empress invites you to join hands with us and eliminate those outsiders. In exchange, the East Sea's Sea Monarch Palace is willing to recognize the Black Dragon Country's dominance of the East Sea's waterways after this." Kuna sneered in her heart, "Humph. After you offend all the gods of the Feisua Plain, your trifling Black Dragon Country will be annihilated without the Naga needing to do anything." It wasn't that the Nagas couldn't intercept the countless ships heading to the Golden Strait, but that they needed a scapegoat. Even the Nagas weren't willing to offend the gods of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng glanced coldly at Kuna and said indifferently, "You want to join hands with me? Sure, but you're not qualified to have the Naga Empress talk to me. By the way, my fleet will go to the Golden Strait today and set up a defensive line there. That's my territory. Anyone who comes within 300 kilometers of me without my permission will be regarded as an enemy and killed on the spot. Alright, you can go back." Kuna's complexion changed dramatically and turned ashen, and she said stiffly, "Your Majesty, you'll regret this. You'll definitely regret what you said today. The East Sea belongs to the Nagas. Not your East Sea. Without our permission, you won't be able to move an inch in the East Sea. You'll see for yourself soon enough." With that, Kuna turned around and strode out of the rear garden. Faldina asked curiously, "Ian, why did you refuse their proposal?" Yang Feng replied with a cold smile, "It's very simple. They don't have any sincerity in cooperating, they just want to find a scapegoat. If they aren't willing to cooperate sincerely, then why should I give them a spot to enter the Golden Strait?" Faldina's beautiful eyes shimmered with worry, and she said, "But the merfolk are very powerful. They are the true masters of the East Sea. Even if your 3 legendary warships join forces, they still won't be a match for the merfolk powerhouses." Yang Feng showed a mysterious smile, got up, and said faintly, "Let's go." Faldina also got up and went to Yang Feng's side. Before long, the Black Steel warship, Dragon Bones warship, and Spectre ship anchored in the Black Dragon Country's port formed a fleet and sailed towards the deep sea. In the sea near the Black Dragon Country's port, Kuna emerged above the sea. Looking at Yang Feng's 3 legendary warships, she took out a communications stone and said, "Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Black Dragon country refused to talk to me. He said that only you are qualified to talk to him." The Naga Empress's cold and cruel voice came from the communications stone, "In that case, let's clear his head. I'll let him understand that the East Sea belongs to the Nagas." The 3 legendary warships had just sailed for about 300 nautical miles. Aboard the Black Steel warship, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a cold smile, "They came so fast." More than 100 meters below the sea, octopus people with octopus heads, 10-meter-tall whalemen with whale-like heads, burly and majestic tiger sharkmen, and various merfolk powerhouses silently swam towards the 3 legendary warships. Chapter 426. Yang Feng said flatly, "It's not good to punish without teaching, Arlette." "Yes. Your Majesty." Dressed in a military uniform, the sexy and beautiful Arlette stepped forward, looked at the sea below, and said loudly, "Merfolk below, this is the fleet of the Black Dragon country's great His Majesty Ian. Please stop approaching at once, or we will regard you as enemies and annihilate you." The Black Steel warship had underwater sound amplifiers, and sound waves spread towards the merfolk powerhouses in the depths of the sea. Among the countless merfolk, a beautiful legend-rank Naga general, Abina, sneered and said, "Humph. You want to annihilate us in the sea? How arrogant. The sea is our merfolk's sea. Even if demigod-rank powerhouses come to the sea, they will only be food for us. General Mist, show them what you're made of." A more than 30-meter-long legend-rank swordfishman powerhouse with a swordfish head and bone spurs all over his body responded in a low, muffled voice, "Yes. General. Fire." The swordfish Misty Chi roared, and more than 1,000 swordfish powerhouses covered in sharp bone spurs suddenly shot out countless sharp bone spurs like raindrops, turning into meteors that shot towards the Black Steel warship. The sharp bone spurs fired by the more than 1,000 swordfishman powerhouses were harder than steel. On the Feisua plain, only the Dragon Bones warship and some legendary warships refined from the most precious magic plants could barely resist them. Before Yang Feng's modification, the Black Steel warship could hardly resist the swordfishman's bone spurs. A scene that left the merfolk powerhouses dumbfounded appeared. When the sharp bone spurs fired by the swordfishman powerhouses stabbed into the Black Steel warship, they were immediately ricocheted, unable to harm the Black Steel warship in the slightest. General Mist's face changed dramatically, and he roared wildly, How is this possible? We have attacked the Black Steel warship. Its armor is definitely not that strong." The Black Steel warship was one of the 3 legendary warships that ran amok in the East Sea. However, for the merfolk, the Black Steel warship was the one they feared the least of the 3 legendary warships. That was because the Black Steel warship's artillery was so powerful that it could easily destroy a warship used by humans. On the other hand, the Black Steel warship's cannons would find it difficult to hit the merfolk powerhouses in the sea. Moreover, among the sea race, the bone spikes shot by the swordfish race powerhouse were somewhat difficult, but they could completely penetrate the armor of the Black Steel warship. But now, the attacks of the Swordfish clan couldn't harm the Black Steel warship at all. This naturally made the experts of the Swordfish clan dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Yang Feng's gaze was ice-cold as he said coldly, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Fire. Numerous hatches opened on the parts of the Black Steel warship submerged in the sea, and a dense rain of torpedoes flew out and shot towards the merfolk. A tiger shark expert sneered. He waved his bone saber and slashed at the torpedo. "Humph. Fool, you think you can hurt us with just these things?" Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the Tiger Shark clan expert was blown to pieces in an instant, turning into countless pieces. Boom! 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 One after another, terrifying explosions sounded in the midst of the merfolk army. The merfolk powerhouses had never seen anything like torpedoes before. They raised their weapons and launched an attack on the torpedoes. Countless torpedoes were detonated, and their bodies were blown to pieces. The complexion of the beautiful legend rank Naga general changed greatly, and she shouted loudly, "Don't attack those things. Dodge at once. Dodge. Clerics, Naga clerics, quickly take action." When the merfolk powerhouses saw the terror of the torpedoes, their complexion changed greatly, and they quickly scattered to avoid the torpedoes. Sea whirlpool. Naga clerics dressed in dark blue cleric robes specially made by the merfolk swam down, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the torpedoes with the staff in their hands. Terrifying ocean whirlpools suddenly appeared and swept the torpedoes into the terrifying ocean whirlpools. Rumble. Boom. Terrifying explosions rang out continuously, as the torpedoes were sucked into the whirlpool and detonated one after another. Yang Feng looked at the sea whirlpool and revealed a smile. Interesting. Merfolk clerics really have some skill. Faldina rolled her eyes at Yang Feng and said angrily, "You can still smile? This weapon of yours has already been destroyed. Now, there are no weapons that can threaten the merfolk." Yang Feng smiled faintly and ordered, "Why not? Sea hunters, set out." The hatch of the black steel warship opened, and sea hunters about 1.5 meters long, which were similar to sailfish, with blade-like fins on their bodies, sharp blade-like parts on every joint, and mouths full of beast-like sharp teeth, swam into the sea one after another. As soon as the swarm of sea hunters entered the sea, they immediately formed strange whirlpools and rushed towards the merfolk powerhouses like a school of fish. A 10-meter-tall whaleman expert let out a furious roar, raised a 10-ton anchor, and smashed it towards the sea hunters. A dozen-plus sea hunters drifted strangely along the current, and then strangely appeared in front of the whaleman powerhouse and pounced at him. Very strangely, as if defying the laws of physics, countless sea hunters appeared on the whale powerhouse and pounced at him. Ah! Help! Amidst a series of miserable screams, the whaleman powerhouse was devoured by the countless sea hunters and turned into a skeleton. This scene kept happening among the merfolk. Like the most ferocious demonic creatures, the sea hunters moved very strangely. Practically no merfolk powerhouses could hit them. As long as they surrounded the merfolk, they would be devoured. Skeletons of the Sea Clan continued to appear in the deep sea. It was a creepy feeling that made one's hair stand on end. Go to hell. Trash. The legend rank Swordfish Mist roared and waved the magic sword in his hand, which carried a trace of the law of water, and slashed towards the sea hunters. With a flash of blade ray, 3 sea hunters were chopped into countless pieces by the Swordfish Mist. In the next moment, dozens of sea hunters rushed towards the Swordfish Mist along the current like ghosts. A series of blood-curdling screams came from the mouth of the Swordfish Mist. In less than 5 seconds, it was devoured by the ferocious and terrifying sea hunter and turned into a pile of bones. The beautiful legend rank Naga general inhaled a breath of cold air and barked, "Retreat. We're retreating." The 500-plus Naga powerhouses quickly swam over and gathered beside the beautiful legend rank Naga general. The beautiful legend rank Naga general tore a magic scroll, and a fearsome spatial force instantly enveloped the beautiful Naga general and her party. They instantly blurred, and then disappeared. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and said with a faint smile, "They escaped quickly. As for the rest of the merfolk, kill them all." Under Yang Feng's order, the dense swarm of sea hunters turned into a frightening shoal that swept towards the thousands of merfolk warriors that remained. 10 minutes later, thousands of merfolk warriors' skeletons appeared in the deep sea. After devouring the merfolk warriors, the dense swarm of sea hunters swam back into the black steel warship. Faldina stared at the holographic projection, and her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, saying, "What an amazing golem! It's really amazing. Faldina said with a dignified expression. However, Ian, you've greatly offended the goddess of Nagas. In this way, it will be even more difficult for us to go to the Golden Strait. The goddess of Nagas may even attack us in person. The Apple of Wisdom contained endless mysteries, and even the goddess of Nagas yearned for it. For the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, it wouldn't be strange for her to attack in person. Although the gods signed an agreement, but as long as the goddess of Nagas was willing to pay a huge price, there was still a way to break the agreement for a short period of time and attack the secular world. As an intermediate divine force rank expert, the goddess of Nagas was a notch stronger than the Tsangji Plains human bright world warlocks. Once she attacked in person, her power would be absolutely earth-shattering. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I have my own arrangements." Faldina took a deep look at Yang Feng, smiled sweetly, and didn't say anything else. The East Sea, inside the Sea Monarch Palace. The beautiful legend-rank Naga general knelt in front of the Naga Empress Stephanie, her tender body trembling. The Naga Empress Stephanie glanced at the beautiful general and said coldly, "Jenna, since you lost, I will deprive you of all your official positions. Go to the Vanguard Battalion and become a soldier to atone for your crimes." Jenna heaved a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." Stephanie said coldly, "You're dismissed." Jenna withdrew at once, "Yes. Your Majesty." Stephanie tapped with her lily-white finger, an extraordinary splendor swirled in her beautiful eyes, and she said in a low voice, "Since you can defeat Jenna's troops. It seems that Emperor Ian of the Black Dragon country really shouldn't be underestimated." As expected of the legendary figure who founded the miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland. Other merfolk aside, Stephanie was a peerless powerhouse of the Naga Empress who sought to dominate the Feisua plain. She was one of the top emperors of this plain. Yang Feng's performance was so dazzling that she only had to do a little investigation to find out his origin. Chapter 427. Stephanie hesitated for a while, then her beautiful eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and she got up and walked towards the back of the royal palace. In the depths of the royal palace in the East Sea, there was an exquisite deep-sea temple. As soon as Stephanie entered the deep-sea temple, she prostrated herself on the ground and said respectfully, not daring to raise her head, "Great goddess, we failed. Ian used a kind of magical alchemy puppet to kill the troops I sent out. I don't have any confidence in defeating Ian. Only you can stop him from going to the Golden Strait." In the center of the deep-sea shrine, there was a golden throne, and on it sat a peerlessly beautiful and noble woman with 6 arms. This gorgeous woman was the avatar of the goddess of Nagas Daphne who descended into the secular world. In the secular world, only the goddess of Nagas Daphne had the qualifications to make the Naga Empress Stephanie kneel. Daphne slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were golden, and wisps of golden divine light slowly radiated from her eyes. When she closed her eyes, she looked like a stone, as if she had merged with heaven and earth. When she opened her eyes, a vast divine might spread in the hall in an instant. Under the pressure of the frightening divine might, Stephanie's pretty face changed, and her delicate body trembled. The goddess of Nagas Daphne swept Stephanie with her golden eyes and said indifferently, "I know. You're dismissed." Stephanie replied respectfully, "Yes, great goddess." With a flash of azure light, the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, disappeared from where she stood. The Eastern Sea, above the Azure Sea. Yang Feng was sitting on the bridge of the black steel warship. Arlette was kneeling in front of him, and 2 top dragonborn girls were peeling fruits for him. There were also 2 beautiful dragon human girls standing behind him, carefully massaging his body to relax his muscles. Suddenly, waves churned and surged, and the peerlessly beautiful goddess of Nagas Daphne with a noble temperament suddenly appeared in the sea. Gazing coldly at Yang Feng, she trod on the waves and walked towards him. "God! This is getting out of hand." How could a god take action? This is too shameless. And it was the goddess of Nagas, Daphne. He is a terrifying existence at the mid-level divine power level. When Yang Feng saw the goddess of Nagas Daphne, his face suddenly fell. He had expected that the Naga Empress would lead the merfolk army to fight him. Even if the entire East Sea's merfolk army came to fight him, he wouldn't be afraid. However, the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, came in person, even though she was only an incarnation, and her power was suppressed to the demigod level. He did not have the slightest confidence in defeating him. Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and she cried out, "The goddess of Nagas. The Naga god." As soon as she said this, the expressions of the surrounding experts of the dragon-human race changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, who rode the wind and waves toward them. Gods were supreme. This was a fact that all intelligent life forms on the Fesua plane knew since childhood. When the dragonborn experts heard that an incarnation of a true god appeared in front of them, they were naturally filled with shock and fear. The goddess of Nagas, Daphne, flickered above the sea and swam towards the black steel warship. A vast and terrifying divine might spread in all directions with her as the core. Under the pressure of the divine might, the dragonborn experts aboard the 3 legendary warships involuntarily knelt on the ground, trembled, and their eyes filled with fear. After receiving Yang Feng's guidance, Arlette's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, and she reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm. But still, under the pressure of the divine might, she knelt on one knee and held the silver dragon spear, unable to budge. "Greetings, mighty goddess of Nagas." Under the pressure of the divine might, Yang Feng got up and saluted the goddess of Nagas Daphne from afar. When the goddess of Nagas Daphne saw that Yang Feng was able to resist her divine might, her majestic golden eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered loftily, "Petty mortal, you can actually resist my divine might. Among mortals, you're a genius. I appreciate you very much. Abandon your original faith and believe in me again. In this way, I will grant you boundless power and glory. The entire East Sea will be your territory, and you will become the East Sea's Sea Emperor. In the future, I will even grant you the power to become a true god and make you immortal and immortal." Yang Feng spread his hands and said with a pious expression, "Mighty goddess of Nagas. I am the most devout believer of the mighty goddess of the Weave Gargerstave. I have decided to dedicate everything I have to the mighty goddess of the Weave Gargerstave. I can sense that her gaze is always on me." The goddess of Nagas Daphne frowned slightly. She didn't want to offend a strong divine force rank god lightly. Normally, she would abide by the rules of the game of the gods and have the Naga Empress lead countless merfolk powerhouses to besiege Yang Feng. But for the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, she could only send her avatar out. The goddess of Nagas Daphne contemplated for a while, then her majestic golden eyes radiated golden light, and she looked at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. He operated a secret method to conceal the warlock life force inside him and simulated the trajectory of magic and martial dual cultivation. The golden light in the eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne extinguished, and she uttered coldly, "Mortal, I order you not to go to the Golden Strait. Go back to the Black Dragon country." Yang Feng was courteous, yet resolute. "I'm very sorry. I'm determined to get the Apple of Wisdom. Even someone as great as you can't change my will." The eyebrows of the goddess of Nagas Daphne creased slightly, and she uttered coldly, "There are countless natural disasters in the East Sea, you're on your own." A wave rolled, and the goddess of Nagas Daphne disappeared. Only then did Yang Feng feel slightly relieved. At this moment, dark clouds churned and surged in the sky. The entire world was covered by dark clouds, light was obscured, and darkness enveloped the land. On the originally calm sea surface, a gust of wind blew and waves surged into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds, and rumbling sounds echoed incessantly. A dense hail fell from the sky, crashing downwards. The dragon-born powerhouses aboard the 3 legendary warships hid inside the warships. When the hailstones hit the 3 legendary warships, the sound of rain hitting banana leaves was heard. The temperature plummeted to below 0 in an instant, and everyone was forced to urge their power to resist the frightening cold. A gust of wind blew. Amid the hail and rain, a violent tornado formed in the distance and grew larger and larger. A copious amount of sea water was drawn into the tornado, forming a terrifying whirlpool. The terrifying tornado that could devour the 3 legendary warships swept over at an astonishing speed. This frightening natural disaster was even more frightening than a level 5 divine spell. Once the 3 legendary warships were drawn into the terrifying tornado, even if they weren't destroyed, they would be swept away by the tornado and even blown away from the East Sea. Taking advantage of the unique geography and climate of the East Sea, the goddess of Nagas Daphne combined divine power with the power of nature to form this terrifying tornado. Dispel. Advanced Dispel. Faldina's pretty face flickered. She silently recited an incantation and pointed at the terrifying tornado, and magic radiances fell on it. The Dispel and High-Tier Dispel spells that could dispel persistent spells disappeared when they fell into the tornado. They had no effect. The giant tornado formed from the combination of divine power and natural force was not something that could be dispelled by ordinary dispel. Yang Feng sneered, "Sure enough, as long as the benefits are big enough, any agreement is fake." Dive. Numerous pieces of armor extended from the black steel warship, and the warship quickly transformed into a huge submarine. The Spectre ship and the Dragon Bones warship arrived next to the black steel warship. Numerous pieces of metal extended from the black steel warship and formed 2 huge cabins that wrapped around the 2 legendary warships, and then quickly dived into the depths of the sea. While the sky was raging, the sea below was very calm, not affected in the slightest. The terrifying tornado swept towards them, and its speed was getting faster and faster. Below the sea, a frightening whirlpool was also quickly moving this way. When the 3 warships dived to a depth of 400 meters, the frightening whirlpool formed from the tornado shrouded the stern of the black steel warship. A frightening attractive force instantly enveloped the stern of the black steel warship and pulled it towards the whirlpool inch by inch. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Remove the aft armor." As if a lizard's tail, the stern of the black steel warship broke off and was swallowed by the frightening whirlpool, and then swept into the sky. The 1/3 of the black steel warship that was swallowed by the whirlpool continued to swim towards the Golden Strait. The goddess of Nagas Daphne strangely appeared behind the black steel warship. Her golden eyes shimmered gloomily, and she pointed at the black steel warship with a blue spear in her hand, and fearsome divine power fluctuations suddenly took shape on the blue spear. In an instant, a frightening whirlpool suddenly took shape, swept towards the black steel warship, enveloped it, and pulled it towards the whirlpool below the tornado. Chapter 428. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he ordered, "You don't even care about face, are you going to attack? Release the sea hunters." The hatch of the black steel warship opened, and a large number of sea hunters poured out, baring their sharp teeth and biting towards the huge whirlpool. There was a flash of contempt in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and she sneered, "Idiot. That's the power of a divine spell. Physical attacks have no effect." In the next moment, an incredible scene suddenly appeared. Under the frenzied devouring of the sea hunters, the terrifying whirlpool strangely disappeared. One of the characteristics of sea hunters was the ability to devour energy, and divine force was no exception. This was their most terrifying characteristic. When the goddess of Nagas Daphne saw this scene, her face finally flickered. Yang Feng sneered in his heart, "Of course my sea rippers aren't that simple. They are battle robots that can devour any energy." After the sea rippers devoured the huge whirlpool, the black steel warship's large positron artillery turned and aimed at the goddess of Nagas Daphne. Although the black steel warship's large positron artillery wasn't as powerful as the large positron artillery installed on the black steel warship, but even if it was a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, their life force field would be pierced and their fleshly body would be seriously injured. There was a flash of anger in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and she uttered coldly, "Petty mortal. Do you want to attack me? Attack a mighty true god." Ever since the goddess of Nagas Daphne ascended to the position of god, no one dared to attack her. Even if she was just an avatar, no one dared to attack her. Yang Feng glanced at the goddess of Nagas Daphne from the holographic projector and smiled coldly, not saying a word. If provoked, he wouldn't care whether the goddess of Nagas Daphne was a true god or not. The planar tide had arrived, and the Fesua Plains Dark Age was about to arrive. In the Age of Chaos, legends were as common as dogs, demigods roamed the streets, and it was easy to encounter avatars or even true bodies of gods. The majesty of gods was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Gods had a long lifespan and were far more powerful than their peers. They were powerful existences that stood at the pinnacle of various planes. Even on the Tsangji plane, among human warlocks of the same rank, only the most outstanding geniuses could deal with a god of the same rank. However, gods also had many weaknesses, the biggest of which was the planar tide. Once the planar tide arrived, they would be at their weakest. Yang Feng said coldly, "Great goddess of Nagas, please stop. Since you're a god, I can pretend that nothing happened just now. Otherwise." When Yang Feng said that, Faldina's complexion suddenly changed, and she stared at him as if she didn't know him. On the Fesua plane, it was the first time that Faldina heard that someone dared to disrespect a true god. Moreover, this true god wasn't a feeble divine force rank god like the god of pirates, but an intermediate divine force rank merfolk god. "How dare you? Lowly humans! How dare you threaten me? Threatening a true god? Then you can go to hell." Furious, the goddess of Nagas Daphne pointed at the black steel warship with the god armament spear of the East Sea, and fearsome fluctuations of power spread from the spear of the East Sea. Countless water elemental particles frantically gathered in front of the spear of the East Sea, and in an instant, 3 water blades, ignoring the laws of physics, slashed towards the black steel warship at a terrifying speed of 10 times the speed of sound. Virtually at the same time, the swarm of sea hunters opened their energy shields, gathered together, and formed a huge energy shield that blocked in front of the 3 water blades. The 3 water blades easily split the energy shield formed by countless sea hunters, slashed more than 100 sea hunters along the way, and then mercilessly slashed at the energy shield that the black steel warship had just activated. Boom! With a blare, the energy shield of the black steel warship shattered in an instant, and the 3 water blades containing the law of water slashed at the hull of the black steel warship, leaving 3 deep scars, and a copious amount of seawater poured into the black steel warship. Inside the black steel warship, a large number of engineering robots quickly rushed to the damaged armor area and repaired the black steel warship. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately ordered, "Since we've shed all pretenses of cordiality, then go to hell." A dense crowd of sea hunters swam out of the black steel warship and rushed towards the goddess of Nagas Daphne in a strange manner. The space disruptors also silently hid among the sea hunters and charged towards the goddess of Nagas, Daphne. The space disruptors have been transformed into naval warfare types. Although their movement speed was far slower than that on land and in the sky, but they could still play a role. "Despicable mortal, how dare you attack me? Then you're dead. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending a true god." The goddess of Nagas Daphne looked at the dense crowd of sea hunters with a fierce glint in her eyes, and she slashed at the sea with the god armament spear of the East Sea in her hand. A divine country shrouded by the endless sea with only a dozen plus islands suddenly appeared, and a vast and fearsome aura full of the law of water exuded from the divine country. The sea in the divine country churned and roiled. A 500-meter-long giant octopus with countless tentacles and exuding moonlight warlock rank aura suddenly emerged from the divine country and crawled out of the opening cut by the spear of the East Sea. When the giant octopus crawled out of the divine country, its pinnacle moonlight warlock rank aura dropped to pinnacle starry sky warlock rank. As soon as the 500-meter-long octopus crawled out of the divine kingdom of the goddess of Nagas, it immediately opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and sucked frantically. A fearsome whirlpool emerged from the giant octopus's mouth and swept towards the dense crowd of sea hunters. Under the terrifying suction force, the sea hunters flew into the mouth of the demon octopus. Then, the demon octopus twisted them into pieces and swallowed them. In addition to using its mouthparts to attack, the huge octopus also has over 100 tentacles. The 100 tentacles are like poisonous snakes slapping at the sea hunters, directly shattering the sea hunters. Go to hell. Yang Feng glanced at the goddess of Nagas Daphne and uttered coldly. The black steel warship's large-caliber positron artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam tore through the sea and barreled towards the goddess of Nagas Daphne in an instant. The spatial disruptors hidden in various places launched at once, and spatial disruption ripples extended in all directions, making it impossible for the goddess of Nagas Daphne to escape the positron artillery through spatial spells. The goddess of Nagas Daphne slashed with the god armament spear of the East Sea in her hand, and a fearsome spatial fluctuation enveloped her. Using spatial magic to avoid such a powerful attack was something that any battle god would do subconsciously. Very few gods would stand still and cast defensive spells to resist such a powerful attack. As soon as the spatial fluctuation appeared, it neutralized the spatial fluctuation released by the spatial disruptors. The goddess of Nagas Daphne's figure twisted, but she still stood in place. His expression changed slightly, and the positron cannon instantly blasted his body, shattering his lower body. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. Did I kill it? Faldina's breathing stagnated, and she stared at the holographic projection. Killing a god's clone, this lawless matter filled the usually rebellious Faldina with excitement, and she shuddered all over. Water rippled, and streams of water elemental particles gushed out of the god armament spear of the East Sea, interwove with each other, and formed half of Daphne's body. You dare to hurt me! You lowly human ant, you dare to hurt me! Holding the god armament spear of the East Sea in her hand, the goddess of Nagas Daphne's golden eyes almost spewed fire, her delicate body trembled slightly, and endless killing intent gushed out of her. Although the goddess of Nagas Daphne has reassembled her body, but she was indeed injured by the positron artillery bombardment. If it had been an ordinary peak demigod powerhouse, he would have been directly killed by that shot just now. Only a terrifying existence like him, who had the battle consciousness of a mid-level divine power level powerhouse, could cast a spell at the critical moment and survive. I not only dare to hurt you, but I also dare to kill you. Now that they had fallen out, Yang Feng no longer had any scruples, and released the Dragon Bones warship and the Spectre ship. The positron artillery installed on the Dragon Bones warship and the Spectre ship was slightly adjusted, and then aimed at the goddess of Nagas Daphne. It's no use, lowly mortal. I was just careless just now, and that's why I was slightly injured. As long as I'm prepared, you lowly ants can't hurt me. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne shimmered coldly, and she spoke with a cold smile. Her body fluttered, and along with the water ripples, she looked like she had merged with the seawater. Yang Feng smiled coldly. You think you're smart, fool. My target isn't you. In the blink of an eye, the two positron artillery beams tore through the seawater and slammed into the goddess of Nagas Daphne, easily pierced through her, and then slammed into the octopus's eyes. A copious amount of blood spurted out of the octopus's eyes, and the ferocious octopus was seriously injured. Chapter 429. The goddess of Nagas Daphne operated the law of water, and she merged with the sea water. Even the positron beams couldn't harm her. However, Yang Feng's goal wasn't her, but the supergiant octopus with almost endless power. The supergiant octopus was a pinnacle moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life form. After its eyes were pierced through by the positron beams, it still didn't die. The shattered eyes were regenerating at an incredible speed. The various parts of his body that had been penetrated by the positron cannon were also regenerating at a crazy speed. Taking advantage of the moment and the supergiant devil octopus was heavily injured, countless ocean hunters formed a school of fish and pounced towards the supergiant devil octopus in a strange trajectory. The hundreds of tentacles of the supergiant octopus were devoured by the fearsome sea hunters. The countless sea hunters swam to in front of the supergiant octopus and frantically gnawed at its eyes, causing it unbearable pain, and issued miserable screams. Although the supergiant octopus was far more powerful and had extraordinary talent than ordinary moonlight warlocks, but it had a single method of fighting, and was not the opponent of the countless sea hunters. In fact, among the countless planes, the opponents that human warlocks feared the most were races with similar wisdom and civilization. But they didn't fear extraordinary life forms without much wisdom. Some great warlock-rank human warlocks could even use some special means, such as elixirs, to hunt moonlight warlock-rank extraordinary life forms with obvious weaknesses. Whirlpool Water Blade. The goddess of Nagas Daphne slashed with the god armament spear of the East Sea, and a fearsome whirlpool suddenly emerged beside the supergiant octopus. Countless water blades entered the whirlpool and slashed at the sea hunters around the supergiant octopus. Under the precise manipulation of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, the sharp water blades slashed at the sea hunters around the supergiant octopus. Hundreds and thousands of ocean hunters were chopped into countless parts by the terrifying water blades, scattering on the ground. The dense crowd of sea hunters rushed towards the fearsome whirlpool of water blades, opened their mouths, and devoured the divine power contained in the whirlpool of water blades. The terrifying whirlpool of water blades only lasted for less than 30 seconds before it was devoured by the terrifying sea hunter. Sea God's Domain. The goddess of Nagas Daphne's expression changed slightly, and a vast and boundless divine might emanated from her body. A divine country projection rose behind the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and an azure divine force beam descended from the divine country projection and entered the goddess of Nagas Daphne. A vast and terrifying aura diffused from the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and an azure light spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever the azure light passed, everything turned into the sea god domain of Daphne, the goddess of Nagas. Within the scope of the sea god's divine domain, countless sharp water blades suddenly burst out and slashed the sea hunters. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of sea hunters were chopped into countless broken parts. Yang Feng watched as the hundreds of thousands of sea hunters were smashed to pieces, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. He grasped the button of the nuclear warhead, so strong. This is the power of an intermediate divine force rank god. Even if it's just a demigod rank clone, the might supported by divine force is comparable to that of a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse. The Black Steel warship was equipped with dozens of nuclear warheads. When necessary, Yang Feng would not hesitate to launch nuclear warheads to attack the goddess of Nagas Daphne. When the terrifying azure divine realm was about to extend in front of the Black Steel warship, the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, who was holding the spear of the East Sea, suddenly trembled slightly, and drops of golden blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. The divine country projection behind the goddess of Nagas Daphne trembled, and then collapsed and disappeared. The azure divine domain, which easily killed hundreds of thousands of sea hunters, collapsed as well. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Well done. How dare you use the power of a god in the middle of a planar tide? You're really reckless. In the planar tide, the secular world of the Feisua plane could only accommodate pinnacle demigod rank power. Once someone used power surpassing the pinnacle demigod rank, they would suffer a backlash. The goddess of Nagas, Daphne, was holding the spear of the East Sea. She stood on the giant octopus and said in a condescending tone, "Ian, I've destroyed all your alchemy puppets. Now, it's not too late to surrender." After the hundreds of thousands of sea hunters were insta-killed by the goddess of Nagas Daphne, the huge octopus quickly recovered its body and its hundreds of gnawed tentacles at an incredible speed of regeneration. Exuding a frightening aura, it stared at the three legendary warships. "Is that so? Great goddess of Nagas Daphne, I still have a lot of alchemical golems. Please don't stand on ceremony and try to eliminate them all." Yang Feng's voice sounded in the sea, and countless sea hunters poured out of the black steel warship and formed a frightening shoal that confronted the goddess of Nagas Daphne. When the goddess of Nagas Daphne saw this scene, she inhaled a breath of cold air. If it wasn't for the planar tide, the goddess of Nagas Daphne's true body could easily insta-kill Yang Feng and his party along with the countless sea hunters. However, under the influence of the planar tide, even if the goddess of Nagas Daphne's true body came, the power she could use wouldn't exceed that of a pinnacle starry sky warlock. With the goddess of Nagas Daphne's true body's understanding of divine power and laws, she could even kill Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses in the East Sea. However, not only did she have many enemies, but she might not be able to defeat Yang Feng. If she was careless, she might die. Faced with such a possibility, she wouldn't let her true body show up. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Great goddess of Nagas Daphne, there is no irreconcilable enmity between us. I personally believe that it is more in our interest to be friends than enemies." The goddess of Nagas Daphne smiled, retracted the frightening divine might she exuded in an instant, and the spear of the East Sea in her hand disappeared. She said lightly, "That's right, Ian, you do have the qualifications to communicate with me on an equal footing. It is more in our interest to be friends." The hundreds of tentacles of the giant octopus swept through the air and rushed towards the Black Steel warship. On the Black Steel warship, countless experts of the dragon human race were filled with fear as they stared at the terrifying giant demon octopus. When she arrived near the Black Steel warship, the goddess of Nagas Daphne's figure blurred, and she appeared on the deck of the Black Steel warship. Light instantly enveloped the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and she was teleported to a spacious and luxuriously decorated banquet hall inside the Black Steel warship. Inside the banquet hall, there were countless handsome dragonborn men and beautiful women. "I'm glad that you came to the banquet I held for you, great goddess of Nagas Daphne." With a courteous smile on his face, Yang Feng walked towards the goddess of Nagas Daphne. Faldina, dressed in a black evening dress, was holding his right arm. The goddess of Nagas Daphne said lightly, "Have the miscellaneous people leave." "Yes." Yang Feng waved his hand, and everyone in the banquet hall left. The goddess of Nagas Daphne looked at Faldina next to Yang Feng, and Faldina obediently left. Only Yang Feng and the goddess of Nagas Daphne remained in the banquet hall. The two came to a sofa and sat down. The goddess of Nagas Daphne stared at Yang Feng and said indifferently, "Ian, you are not from the Feisua Plain. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a human warlock from the Tsangji Plain. Besides, you are an alchemist who inherited the secret methods of the 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "That's right. There were all kinds of incredible mechanical parts inside the sea hunters." If the goddess of Nagas Daphne couldn't guess Yang Feng's identity after seeing those mechanical parts, then she wouldn't be worthy of being a god who wanted to establish a divine system. The goddess of Nagas Daphne asked lightly, "Did you come to the Feisua Plain for the Apple of Wisdom?" Yang Feng replied without concealing anything, "That's right, I'm determined to get the Apple of Wisdom." The goddess of Nagas Daphne said lightly, "Very well, then let's compete fairly. My divine chosen grace will also go to the Golden Strait to seize the Apple of Wisdom. We can join forces to block the Golden Strait. After we reach the Golden Plain, you two can compete for the Apple of Wisdom based on your own abilities. If you can get the Apple of Wisdom smoothly, then I'm willing to form an alliance with you and help you become a god." Yang Feng contemplated for a while, and then said decisively, "Okay." The goddess of Nagas Daphne was an intermediate divine force rank god, the ruler of the East Sea. Even under the influence of the planar tide, she was still extremely powerful and possessed terrifying strength. To get the support of such an ally, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. After Yang Feng and the goddess of Nagas Daphne reached an agreement, the journey was uneventful, and the 3 legendary warships smoothly arrived at the Golden Strait. As soon as they arrived at the Golden Strait, battleships, anti-air cruisers, and marine aircraft carriers immediately flew out of the Black Steel warship. Chapter 430. The Apple of Wisdom was hidden in the Golden Plain inside the Golden Strait. Using the Feisua Plain's origin force, the Time Lord set up a huge magic array in the Golden Strait. In this area, even god-rank powerhouses would be weakened and turned into ordinary people. Only great warlock-rank powerhouses could enter the Golden Strait and the Golden Plain. Even great warlock-rank powerhouses couldn't enter the Golden Plain before the Apple of Wisdom matured. The reason why the gods of the Xalia divine system could enter the Golden Plain and accelerate the ripening of the Apple of Wisdom was because they gathered the power of a divine system and forcibly opened a path to the Golden Plain. Now that the planar tide had arrived, the power of the gods of the Feisua Plain in the secular world was weakened to the extreme. Even if the gods of the Feisua Plain joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to break through the Golden Strait and open a path to the Golden Plain. Because of this, the huge fleet Yang Feng released from the Black Steel warship only covered the entrance to the Golden Strait. 20 battle fleets with steel carriers as the core patrolled around the Golden Strait, ready to sink any ships that dared to approach the Golden Strait at any time. Yang Feng's goal was to eliminate any warships qualified to enter the Golden Strait so that as few people as possible could enter the Golden Strait. On the surface of the sea, a beautiful woman with long blue hair, eyes as beautiful as sapphires, dressed in a blue dress, a curvaceous figure, skin as white as jade, a mixture of heroic and sexy temperament, rode the waves and floated to the surface of the sea. This is the territorial waters of the mighty Black Dragon country. Please report your origins. Otherwise, we'll treat you as an enemy and annihilate you. A loud voice rang out in the sea. Countless artillery fire from a steel fleet was aimed at the peerless beauty in an evening dress, exuding a heroic and sexy temperament. With an order, the countless artillery fire would tear the peerless beauty to pieces. Below the sea, the battle fleets formed by countless sea rippers were eyeing covetously from all directions. The peerless beauty smiled faintly, parted her cherry lips, and said in a magnetic voice, "I am Grace. I came to pay my respects to His Majesty the mighty Emperor of the Black Dragon country. Please come in." The huge fleet moved, revealing a path to the Black Steel battleship. Grace curiously looked at the modern aircraft carrier battle group while riding the waves towards the Black Steel warship. As soon as Grace arrived in front of the Black Steel warship, the wave extended and carried her directly to the deck of the Black Steel warship. With a light leap, she jumped onto the deck of the Black Steel warship. On a dais of the Black Steel warship, there is a luxurious litter. Yang Feng is reclining on the luxurious litter, and there are several beautiful dragonborn sitting beside him peeling fruits for him. On the deck, a dozen plus beautiful dragonborn dancers were dancing gracefully for Yang Feng. When it was time to practice cultivation, Yang Feng would practice cultivation more assiduously than anyone else. But when he could enjoy it, he would never torture himself. Grace took a deep look at Yang Feng, then bowed slightly in salute and uttered, "Well met, Your Majesty the mighty Emperor." Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng glanced at the beautiful and enchanting Grace and said in a slightly arrogant tone, "Has your merfolk army arrived? According to the agreement between me and the mighty goddess of Nagas Daphne. If your merfolk don't send troops, Then don't even think about entering the Golden Strait. When the two forces join forces, either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind. If Yang Feng wanted to take the lead of the two forces, he had to be aggressive and unyielding. At this time, the top-grade warp gate of the Black Steel warship has opened, and a steady stream of sea hunters poured out. Every once in a while, Yang Feng's strength in this part of the sea would increase by a notch, so he had the confidence to speak to Grace in such a tone. Grace smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Our merfolk army has arrived. We are ready to cooperate with you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng pointed at the deck, "Take a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Grace smiled, swayed her waist, and sat on a chair on the deck. "You came at a good time. Our enemies have just arrived." Yang Feng suddenly raised his eyebrows and pressed a button beside him. Projections shot out from the holographic projector of the Black Steel warship, interwove on the deck, and formed a holographic projection of the battlefield that has been shrunk by tens of thousands of times. He saw a huge fleet of more than 100 warships heading in the direction of the Golden Strait. Yang Feng's third steel fleet took the initiative to meet the huge fleet. Grace's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light, and her heart shook slightly. "This spell is amazing. Is this the spell of the legendary Tsangji Plain where human warlocks reside? It's really scary." As a divine chosen of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, Grace's strength has reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm. Similarly, she had a lot of understanding of other planes. Bound by the planar laws, the true bodies of the Feisua Plains gods could not descend to other planes. However, their subordinates, divine chosen, and avatars could go to other planes and preach. Some low-level planes have been occupied by the gods of the Feisua plane and became their source of faith. Grace was not famous on the Feisua plane. But on a low-level plane, she was the Naga Valkyrie who once killed a hostile demigod rank powerhouse. It was such a peerless genius that she was recalled from another plane by the goddess of Nagas Daphne and thrown into the fight over the Apple of Wisdom. As soon as Grace saw the holographic projection, she keenly felt the fearsomeness of this technology. This technology allowed people to have a god's perspective and grasp everything that happened on the battlefield. With this technology, even the stupidest person could easily become an invincible general. Faldina carefully looked at the huge fleet and said with a smile, "That fleet is the White Royal Fleet of the Anlu Kingdom. The main force of the fleet is the legendary warship White Steel warship. The commander of this fleet is the famous naval general of the Anlu Kingdom, Bandas. He has defeated the attacks of the West Sea's pirate kings many times and is one of the strongest naval generals of the West Sea." Yang Feng smiled faintly and said full of confidence, "What fleet? In front of my steel fleet, they are nothing. They will soon be reduced to pieces." Faldina suddenly pointed at the White Steel warship and said, "This person is Lance, a legendary hero who rose to prominence during the Democalypse. According to the intelligence analysis, he should be a divine chosen of the goddess of the sea Aronia, as well as the fiancé of the princess of the Anlu Kingdom. This time, the White Royal Fleet should be escorting him." The holographic projection was so lifelike that even the cook on the ship was projected, just that it was 10,000 times smaller. For an expert like Yang Feng, he could easily see the people on the White Steel warship. After Faldina blessed herself with a spell, she could clearly see anyone on the White Steel warship. Yang Feng said faintly, "It's a pity. It seems that the princess of the Anlu Kingdom will soon become a widow." In a sea area, in the center of more than 100 warships of the White Royal Fleet, there was a white warship that was 300 meters long, made of white steel, and covered with countless cannons. It was 80% similar to the Black Steel warship. The White Steel warship was the legendary warship White Steel warship. On a dais of the White Steel warship stood two people. One of them was a burly, ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The other person was a handsome young man with short blue hair and a romantic temperament. The middle-aged man was the famous naval general of the Anlu kingdom, Bandas, and the handsome young man was Lance. The one in front, listen up. This is the territorial waters of the mighty Black Dragon country. Please report your origins. Otherwise, we will treat you as an enemy and annihilate you. The Steel Fleet had yet to come into contact with the White Royal Fleet, when a loud voice reverberated in the sea. Bandas frowned slightly and asked curiously, Black Dragon country? What force is that? Lance replied with a smile, it's a force established by 6 black dragons who were exiled from the country of dragons and wandered to the desolate islands. Their naval strength is not worth mentioning. Bandas' eyes flashed with contempt, and he ordered, so it's just some clowns. Convey my order. Annihilate these clowns. The aboriginals of the desolate islands were barbarians without their own civilization. There might be some strong experts among the barbarians, but in the sea, those experts were of no use. Naval warfare was a competition of a state's comprehensive strength and shipbuilding ability. The monkey-like barbarians couldn't even build a warship. Under Bandas' order, the more than 100 warships of the White Royal Fleet separated and, like hungry wolves, rushed towards the source of the voice. Before long, a shocking scene appeared. A steel fleet composed of 1 steel carrier, 50 destroyers, and 60 frigates, braving the wind and waves, appeared in front of the White Royal Fleet with numerous ferocious steel cannons. Chapter 431. When Bandas saw the densely packed steel warships, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he exclaimed, Steel warships. There are so many steel warships. Are these all legendary warships? On the Feisua plain, there were only a few legendary warships that were steel warships. The rest of the warships were still wooden warships. The densely packed frigates, destroyers, and aircraft carriers, which surpassed the warships of the Feisua plain by God knows how many eras, were far beyond the imagination of the famous naval general Bandas of the kingdom of Anlu. The huge fleet had just appeared in Bandas' field of vision, when the sound of cannons rang and countless rays of fire shot out from the steel fleets. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a 100-meter-long White Royal warship was hit by a cannonball, and the frightening explosion blasted the warship in two, and it slowly sank into the sea. When he saw this, Bandas was dumbfounded, and exclaimed, How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful cannonball? When the naval warriors of the White Royal Fleet saw the sunken White Royal warship, they couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. On the Feisua plain, it was common knowledge that warships of 100 captains could still fight even after being hit by hundreds of cannons. But now, the warships of the White Royal Fleet were blasted to pieces and sunk. This reality gave rise to a cold feeling in the hearts of the naval elites who have been fighting in the sea for more than a decade. Before the flustered Bandas could give an order, overwhelming artillery fire enveloped the White Royal Fleet. One after another, wooden warships of the White Royal Fleet were blasted to pieces by the terrifying artillery fire of the steel fleets, and sank into the sea. In the sky, the rumbling of fighter engines lingered as supersonic fighters flew over like a flock of birds. When the supersonic fighters flew over the White Royal Fleet like dragons, they fired air-to-surface laser-guided missiles barreling towards the legendary warship, the White Steel warship. The mission of the supersonic fighters was to destroy the White Royal Fleet's only legendary warship, the White Steel warship. As for the wooden warships, any destroyer could easily destroy them. Heavenly Water Curtain. Lance looked at the laser-guided missiles flying down from the sky, then pulled out the god armament sword of the sea given to him by the goddess of the sea Aronia and pointed at the sky. Countless amounts of seawater rose from the sea and turned into a huge azure water screen that was more than 10 meters thick, blocking the sky. As soon as the numerous laser-guided missiles flew into the azure water curtain, they were immediately entangled by the azure water curtain, unable to move or self-destruct. In the sky, the supersonic fighter jets circled around the white steel battleship. Their cannons roared, and countless shells rained down on Lance. No matter how hard the supersonic fighter jets shot, they were unable to penetrate the azure water curtain. The ocean was the place with the densest concentration of water elements, and the most powerful water element magic cast here. Lance cast water curtain to block the attack of the supersonic fighters, but the rest of the White Royal Fleet turned into dazzling fireballs and sank into the sea. Damned beast! Under Bondas's pained gaze, the more than 100 warships sank, not giving him any leeway to give exquisite command. On the black steel battleship. Faldina sighed slightly, amazing. The White Royal Fleet is the most powerful fleet among the coastal states of the Western Sea. For such a fleet to disappear just like that, it's really amazing. Grace watched as the White Royal Fleet was smashed by the bombardment of Yangfeng's steel fleet, and her heart was filled with shock. What a powerful fleet. It's really terrifying. As a Naga Valkyrie from another plane, Grace had experienced countless battles. It was the first time she had seen such an asymmetric attack. Even in Grace's eyes, the White Royal Fleet was a very powerful fleet. Even the merfolk would have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to annihilate such a well-equipped, numerous, and experienced fleet. Now the White Royal Fleet was destroyed before it even had a chance to fight Yangfeng's steel fleet. This kind of battle made Grace shudder with fear. After the warships around the steel fleet annihilated the remaining warships of the White Royal Fleet, countless artilleries barreled towards the white steel warship. A sky-blotting rain of bullets engulfed the white steel warship like a meteor shower. Lance desperately operated the level 4 legend rank spell Water Curtain Sky. The god armament sword of the sea in his hand, like a huge monster, frantically devoured his power, turning his face pale. Bondas gritted his teeth and barked, "Retreat." The white steel warship quickly turned around and fled in the direction from which it came. That aircraft carrier group chased closely behind, bombarding the white steel battleship crazily. "I'm sorry, General Bondas, but I can't hold on any longer. I'm really sorry." Lance gritted his teeth, blurred into motion, and jumped into the sea, no longer guarding the white steel warship. After all, the power of a god armament wasn't infinite. Even if a god obediently acted as a target, they would still be smashed to pieces by the firepower of a steel fleet. "No! Lance, you despicable traitor!" Bondas' expression changed drastically, and he let out an extremely shrill scream before jumping into the ocean as well. A dense barrage of artillery shells enveloped the white steel warship. Boom! 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 The white steel warship was bombarded by hundreds of large-caliber artillery shells. Steel splattered and disintegrated, and then sank into the sea along with dense smoke and fire. Along with the sinking of the white steel warship, the entire white steel fleet was annihilated by Yangfeng's third steel fleet. Yangfeng's third steel fleet didn't suffer any casualties. This was the huge gap of several eras in technology. When Lance jumped into the sea, the god armament sword of the sea in his hand immediately radiated faint blue light and absorbed the air in the sea water into his body. It allowed him to breathe freely in the sea. From the sea, 3 groups of more than 100,000 sea hunters crazily swam this way at an astonishing speed. When Lance saw the dense swarm of sea hunters, his face changed dramatically, and he crushed a blue pearl and shouted, "Great goddess of the sea Aronia, please save me." Streams of divine power gushed out of the blue pearl and condensed in the sea to form a beautiful woman the size of a palm. She had ocean blue hair, skin as translucent as jade, and her entire body was enveloped in a holy, great, and holy aura. This stunning woman was the goddess of the sea Aronia. When the goddess of the sea Aronia appeared, she swept Lance with her beautiful eyes, and disappointment streaked past them. She sighed slightly, merged into the water, and disappeared. In the next moment, a wave rose in front of the black steel warship, and the figure of the goddess of the sea Aronia emerged. "Lowly mortal, I am the goddess of the sea Aronia. Get your fleet out of the way and let my god's darling enter the Golden Strait. Otherwise, I will inflict divine punishment on you." When the goddess of the sea Aronia appeared on the black steel warship, she looked at Yang Feng with her golden eyes, and vast and terrifying might spread from her and enveloped the black steel warship. She uttered in an aloof tone. Under the pressure of the divine might, except for Yang Feng and Grace, everyone else on the black steel warship felt suffocated. Blessed by the goddess of Nagas Daphne, Grace could not be affected by any divine might. Sitting in the luxurious litter with Arlena in one hand, Yang Feng looked at the goddess of the sea Aronia and said with a cold smile, "Goddess Aronia, you don't have to pretend anymore. After seeing my subordinates, you should understand where I come from. You didn't even send an avatar, but just a projection, and you want to order me around? You're looking down on me too much." Shock flashed in Grace's beautiful eyes, and she stared at Yang Feng, dumbfounded. He dares to speak to the goddess like that. Gods were supreme beings on the Feisua plane. Even a feeble divine force rank god was much more noble than the kings of many states. Even the emperors of the 4 great empires had to remain humble and lower their noble heads in front of a true god. Any believer of the goddess of the sea who heard Yang Feng speak to the goddess of the sea Aronia in such a manner would go crazy and attack the heretic. The goddess of the sea Aronia frowned slightly and said, "When the planar tide arrives, anything and everything will jump out. Believe it or not, I can squash an ant like you to death before the planar tide arrives." Yang Feng smiled faintly and said full of confidence, "I believe it. Before the planar tide arrives, you might be able to kill me with a look. But now, you can't." The goddess of the sea Aronia spoke in an unquestionable tone, "The god's darling I fancy must enter the Golden Strait." Yang Feng said with a smile, "I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, you have to pay a toll. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a spot to enter the Golden Strait. Otherwise, please tear apart the line of defense I set up and kill your way in." The goddess of the sea Aronia frowned slightly and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Chapter 432. The goddess of the sea Aronia said faintly, "I'll think about it and tear apart your defenses. Destroy all your golems and storm the Golden Strait." With that, the projection of the goddess of the sea Aronia collapsed in front of Yang Feng. An azure ray of light rose from the sea and swept Lance away. All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered in the sky, rolling and rolling. A strong wind blew, and a series of incomparably violent tornadoes suddenly formed. Clearly, the goddess of the sea Aronia was enraged by Yang Feng. That incomparably violent tornado had yet to completely form when a blue light shone on it. The incomparably violent tornado immediately collapsed and disappeared. A voice full of anger sounded in the sea, "Daphne. It's you." There was no response in the sea. After the steel fleet dispatched by Yang Feng destroyed the White Royal Fleet, it continued to move forward, expanding its range of movement. In front of the black steel warship, waves churned from time to time, and one steel fleet after another rose from the sea, formed one steel fleet after another, and sailed into the distance. The 20 aircraft carrier battle groups quickly turned into 30 aircraft carrier battle groups, and in that area of the sea, huge steel battleships could be seen everywhere. Wherever the reconnaissance aircraft released by the aircraft carrier battle group passed, it was as if the fog of war had been pushed aside, appearing on the holographic projection. Not long after, a huge battleship appeared on the holographic projector. When she saw the huge warship, Faldina's beautiful eyes congealed, and she said solemnly, "This is Elgard, a human legend-rank hero who rose to prominence during the Democalypse. He is very strong, and he has a holy flame sword in his hand. He once killed an abyssal fiend lord. Demigod-rank abyssal fiend barons were terrifyingly strong. They weren't existences that ordinary human legend rank powerhouses could contend against. However, if the human legend rank powerhouse had a god armament rank treasure and used some tactics, then it wasn't impossible to kill an abyssal fiend baron. Yang Feng said indifferently, then let's get rid of him. In the sea, on a battleship that was 80 meters long, stood a tall and sturdy legendary hero Elgard, who carried the divine artifact flaming sword on his back. On Elgard's chest, there was a black necklace, and an incomparably old voice came out. Elgard, once you reach the Golden Strait, you must keep a low profile. In the Golden Strait, there were bound to be countless gods' darlings, gods chosen, and even gods' incarnations and true bodies that would descend there and head for the Golden Plains. Only when they kill each other and the situation falls into chaos will you have a chance to obtain the Apple of Wisdom. Elgard said confidently, I know. As long as I have your help, that Apple of Wisdom will definitely belong to me. The old voice came from the black necklace again, remember your vow. When you become a true god, you must resurrect me. Elgard's eyes were burning with the flames of ambition, and he said resolutely, of course, I will definitely become a god, a true god. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, you have to pay for the passage. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a quota to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 8 quotas to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, then get lost. Otherwise, we will regard you as an enemy and sink you. An overbearing and tremendous voice rang in the sea. When the voice sounded, the 17th Steel Fleet appeared on the horizon and surged over with biting cold killing intent. Stupefied, Elgard looked at the dense steel fleet and asked, Teacher, who are those people? The black gem in the center of the black necklace flickered and formed an eye that looked at the steel fleet, and the eye flickered with astonishment. I don't know. I've never seen them before. If you don't respond for more than 3 seconds, you will be regarded as an enemy. Attack! That domineering voice sounded again, and the frigates, destroyers, and other warships of the carrier battle group instantly fired their cannons, sweeping towards the battleship. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the warship was shrouded by countless shellfire, shattered, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Elgard drew the god armament holy flame sword, covered himself with a magic shield, sank to the bottom of the sea, and quickly swam towards the steel fleet. As long as he got close to the steel fleet, he could kill everyone aboard the steel fleet by himself. Not long after Elgard entered the sea, a large group of ocean hunters formed a school of fish and immediately pounced towards him. Elgard's face fell, and he frantically swam towards the surface of the sea. In the sea, the flame domain that he cultivated painstakingly was of no use. The speed of the frightening shoal of sea hunters was too terrifying. Within a few breaths of time, they appeared in front of Elgard and pounced towards him. Elgard roared and struggled desperately. After just a dozen seconds, he turned into a pile of bones, leaving only the god armament holy flame sword and the strange black necklace. If it was on land, Elgard would be a first-rate expert. With the god armament holy flame sword, he could even contend against Starry Sky Warlock rank experts head-on. But in the ocean, he didn't even get to display a tenth of his abilities. He was killed by the ocean hunters in a single exchange. Before long, 2 sea hunters jumped onto the black steel warship and offered the god armament holy flame sword and the strange black necklace to Yang Feng. So this is a god armament. Yang Feng grabbed the god armament holy flame sword and looked at it curiously. According to the Zhangji Plains secret treasure classification, god armaments were level 6 secret treasures or above. Moreover, in planes with gods, the god armaments used by the gods contained various laws, which was why they could exert such terrifying might. If the god armament holy flame sword fell into the Zhangji Plain, it would be a treasure that many moonlight warlocks would fight over. Level 6 secret treasures and above were very precious. Except for generals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, true disciples of the 10 great sects, and moonlight warlocks of some great sects. Many rogue moonlight warlocks didn't even have a level 6 secret treasure. Yang Feng poured life force into the holy flame sword. The holy flame sword flashed, and flames instantly enveloped the sword and emitted frightening fluctuations of power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of admiration. What an amazing sword, worthy of being a god armament. It's much stronger than the weapons I used before. Yang Feng could clearly perceive that when he held the holy flame sword, he could even cast a level 5 fire attribute spell. Furthermore, the sword of flames was a godly weapon without an owner. Anyone could use it directly, so it was perfect for him. Yang Feng swept the black necklace in his hand with a glance and said lightly, "What should I do with you next?" An incomparably old voice came from the black necklace, "I am Vega, the god of fire. I have countless knowledge and experience. As long as you swear to fully resurrect me. In that case, I'm willing to become your master and guide you on how to become a god." Yang Feng showed a strange smile and said, "God of fire Vega? You're a god? That can't be right, an ancient devil is your real identity." The incomparably old voice came from the black necklace, and it didn't waver in the slightest. "No, you have to believe me. I really am Vega." Yang Feng said lightly, "I am a human warlock from the Zhangji Plain, and I'm proficient in demonology. This black necklace is not a treasure for storing the soul of a god, but a sealing gem for sealing the soul of a devil." The incomparably old voice suddenly paused, and then changed into a seductive and charming voice. "That's right, I am an ancient devil, and a beautiful female devil marquis at that. Human warlock, if you let me out, I will offer you all my knowledge and power, and then be your little slave girl and assist you in becoming a powerful bright world warlock." Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light, and he operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body. His right hand was enveloped in primal chaos light, and he pointed at the gem. "Ah! What do you want? It hurts. Stop. Don't you want my knowledge? My knowledge is enough for you to promote to a bright world warlock. Even if it's an infinity warlock, there's still a chance." From the gem came a hideous and painful roar that sounded like a man's. Yang Feng smiled coldly, unmoved. Ancient devils are experts at playing with people's souls. They're extremely cunning. I admit that in terms of scheming, I can't beat you cunning old devils. Therefore, although it's a bit of a waste, but please go to hell. Miserable wails came from the black necklace. No matter how the archdevil in the necklace threatened and tempted Yang Feng, he didn't waver. Before long, the black gem finally turned into a resplendent soul gem. Grace watched the scene of Yang Feng destroying the ancient devil, and her heart shook. What a scary man. The ancient devil's promise could even tempt gods, yet Yang Feng didn't hesitate to kill his soul. Grace was very impressed by his steel-like willpower. If it were her, she wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation of the ancient devil. Chapter 433. In the sea leading to the Golden Strait, a 100-meter-long warship was speeding towards the Golden Strait. A steel carrier group suddenly appeared on the warship, and countless artillery fire enveloped the warship in a flash and tore it to pieces. A white light flew out of the warship and fled in a sorry state. In another part of the sea, a warship more than 80 meters long was speeding towards the Golden Strait. A steel carrier group appeared in front of the warship, and countless artillery fire rumbled and blasted the warship to pieces. This scene played out continuously in the East Sea. Warships eager to obtain the Apple of Wisdom had just appeared in the East Sea, when they were torn to pieces by Yang Feng's steel carrier group. The ever-increasing fleet of aircraft carriers spread across the East China Sea, intercepting countless forces that yearned for the Apple of Wisdom in a domineering manner. Some of the Feisua Plains powerhouses who had their warships blasted to pieces by the steel carrier group chose to give up, while others chose to linger outside the sphere of influence of the steel carrier group, and even formed alliances. With the passage of time, under the pressure of the Steel Carrier Group, the alliances formed in the East Sea fell into chaos. Wherever the Steel Carrier Group passed, they would flee, not daring to fight the Steel Carrier Group. The legend rank powerhouses cultivated by the hidden forces of the Feisua Plain were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the most powerful force to arrive. A few days later, a 100-meter-long white dragon exuding the might of an ancient dragon flew over from afar. There was a man and a woman standing on the white dragon. One of them had a head of dazzling golden hair and a pair of golden eyes that were filled with majesty. He was an incredibly handsome man, as if he was born to rule. The other person had silver hair, a pair of silver eyes, and skin that was as fair as snow. She had a cold expression and was filled with a mysterious aura. Her figure was curvaceous and perfectly proportioned. She was a peerlessly beautiful woman. The powerhouses of the country of dragons are here. Those are the geniuses of the country of dragons, Shanair of the Gold Dragon Clan and Cecilia of the Silver Dragon Clan. The experts wandering around the Steel Carrier Group were powerhouses with great origins. Many legend rank powerhouses had gods or powerful existences comparable to God standing behind them. Under the guidance of those powerful beings, they also recognized the two peerless geniuses from the country of dragons. 4 men and 1 woman, 5 human legend rank powerhouses stood on a huge lotus leaf, coldly looking at the 3 powerhouses from the country of dragons. The scarred man in the lead asked in a deep voice, "Do you think they'll go to the Black Dragon country seas?" The knife-scarred man was Gardner, a human legendary hero who rose to power during the demon disaster and killed countless abyssal demons. When the planar tide arrived, abyssal fiends swept through the entire Feisua plain. In the fierce battle against the abyssal fiends, countless legendary human heroes emerged from hidden corners and stepped onto the stage of history. No one knew which powerful existence stood behind those legendary heroes. Maybe it was a god, maybe it was a demon, maybe it was a devil. A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a black knight suit said with a smile, "The dragons of the country of dragons are all arrogant and conceited. I bet they will definitely clash with the Black Dragon country's steel warships." This man in a black knight suit was Earl Tenney, a human legendary hero who rose to power during the demon disaster. During the several years of the demon disaster, by slaying countless abyssal demons, he obtained an aristocratic fief as a hereditary peer earl of the kingdom. The other 3 legend rank powerhouses nodded and looked at the 3 powerhouses from the country of dragons. The white dragon exuding ancient dragon might descended from the sky and accurately stopped at the edge of the Steel Fleet's perimeter. Shanair raised his voice, and his dignified voice echoed in the sea, "I am Shanair from the country of dragons. Get out of the way, we're going to enter the Golden Strait." Everyone's eyes were focused on the Steel Fleet in the sea. Scout eagles, mage eyes, fiend eyes, magic spying crystal balls. At the edge of the Steel Fleet's perimeter, different legend rank powerhouses cast various spells and stared at the Steel Fleet's reaction. The country of dragons was one of the most powerful forces on the Feisua plain. Disregarding the power of gods, the dragons and dragonborn in the country of dragons could easily destroy the 4 empires. Even on the Feisua plain, the number of dragon divine system was too small. However, no one dared to underestimate their fighting strength. Even the most powerful Xalia divine system and Titan divine system weren't willing to have a terrifying enemy like the dragon divine system. "This mountain is mine, this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass by, leave behind a toll. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a spot to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 8 spots to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, get lost. Otherwise, we'll regard you as an enemy and wipe you out." An overbearing voice came from the sea and reverberated in the sea. Countless supersonic fighters roared and flew over. Starry Sky Rippers, Space Disruptors, and other main battle robots also flew into the air, forming a three-dimensional battle group that combined the sea, land, and air forces as they closed in. Hearing the tyrannical reply of the Black Dragon country, gazes of schadenfreude focused on Schaner and his party. Schaner's complexion turned ashen. Looking at the various battle robots in the distance, his eyes almost spurted fire. He was a gold dragon genius since childhood. His father was an archaic dragon, and he had archaic dragon bloodline inside him. By virtue of his noble and formidable bloodline power, he even defeated many Starry Sky Warlock rank dragon elders of his race. With his noble identity and formidable strength, no matter where he went, Schaner was the focus of attention. No one dared to disobey his words. Now, someone told him to fuck off, which was simply an insult to him. Damn human ant. Let me destroy the golem you're so proud of. A cold glint flashed past Schaner's eyes, and he spat out countless mysterious dragon words and pointed at the sky. A vast amount of fearsome fire elemental particles filled the sky and gathered into a roiling cloud of fire. Forbidden spell. He's going to cast a forbidden spell. That's a large-scale forbidden spell. When the surrounding experts saw this scene, their eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. On the Fesua plane, large-scale meteorological spells cast by human warlocks were also known as forbidden spells. Once a forbidden spell was cast, tens of thousands of human warriors would die. Therefore, on the Fesua plane, this spell was forbidden by the gods. Once anyone used a forbidden spell, the gods had the right to kill them. Even if Schaner was a dragon genius with archaic dragon bloodline, but once he violated this taboo, any human god could kill him. The dragons, who had always been protective of their people, wouldn't retaliate. On the Fesua plane, the two human divine systems and the human neutral gods were still the most powerful. However, the forbidden spell was only limited to internal use. Yang Feng's identity had been exposed, and many people already knew that he came from the Zhangji plane, where human warlocks dominated everything. Even if Schaner used a forbidden spell on Yang Feng, no one would stop him, let alone a god who would personally kill him. Clouds of fire churned in the sky. As if a hornet's nest had been poked, thousands of Starry Sky Rippers, Space Infectors, and other battle robots quickly flew this way. The numerous destroyers and cruisers loaded with large-caliber railguns, positron cannons, large-caliber heavy cannons, machine cannons, and other artillery turned into fearsome curtains of light barreling towards Schaner and the other experts of the three dragon countries. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Annihilate the enemy! Annihilate them! Loud and clear alarms reverberated in the sea. Like a pack of wolves, the 10 steel fleets roaming in the vicinity pounced towards this area. In the ocean, countless ocean hunters swarmed over like a pack of wolves. The complexion of the ancient white dragon suddenly changed dramatically, and it uttered countless words in dragon language. In a flash, frightening demigod rank might erupted, magic radiance shone, and a huge rock wall formed in front of it. The cannons bombarded the huge rock wall like a curtain of light, and in just 3 seconds, the huge rock wall that was tens of meters tall was torn apart. A fearsome curtain of light engulfed the 3 experts of the dragon country in a flash. Schaner, Cecilia, run! The ancient white dragon issued a heaven-shaking roar. Enveloped by magic shields, it stood upright and blocked in front of the 2 dragon geniuses, Schaner and Cecilia. A rain of light slammed into the magic shields. After just 1 second, the magic shields collapsed. Railgun cannons, positron cannons, machine cannons, and other artillery bombarded the ancient white dragon and blasted him into a huge sieve. When Schaner saw this, his face turned pale. Unable to believe his eyes, he cried out miserably, "Uncle Anta!" Anta was an ancient white dragon with a frightening Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base. Yet such a powerful ancient white dragon couldn't even last a second in the face of countless artillery fire. This was far beyond Schaner's expectations. He didn't expect the Steel Fleet to be so terrifying and powerful. Chapter 434. Without the intervention of a god, a Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient dragon could easily destroy a human kingdom. Without the intervention of a god, it could easily destroy a human kingdom. Xiaofan and Cecilia were also peerless geniuses who could contend against Starry Sky Warlock rank dragons. 3 Starry Sky Warlock rank experts of the country of dragons, this was the source of Xiaofan's confidence. Now that the Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient white dragon was seriously injured by the Steel Fleet, the peerless gold dragon genius Xiaofan trembled and became dumbstruck. He realized how powerful his enemy was. In the sky, the Starry Sky Rippers tore through the starry sky at Mach 10 speed and appeared in front of the powerhouses of the 3 dragon countries in an instant. Their mechanical eyes flashed with cold red light, and they launched an attack. At this moment, Cecilia, who has been watching quietly from the sidelines, opened her cherry lips and said loudly, "We are willing to surrender and pay the ransom." Almost at the same time, the super high-frequency oscillation blades in the hands of the Starry Sky Rippers stopped at the vital points of the ancient white dragon. If Cecilia had been a step slower, the ancient white dragon would have been chopped into pieces and turned into a corpse. The countless beams of light shooting out from the fleet also stopped in an instant. When the countless beams of light disappeared, the sieve-like bloody holes on the ancient white dragon Antat healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The resilience of Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient dragons was terrifying. If it wasn't for the sake of protecting Xiaofan and Cecilia, the 2 peerless geniuses of the country of dragons, Antat wouldn't have been so easily injured. As long as he flew, he could avoid most of the attacks. The figure of a Starry Sky Ripper blurred, and it appeared in front of Cecilia in the blink of an eye and said coldly in a synthesized voice, 3,000 standard divine force crystals. Here's your ransom. Xiaofan's heart shook, so fast. The Starry Sky Ripper moved much faster than Xiaofan. Without using spatial spells, Xiaofan's movement speed couldn't compare to that of the Starry Sky Rippers. At the sight of the thousands of Starry Sky Rippers flying towards him, Xiaofan's scalp went numb. He spat out a mouthful of blood, endured the pain of the backlash, and cancelled the forbidden spell. Cecilia waved her lily-white hand, and a space ring flew into the Starry Sky Ripper's mechanical arm. Here are 33,000 divine force crystals. I want a spot to enter the Golden Strait. Xiaofan's gaze focused on Cecilia with shock in his eyes. He did not expect Cecilia to be able to take out 33,000 standard units of divine power crystals. This meant that there was a dragon god standing behind Cecilia in the country of dragons. The mechanical arm of the Starry Sky Ripper grabbed the interspatial ring and suddenly moved, flying towards the black steel warship at a terrifying speed of Mach 10. The experts from the country of dragons lost. What a terrifying steel fleet. The expressions of the legendary powerhouses who were surrounding the perimeter and trying to fish in troubled waters changed drastically when they saw this. The 3 dragon powerhouses of the country of dragons possessed demigod-rank battle prowess. The fact that the 3 powerhouses were easily defeated by the Steel Fleet made the legendary powerhouses realize the power of the aircraft carrier battle group. Aboard the Black Steel warship, Yang Feng received the space ring. With a thought, divine force crystals filled with divine force appeared in his hand. Looking at the divine force crystals, Yang Feng showed a smile. Divine force crystals were very precious. A saint-level believer could only condense a single divine power crystal after a year of devout faith. The Morance Empire had a large population, yet the radiant primary god of the Zalia divine system could only get a little over 1,000 divine force crystals a year. Divine force crystals were a necessary material for building a divine country, upgrading godhead, condensing a divine avatar, and casting divine spells. If a strong divine force rank god didn't have enough divine force crystals, they wouldn't be able to compare to an infinity warlock. But if a strong divine force rank god had enough divine force crystals, they could beat up 2 ordinary infinity warlocks. After every war between the gods, they would invariably stop fighting for hundreds or even thousands of years in order to accumulate enough divine power crystals. Among gods, divine force crystals were the most common currency, second only to soul stones. If Yang Feng's avatar wanted to become a god on the Feisua plane in the future, divine force crystals were indispensable. A starry sky ripper descended from the sky and landed in front of Cecilia. Very good. Please come with me. The rest of you, leave at once. Cecilia's figure fluttered, and she jumped onto the back of the starry sky ripper. With the roar of an engine, the starry sky ripper flew towards the black steel warship. Anta took a deep look at Cecilia and said solemnly, "Let's go." A gloomy expression on his face, Chenair gnashed his teeth and stared deeply into the distance. Filled with humiliation, he transformed into a gold dragon exuding a fearsome aura and flew into the distance. They even dare to make a move against the country of dragons. How audacious! The legend rank experts outside the range of the Steel Fleet were filled with shock when they saw this scene. The country of dragons was one of the strongest forces on the Feisua plain, and no one dared to offend it lightly. Without hesitation, the Steel Fleet seriously injured the ancient white dragon and almost killed the 3 powerhouses of the country of dragons. This decisive stance showed everyone Yang Feng's determination to defend the sea. As soon as Cecilia boarded the black steel warship, she bowed to Yang Feng in salute. "Greetings, Your Majesty Ian." No matter how proud Cecilia was as a dragon, she knew that in front of the young man in front of her, she couldn't be proud at all. Because the man in front of her possessed power that even the gods feared. Yang Feng pointed and said with a smile, "Sit down." Cecilia sat down, and her gaze fell on the lifelike holographic projection covering the entire sea, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. What an amazing spell! That's a human warlock from a legendary plane for you. The colossal dragon race was incomparably arrogant, and they looked down on those weak humans. Only the Zhangji Plains human warlocks could win their respect. Because the Zhangji Plains human warlocks were strong enough. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, even during the era of the Dawn dynasty, they still suppressed everything and controlled countless planes. The dragons of the Feisua plain were well aware of the strength and terror of the Zhangji Plains human warlocks, who were frightening existences that could rival gods and demons. A warship, which looked like it was made of countless skulls, was shrouded in a thick layer of demonic fog, and exuded dense ghostly qi, sailed over from afar. Aboard the warship stood one abyssal fiend after another, and there were even 6 abyssal fiend barons. The abyssal fiends are here. They're here as well. When the human legend rank experts saw the 6 abyssal fiend barons, their countenance changed greatly, and they quickly fled in different directions, making way for the abyssal fiend fleet. Shortly after the abyssal fiend fleet appeared, a human fleet with 12 legendary warships as the core and 1,100-meter-long warships as the wings sailed over from afar. The Morance Empire's fleet. They're here as well. When the human legend rank experts saw the 12 legendary warships, their eyes lit up, and they discussed excitedly. The Morance Empire was one of the 4 empires. Behind this huge human empire stood one of the 2 strongest divine systems of the Feisua plane, the Xalia divine system. Even the dragon divine system was far from being a match for the Xalia divine system. The human legend rank powerhouses wanted to see if the proud divine chosen of the Xalia divine system would clash head-on with Yangfeng steel fleets. After a while, a human fleet consisting of 8 legendary battleships and 1,000 main battleships also appeared in this sea region. The Titan Empire's fleet. They're here as well. That's the Titan Empire's legendary warship, the Rushing Thunder warship. They actually set out. Excited voices sounded, and the human legend rank experts became even more expectant. Only when the situation became chaotic would they have a chance to sneak into the Golden Strait. 3 huge fleets capable of easily crushing a coastal state and tearing apart the East Seas. 3 pirate kings stopped outside the cordon of the Steel Fleet, confronting each other. Not long after, a huge legendary warship refined from the bones of an unknown giant extraordinary life form sailed over from afar. Along with the skeleton warship, there was also a wonderful elven legendary warship covered in all kinds of extraordinary plants and trees. The Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire have joined forces. That's right. In terms of sea power, the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire are the strongest. When the legend rank experts saw the skeleton warship and the elven warship, their eyes lit up, and they uttered excitedly. The arrival of the fleet signified that the top forces of the Feisua Plain had gathered together to face Yangfeng's seemingly invincible mechanical legion. In that area of the sea, waves surged, and a huge dragon whale with a body length of more than 5,000 meters soared out of the sea. On the back of that huge dragon whale stood a beautiful mermaid with snow-white skin, a pair of big and bright eyes, long purple hair, and exquisite facial features. She was holding a trident in her hand. She was a beautiful mermaid girl with the lower body of a fish and the upper body of a voluptuous woman. She had snow-white skin, a pair of big and bright eyes, long purple hair, and exquisite facial features. Chapter 435. Behind the mermaid girl stood 20 burly, 10-meter-tall whaleman warriors. The 20 whale clan warriors all exuded a terrifying aura comparable to a legend rank powerhouse. Next to the huge dragon whale, the waves churned, and countless merfolk warriors poured out of the waves, stood on the surface of the sea, and stared coldly at the surrounding powerhouses. Mermaid Empress Brihea. That's the most beautiful mermaid empress, she really deserves her reputation. When the human race legend rank powerhouses who had hidden far away saw that beautiful mermaid girl, their eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. In this part of the sea, there were many top beauties. But in terms of beauty and temperament alone, no one could compare to the mermaid Empress Brihea. Even the top elven beauties were slightly inferior to her. As if they had a tacit understanding, the 5 forces appeared in different places and confronted each other. The Abyssal Fiends were originally the mortal enemies of the Feisua Plains forces, but now everyone turned a blind eye to them. All eyes were focused on the sea that seemed to be filled with steel fleets. Countless warships separated from the Morance Empire, and the legendary warship Windmark, covered in magic sails and engraved with countless mysterious runes, swam towards the sea where the steel fleets were located. The legendary warship Windmark was the fastest legendary warship on the Feisua Plain. Aboard the Windmark, an old man dressed in an archbishop's robe said in a dignified voice, "Duke Ian, I am the vice-pope of the Radiant Temple, Kabam. I order you to open this route and let the Morance Empire's fleet enter. Otherwise, I'll deprive you of your dukedom and all your fiefs in the Morance Empire. At the same time, you'll become a mortal enemy of the Morance Empire. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, you have to pay for the passage. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a quota to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 7 quotas to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, get lost. Otherwise, we'll regard you as an enemy and eliminate you." A loud sound came from the sea, and a number of aircraft carrier battle groups that were cruising in the nearby sea quickly swam towards this direction. A burly, bear-like man, wearing silver armor and standing in the Titan Empire sneered, "Haha. Kabam, the dukes of your Morance Empire don't seem to listen to you." Kabam said flatly, "From now on, he is no longer a duke of the Morance Empire. The great Lord God will send an angel to purify this incomparably evil heretic." Kabam silently chanted an incantation and pointed a scepter at the sky. In the sky, an incomparably sacred image of a divine nation with countless luxurious palaces, verdant hills, clear waters, and beautiful scenery suddenly appeared. A vast, sacred, and mighty aura slowly spread out from the phantom of the divine kingdom. An incomparably sacred ray of light shot out from the divine nation phantom and streaked across the void. A gate of light made of pure light suddenly appeared in the void. A dense crowd of beautiful angels flew out of the gate of light and stood proudly in the sky. Every beautiful angel exuded a terrifying aura comparable to the peak of the legendary realm. Angel Legion. Xalia Divine Systems Angel Legion. Those are radiant angels. The most powerful radiant angels. The faces of the surrounding legend rank powerhouses changed drastically when they saw the angels emerging from the divine kingdom's projection. Angel legions were the most powerful legions of the Xalia Divine Systems gods. The most powerful angels were even stronger than many gods. Radiant primary god Prados had 3 blazing angels of the highest rank under his command. Each of the 3 blazing angels had killed an intermediate divine force rank god with their god armaments. In the Xalia divine system, some feeble divine force rank gods had angels guarding them that were even more powerful than themselves. On the Fesua plain, during the long years of War of the Gods, angel legions raised countless carnage wherever they went. Countless powerhouses fell at the hands of the powerful angel legions. Is the era of War of the Gods coming? Ever since the gods signed the Treaty of the Gods, there was no trace of angel legions in the secular world. Now, when the Fesua Plains legend rank powerhouses saw angel legions, they felt their blood run cold. In times of peace, legend rank powerhouses were the strongest fighting force of the major forces. However, in the Battle of the Gods, legendary powerhouses were merely soldiers and cannon fodder. In the divine country of the gods, legend rank angels were just ordinary soldiers. Angel Legion. The eyes of the bear-like man in silver armor flashed with a dignified glint, and he took out a silver sword and pointed at the sky. A divine country phantom suddenly appeared, and a 9-story tall majestic palace covering an area of who knows how many tens of thousands of kilometers appeared inside the divine country phantom. Inside the majestic 9-story palace, countless male and female warriors were gathered. Each and every one of them was displaying their most exquisite martial skills as they fought against each other. Their martial skills seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. When a human sacred swordsman saw their exquisite martial skills, they would feel ashamed from the bottom of their heart. A golden divine radiance shot out from the temple and landed in the void, forming a golden gate. From the Golden Gate, heroic and extraordinary warriors exuding frightening fluctuations of power walked out. Brave warriors. Brave warriors of the Titan Empire. Those are the most powerful warriors of the Titan Empire who died and turned into brave warriors. How terrifying. When the surrounding legend rank powerhouses saw the frightening warriors walk out of the divine country, they inhaled a breath of cold air. The Xalia Divine Systems Angel Legion and the Titan Divine Systems Brave Legion were the 2 most powerful legions of the Fesua Plain. The angels of the Xalia Divine Systems Angel Legion were the most devout believers. After their souls entered the divine country, they would go through all kinds of mysterious and inexplicable changes before finally being reborn as fearless angel warriors without any memories of their death. The Titan Empire's Brave Legion, on the other hand, was formed from the most powerful experts of the Titan Empire who died. After their souls were received into the divine country, they obtained new divine bodies, trained day and night, and fought ceaselessly to become the most powerful warriors. In terms of individual strength alone, the Titan Empire's brave warriors were far stronger than the Angel Legion. However, the Angel Legion was far more numerous than the Brave Legion. In previous battles between Angel Legions and Brave Legions, the odds of victory and defeat were about 70% to 30%. This was because of the 3 radiant blazing angels subordinated to the radiant primary god, the war-blazing angels subordinated to the god of war Barrios, and the fire-blazing angels subordinated to the god of fire Thames. In the Titan Empire, only the war holy spirits subordinated to the god of war Amigo, the lightning holy spirits subordinated to the strong divine force rank god of thunder Gaba, and the Earth Holy Spirits subordinated to the strong divine force rank goddess of the Earth Victoria could contend against them. Only by joining hands could the Beastman divine system and the Elven divine system contend against the Xalia divine system or the Titan divine system. If it wasn't for the fact that the two human divine systems, the Xalia divine system and the Titan divine system, were mortal enemies, the two sides fought endlessly and sowed countless blood feuds. Moreover, there were still the neutral divine system, the dark divine system, the sea divine system, the giant divine system, the dragon divine system, and many other divine systems. There was no room for other non-human divine systems to exist on the Fesua plane. Kabum swept the demonic fleet composed of countless abyssal fiends with his gaze and said faintly, "Ventosi. Those damn fiends shouldn't stay here. They should be sent to their deaths." "That's right." The man in silver armor showed a ferocious smile, looked at the abyssal fiends, and said coldly, "Fiends, are you going to the sea, or are you going to be killed here?" Led by a beautiful angel with two pairs of wings on the back and a curvaceous figure, a dense crowd of angels blocked the retreat of the abyssal fiend fleet. Led by a handsome and burly brave with a huge dragon spear in hand, 60 brave warriors emerged from the brave legion and blocked the rear of the abyssal fiend fleet. As if overlooking ants, they looked at the abyssal fiends amidst the abyssal fiend fleet. The beautiful and delicate face of the four-winged angel shimmered with cruelty, and she said frigidly, "I am the angel Ansai. You fiends! Charge forward. I'll give you 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, you'll die if you don't move." The eyes of an abyssal fiend Baron Rankhorn flickered with a cunning gleam, and he barked, "Gods do not interfere in the affairs of the secular world. This is an agreement between the gods. You angels dare to come to the secular world. Aren't you afraid of the backlash of breaking the agreement of the gods?" It was because the abyssal fiend lords were aware of the agreement of the gods that they exposed their identities and came to the Fesua plane. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to appear in front of the gods so easily. "You talk too much nonsense." The beautiful eyes of the four-winged angel shimmered with cruelty. A spatial fluctuation surged, and she disappeared in an instant. Strangely, she appeared behind the abyssal fiend Baron Rankhorn and stabbed the abyssal fiend Baron in the heart with the spear of light in her hand. Chapter 436. Endless light poured into the horned, and it suddenly issued miserable screams, and small bumps bulged on its body. In the next moment, endless light shot out from the horned demon's body, forcibly purifying it inch by inch. An abyssal fiend Baron beside the horned was startled and angry. He suddenly burst out and stabbed Ansai with his claw. Ansai's body collapsed in an instant, turned into countless motes of light, and dissipated. Gazes looked towards the sky. Ansai was already standing in her original position, as if she hadn't moved at all. A feeling of fear enveloped the minds of the abyssal fiends in an instant. These abyssal fiends were powerful beings at the great warlock rank or above. Like intelligent life forms, they possessed wisdom and fear. Ansai, the angel, could insta-kill an abyssal fiend Baron. Her fighting strength was far greater than that of any abyssal fiend Baron here. Moreover, there were a large number of angels behind her. If a fierce battle broke out, the abyssal fiends wouldn't stand a chance. An abyssal fiend Baron looked at Ansai with fear in his eyes and said solemnly, "Got it. Let's enter that area." Compared to the steel fleets of unknown strength, the abyssal fiends were more afraid of the powerful angel legion. The abyssal fiends flapped their wings, soared into the air, and turned into streams of light flying towards the sea occupied by the steel fleets. "I opened this mountain, I planted this tree. If you want to pass by, then leave behind a toll. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a spot to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 7 spots to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, then scram. Otherwise, we will regard you as an enemy and wipe you out." a domineering voice sounded in the sea. An abyssal fiend baron shouted, "Human warlock, we have no ill intentions. Please let us pass through the strait. In exchange, we can give you 100 great fiends as slaves and offer you all the knowledge we have." Knowledge and resources were what human warlocks worked hard to cross many plains in search of. For knowledge and power, the Zhangji Plains human warlocks were even willing to make deals with cunning devils. Light flashed from the countless muzzles of the surrounding battleships, and dense beams of light bombarded the demons in the sky like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, the fiends in the sky were riddled with holes. The bodies of the great demons were as hard as iron, but in the face of the bombardment of the aircraft carrier battle group, they could not withstand a single blow. One after another, great fiends with broken bodies fell from the sky into the sea. Like peerless beasts, countless sea rippers pounced on the great fiends that fell into the sea and tore them to pieces. There was no safe place in the sky or in the sea. They were all shrouded in all kinds of light beams. The great fiends and abyssal fiend overlords frantically cast blink to avoid the bombardment of the light beams. From time to time, one or two greater demons would be directly hit by the various beams of light and torn to pieces. So strong. What a terrifying steel warship. The destructive power of these steel warships is probably comparable to that of deities. When the spectating legend rank powerhouses saw the greater demons in the sky being blasted to pieces, they felt their blood run cold. Most of them were far weaker than the greater demons in terms of physique, and there were not many among them who were proficient in the legend rank spell Blink. The greater demons proficient in Blink were often blasted to pieces, and the abyssal fiend overlords were also riddled with scars. If they were targeted by the artillery, few of them could hold on for long. Ansai and the brave with the dragon spear in hand looked at the dense number of light beams in the sky with a dignified look in their eyes. They were all experts who had gone through countless battles for a long time. They quickly determined the threat of the aircraft carrier fleets. Space disruptors quietly flew out of the sea, and waves of space disruption ripples enveloped the sky. An abyssal fiend baron was about to launch Blink, when its face suddenly changed dramatically. The spatial fluctuations that enveloped it merely flickered, and then collapsed completely. No! The abyssal fiend baron issued a miserable scream. In a flash, light beams hit it and blasted it into countless pieces. "I surrender. I surrender. Great human warlock, I surrender. Spare my dog life." The complexion of a sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron changed dramatically, and it roared wildly. The light beams practically brushed past the sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron and barreled into the void. In the next moment, countless bright light beams enveloped the remaining abyssal fiend barons and destroyed them in an instant, leaving only the sheep-headed abyssal fiend behind. 8 starry sky rippers flew over from afar, appeared beside the sheep-headed abyssal fiend, and placed countless sharp blades on the sheep-headed abyssal fiend, locking its movements. Once the sheep-headed abyssal fiend makes a move, it will be chopped into countless pieces. They were killed so easily. How could these abyssal fiends be killed so easily? There are many abyssal fiend barons among them. When the surrounding legendary powerhouses saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe their own eyes. Each of the abyssal fiend barons possessed demigod rank strength. The abyssal fiend fleet could destroy many small states of the Feisua plain. For such a powerful abyssal fiend to be wiped out so easily, it was naturally shocking. The eyes of Ansai and the Titan Empire's brave soul with the dragon spear in hand shimmered with dignity. The 8 starry sky rippers flew the sheep-headed abyssal fiend to the black steel warship and arrived in front of Yang Feng. When the sheep-headed abyssal fiend saw Yang Feng, it immediately knelt on the ground and uttered flatteringly, "I am Rick, great master, please accept my loyalty." Even the prideful gods of the major planes had once prostrated themselves at the feet of human warlocks, becoming their lackeys. Similarly, there were countless abyssal fiends who once became lackeys of human warlocks. In the era of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, countless gods were enslaved by human warlocks. In the era of the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Lord even captured countless gods for dissection and research. Yang Feng swept Rick with a glance and silently recited an incantation. Black runes appeared on his index finger and condensed into a black chain. When Rick saw the chain formed from countless black runes on Yang Feng's index finger, his complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Demonic Lock Chain." Demonic Lock Chain was a spell developed by the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, and it was specially used to enslave fiends. Once the soul of an abyssal fiend was bound by the Demonic Lock Chain, it would be unable to betray or disobey the orders of the caster. This was the first time Rick had seen this legendary spell. Yang Feng said coldly, "Do you want to live or die?" Rick's eyes turned, and he said respectfully, "I want to live. Master, please cast the Demonic Lock Chain and engrave it on my soul." Yang Feng got up and pointed at Rick's forehead with a finger, and the black chain entered Rick's forehead. Rick was very respectful, and allowed the black chain to enter his forehead. He obediently gave up resisting, and let the black chain wrap around his soul. Yang Feng waved his hand and said coldly, "Stand aside." Rick stood aside respectfully and looked at Yang Feng with a look of awe. "Yes, Master." After subduing the abyssal fiend Rick, Yang Feng's gaze immediately fell on the holographic projection. A trifling fiend was nothing. The Angel Legion and the Saint Legion were the most terrifying enemies. Besides, the experts of the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire could summon the beast emissaries of the Beastman Divine System and the Battle Elves of the Elven Divine System at any time. The beast emissaries were the Beastman Divine System's Battle Legion, while the Battle Elves were the Elven Divine System's Battle Legion. In terms of individual strength, the beast emissaries and Battle Elves weren't the slightest bit inferior to angels. However, their numbers were far less than that of the Angel Legion. Moreover, among the beast emissaries and Battle Elves, only two powerhouses could contend against the 5 blazing angels of the Angel Legion. Even so, the strength of the beast emissaries and Battle Elves shouldn't be underestimated. If it wasn't for the planar tide, the Divine Legions couldn't exert their full strength, and Yang Feng wouldn't have dared to send countless fleets to seal the entrance to the Golden Strait. "I'm willing to pay 30,000 standard Divine Force crystals. Please let me in, Your Majesty, the Great Emperor of the Black Dragon Country." An expert shrouded in darkness and wearing a cloak came to the edge of the steel fleet, opened his hand, and revealed a storage ring. After receiving the storage ring, a starry sky ripper flew back to the black steel warship in the blink of an eye. "You, come here." Shortly after, a starry sky ripper flew to the side of the expert and said. The expert, shrouded in darkness, blurred into motion, appeared on the starry sky ripper, and had the starry sky ripper carry him to the black steel warship. Chapter 437. Everyone's gazes were focused on the cloaked man with complicated expressions. Everyone knew that the cloaked man had the support of a deity. He might even be a god himself, or an incarnation of a god. A loud voice echoed in the sea, "Now, there are only 6 places left. Whoever wants to go to the Golden Strait, hurry up and pay the Divine Force crystals." An expert in a cyan cloak took out a storage ring and said coldly, "Here are 30,000 Divine Force crystals. I want to go." A starry sky ripper descended from the sky. After verifying the authenticity of the storage ring, it immediately carried the expert in the cyan cloak to the black steel warship. Now, there are only 5 places left. A great beauty with a voluptuous figure, long purple hair falling in waves, exuding a strong femininity, took out a storage ring with a smile and handed it to a starry sky ripper. "Here are 30,000 Divine Force crystals. Please let me enter the Golden Strait." After verification, a starry sky ripper flew towards the black steel warship with the purple-haired beauty. Now, there are only 4 places left. The surrounding legend rank experts looked at the aircraft carrier fleets in the depths of the sea, their eyes flickering, but they were silent. If 30,000 divine force crystals could buy an apple of wisdom, it would naturally be a big profit. But paying 30,000 divine force crystals might not be enough to get that apple of wisdom. The powerful existences hidden behind the legend rank experts were all racking their brains and hesitating. 30,000 divine force crystals was not a small number. On the desolate islands, many demigod monsters would only accumulate a few hundred divine force crystals after hundreds of years. Even the Radiant Church, with countless believers, could only accumulate about 1,000 divine force crystals in a year. The 30,000 divine force crystals were like a huge threshold, blocking countless experts who longed to go to the Golden Strait to get the apple of wisdom. Ansai looked deeply at the aircraft carrier fleets and said indifferently, "Avalon, how about we join forces and destroy those puppets together?" Avalon, it's him. The strongest hero of the Titan Empire who inherited the name of Titan in the 10th generation. The legendary hero of the Titan Empire who slayed a demigod-rank ancient evil dragon and a kindred baron. Reportedly, during his lifetime, he was a peerless powerhouse who could rival gods. Upon hearing the name Avalon, the knowledgeable legendary powerhouses at the side thought of a famous figure in history. All of them looked at Avalon with shock in their eyes. Avalon was one of the 10 strongest human heroes of the Titan Empire and even the Fesua Plain since the War of the Gods. During his lifetime, he killed several demigod-rank freaks. According to legend, his strength was even comparable to that of gods. It was naturally shocking for such a powerful hero to emerge from a divine country. The Titan Empire's hero spirits were transformed from the souls of legendary powerhouses of the Titan Empire. Every hero spirit was a peerless genius of the Titan Empire. After those peerless geniuses transformed into martyrs, they fought and practiced cultivation in their divine countries, and their strength improved continuously over the past tens of thousands of years. During his lifetime, Avalon already possessed the strength to rival gods, and after fighting for tens of thousands of years, his battle prowess was immeasurable. Avalon smiled slightly, then turned to look at Brihea. "Your Highness Princess Brihea, would you like to join us in exterminating the human warlock from another plane?" "Of course. Respected Mr. Avalon, we merfolk are willing to join hands with you to eliminate that damned human warlock." Brihea smiled coldly and politely, and then slashed at the void with her trident. A divine country projection suddenly appeared. The divine country was shrouded in endless sea water, and was accompanied by gales, torrential rains, lightning, tornadoes, and all kinds of natural disasters. A boundless, endless, terrifying aura that seemed to be able to devour and contain everything gushed out from the phantom of the divine kingdom. Sea gods' guards with crocodile-like heads, fins, and blue gills rushed out of the divine kingdom with blue tridents in their hands. The sea guards were divine legions that the god of the merfolk god Hrihari created from various formidable souls. In the sea guards were the most powerful divine legions, and even the angel legion and the brave legion were not their match. Avalon swept the beastman and elven fleets with a glance and said majestically, "Cavril, Fran, will you join us to fight the human warlock from another plane, or will you leave immediately?" Brihea and Ansai's gazes focused on a lionman expert and a beautiful elven expert aboard the beastman and elven joint fleet, and their beautiful eyes filled with frigid killing intent. The angel army, the hero army, and the sea god's guard, these 3 divine legions could easily crush the beastmen and elven fleets if they joined hands. "Let's join hands and get rid of that human warlock." Cavril grinned, then took out a beast bone necklace and tossed it into the air. The beast bone necklace radiated resplendent light, and a divine country projection suddenly appeared. Countless beastman emissaries dressed in black armor were fighting inside the divine country. One after another, beastman emissaries dressed in black armor flew out of the beast bone necklace. Each of them had bloodshot eyes and flickered with a fearsome beast-like aura, looking like peerless beasts ready to devour humans. Fran raised her eyebrows and waved her lily-white hand, and a leaf filled with the aura of nature flew out. The leaf that was filled with the aura of nature shone brightly, and the phantom of a divine kingdom suddenly appeared. Within the divine kingdom, there were countless forests, and battle elves that were incomparably beautiful and gave off a valiant aura shuttled back and forth in the forest. The battle elves were weapons made from the souls of elven powerhouses who died and were reborn in a divine country. They were fused with elven divine wood and divine power through various outrageous methods. Their individual combat strength wasn't inferior to that of the angel legions. However, their numbers were far inferior to that of the angel legions. Amazing! That's the 5 divine legions. Is this a sign that a war of gods is about to begin? When the divine legions of the 5 divine systems that dominate the Feisua plain appeared in the sea, the gazes of the legend-rank powerhouses filled with shock focused on the 5 divine legions. Although due to the planar tide, the strongest of the 5 divine legions didn't appear, but this part of their strength was enough to raise some low-grade planes. Although the foundation of the Feisua plains gods was on the Feisua plain, but they would also send countless divine legions to attack, preach, and harvest faith force to other low-grade planes. It was very difficult for the true bodies of the gods to descend to a plane other than the Feisua plane. As such, the divine legions were their strongest subordinates on a punitive expedition to other planes. Each of the divine legions was an elite expert who had gone through countless battles. Their fighting strength could be well imagined. Attack! Destroy them! Kill that wretched human warlock! A cold glint flashed in Avalon's eyes. With a loud roar, his figure flickered slightly, leaving behind countless afterimages as he flew toward a fleet of aircraft carriers like lightning. Boom! 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 Wherever Avalon's figure passed, the dragon spear in his hand constantly flashed, and the starry sky rippers along the way were all shattered and exploded. In midair, it was as if a gorgeous flower had bloomed. As soon as Avalon moved, the heroic spirits of the Martyr's Palace immediately followed behind him and rushed towards the aircraft carrier fleet. The braves of the Martyr Palaces were of various professions, such as priests, wizards, druids, knights, sacred swordsmen, assassins, archers, and so on. The braves possessed demigod-rank battle prowess. After fighting for tens of thousands of years, they not only reached the pinnacle of martial arts, but also improved their tacit understanding in battle. Under Avalon's leadership, the braves could even kill Moonlight Warlock-rank existences. The heroes of the Martyr's Palace were like shooting stars as they slaughtered their way into a fleet of aircraft carriers. As soon as the monstrous martyrs got close, the destroyers and cruisers exploded one after another. Ansai led the huge Angel Corps from another direction and attacked another aircraft carrier cluster. The Radiant Angel Legion was proficient in healing, defensive, and buffing spells, and it was very agile in the air. Under Ansai's leadership, once the Radiant Angels were injured by the beams, they immediately retreated, and the stronger angels acted as meat shields in front of them. At the same time, they cast healing spells to heal the injuries of the Radiant Angels. Ansai, who was in the vanguard, was even more astonishingly powerful. Wherever she passed, starry sky rippers would explode and turn into countless components that collapsed in all directions. Only 10 Radiant Angels of the powerful Radiant Angel Legion were blasted to pieces, before the Radiant Angel Legion pounced on a steel fleet. With countless flashes of light, spears of light and arrows of light stabbed into the steel fleet, pierced through the steel fleet's defenses, and blasted the steel fleet apart. Like ferocious beasts, the Beastman emissaries braved the artillery fire, rushed into a steel fleet, and frantically destroyed it. The battle elves unleashed incredible archery skills. Streaks of emerald light shot into the sky, shooting down the supersonic fighters one after another. Chapter 438. The sea guards plunged into the sea. Exuding the law of water and wielding blue tridents, the sea guards flickered in and out of sight in the sea, and then rushed into the midst of the sea hunters like ghosts. Like large piranhas, countless sea hunters formed a school of fish that could devour everything and pounced on the sea god's guards. A sea guard stabbed forward with the blue trident in their hands. The law of water surged, and a violent whirlpool of water suddenly appeared and swept towards the sea hunters. Large swaths of sea hunters were drawn into the violent whirlpool of water, which contained countless fearsome water blades. With a twist of those terrifying water blades, the sea hunters were shredded into pieces one by one. The sea god's guards were like a sharp knife that pierced into the group of sea hunters and tore open a huge hole. The mermaid Empress Brihea led the merfolk's high priests to cast all kinds of buffs on the sea god's guards, continuously strengthening them. The 5 divine legions charged into the sea under Yang Feng's control from 5 different directions. Explosions rang incessantly among the steel fleets. One by one, the powerful battleships exploded and sank into the sea. In the sky, fighter jets exploded one after another and fell into the sea. Aboard the black steel warship, Faldina frowned, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry. Cecilia's gaze shifted slightly and fell on Yang Feng. The gazes of the other 3 powerhouses of unknown origin aboard the black steel warship also focused on Yang Feng and flickered with an enigmatic light. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and said with a faint smile, "Interesting. As expected of a divine legion, it's really powerful. Unfortunately, there are still too few of them." In an instant, 20 steel fleets were mobilized and quickly cruised towards the main battlefield. A rain of light fell from the sky and barreled towards the 4 fleets of the Morince Empire, the Titan Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Elven Empire. Boom! 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 Amid the fearsome rain of light, one after another, the warships of the Morince Empire turned into fireballs and sank into the sea. The non-legendary battleships in the Titan Empire's fleet also turned into fireballs and sank to the bottom of the ocean under the artillery fire. The complexion of Cavril, the leader of the Beastman Empire's fleet, changed, and he silently recited an incantation, took out a huge cyan shield, and threw it into the sky. The huge cyan shield expanded in the wind and turned into a terrifying shield that was over 100 meters tall. It firmly protected the Beastman Empire's warship. The leader of the Elven Empire, Fran, silently recited an incantation and pointed ahead with the emerald scepter in her hand. A brilliant law of nature surged and formed a huge tree that took root in the sea, absorbed a copious amount of seawater, and blocked in front of the Beastman Empire's fleet. The dense hail of railgun and positron beams slammed into the huge cyan shield like raindrops. The huge cyan shield only lasted for less than 30 seconds before cracking sound sounded, and a huge crack appeared on it. Even a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse with a level 6 secret treasure wouldn't dare to stand still and withstand the bombardment of railgun and positron beams. The huge cyan shield was a demigod rank defensive treasure of the Beastman Empire, yet it could not withstand the almost endless artillery fire. Cavril's face fell, and he roared wildly, "Run! Scatter and escape!" The legend-rank geniuses of the Beastman Empire fled from the warship like raindrops. Boom! With a blare, the huge cyan shield was blown apart, and a fearsome rain of light engulfed the flagship of the Beastman Empire and blasted it apart, and it slowly sank into the sea. The starry sky rippers flying at Mach 10 speed flew out of the clouds in the blink of an eye and pounced towards the legend-rank powerhouses of the Beastman Empire like grim reapers reaping lives. A burly werewolf legend-rank expert with a pair of wolf ears and a pair of fierce eyes was holding a scimitar in his hand. There was a hurricane badge on his chest that was releasing a hurricane that lifted him into the air. Engines roaring, 6 starry sky rippers slashed towards the werewolf expert from 6 different directions with super high-frequency oscillation blades in their hands. The face of the werewolf expert changed dramatically. In midair, his body twisted slightly, and he brandished the blade in his hand, which turned into 6 blade images that slashed towards the 6 starry sky rippers. After images flashed by, and the werewolf legend rank powerhouse in midair was torn apart, turning into countless fragments that fell from the sky. When the 8 starry sky rippers pounced, a Lionman legend rank powerhouse was turned into countless pieces in midair and scattered on the ground. So long as the starry sky rippers pounced on the Beastman legend rank expert, they would be turned into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. The Beastman legend rank experts were not good at aerial combat. They could barely fly in the sky by relying on flight treasures. Starry Sky Rippers were speedy battle robots with terrifying fighting strength and fearless of death. In a one-on-one battle, the Beastman legend rank experts may not be their match. Moreover, the Starry Sky Rippers besieged a Beastman legend rank expert in groups of 6 or 8, and the Beastman legend rank expert would be killed in a single exchange. After Cavrold destroyed 2 Starry Sky Rippers with a huge wolf tooth club, he saw the legend rank experts of the Beastman Empire turn into pieces and fall from the sky. His eyes widened in anger, and he issued a shrill roar, "Stop!" Even though Cavrold roared wildly, the Starry Sky Rippers still coldly and mechanically killed the Beastman legend rank experts, and a mist of blood fell from the sky. Soon, only Cavrold remained in the sky, as well as a burly, handsome Lionman expert with short blonde hair and a monarch's aura, and a burly, Tigerman expert with a domineering aura and the character, King, on his forehead. The young Lionman expert was Odino, one of the strongest Lionman geniuses of this generation. The Tigerman expert was Avril, one of the strongest Tigerman geniuses of this generation. These 2 geniuses were God's darlings, blessed by the Beastman divine system's gods. They were far stronger than other powerhouses of the same rank, and could even contend against Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. Although Odino only had a legendary realm cultivation base, his combat power was terrifying. He was clad in black armor with a pair of wings made of magical metal on his back, allowing him to fly freely in the sky. With a great sword in hand, Starry Sky Rippers were chopped into countless pieces in the wake of sword rays. Avril was also wearing a similar golden armor and wielding a large blade. He used a domineering blade technique to cut the Starry Sky Rippers into countless pieces one after another. After all the Beastman legend rank powerhouses in the sky were killed, the Starry Sky Rippers immediately rushed towards Cavrol's group of 3. Even though Cavrol's group of 3 were comparable to demigod rank powerhouses in terms of battle prowess, but they still felt the pressure increase greatly, and were forced to retreat. By joining forces, the 3 barely resisted the siege of the Starry Sky Rippers coming from all directions. Just as Cavrol's group of 3 converged, the countless Starry Sky Rippers suddenly scattered. The muzzles of the 10 steel fleets rushing over from afar flashed, and countless light beams barreled towards Cavrol's group of 3. "It's over." Cavrol's eyes shimmered with despair and regret. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have attacked Yangfeng. At the moment when the light beams were about to devour Cavrol's group of 3, a mysterious rune appeared on Odino's forehead. Boundless energy surged out of Odino's body and condensed into a domineering figure with golden eyes in the void, emitting a terrifying pressure. The expert with golden eyes and a pair of lion ears frowned slightly. He stretched his hand out, and the countless light beams distorted and shot in all directions. They couldn't harm the expert in the slightest. When Cavrol saw the mysterious powerhouse, his eyes filled with excitement. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, my lord, the great beast god Arketh." The complexion of the always unruly Avril flickered, and he knelt on the ground, "Greetings, my lord, the great beast god Arketh." The lion god Arketh, also known as the beast god Arketh, was the only strong divine force rank god in the Beastman Empire as well as the sole divine monarch of the Beastman divine system. The beast god Arketh. The strong divine force rank god Arketh. The Beastman divine system's divine monarch actually took action in person. The legend rank powerhouses inhaled a breath of cold air, unable to believe their eyes. Strong divine force rank gods were even more terrifying than infinity warlocks. Even on the Zhangji plane, they were bigwigs among bigwigs, terrifying existences at the pinnacle of all life forms. Everyone was shocked that such a big shot had appeared here. Arkatha's projection shot Yang Feng an indifferent look and said frigidly, "Petty human warlock. Open the passage and surrender to me. I can forgive your sins. Otherwise, you will suffer eternal pain in the purgatory I set up." Chapter 439. Mighty beast god Sir Arkath, if it was your true body that came to this world, then I would be somewhat afraid of you. But you're just a mere projection. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Yang Feng's overbearing and unruly voice came from the sea. The Steel Fleet's battleships shone brightly, and countless beams shot towards the beast god Arkath like raindrops. The beast god Arkath casually waved his hand, and the beams of light were immediately directed to the side by his marvelous power. The beams that could even smash moonlight warlocks were twisted by the beast god Arkath, displaying his pinnacle fighting skills and battle awareness. Even a moonlight warlock rank expert might not be able to defeat the pinnacle demigod rank beast god Arkatha's projection. The beast god Arkath was a strong divine force rank expert. If he used divine force, then his true body could even defeat an infinity warlock rank human warlock. Unless the battle demonic sect used the foundation passed down in the sect, it was not the beast god Arkatha's opponent. He was such a powerful existence. When Yang Feng saw the fighting skills of the beast god Arkatha's projection, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of the beast god Arkath, he's really powerful. Unable to use spatial force to deflect the various attacks into the space. Even if a moonlight warlock stood still, when hit by the countless beams, they would be blasted apart. Glorious Dawn warlocks couldn't stand still for a long time to resist the bombardment of the various beams. Using the power of a demigod as well, the ancient white dragon was smashed into pieces in an instant. The beast god Arkath, on the other hand, was able to stand firmly in front of the three geniuses of the Beastman Empire. This was the gap between the two sides in terms of fighting skills. The aircraft carriers that were cruising in the sea kept moving, heading towards the battleground. Countless beams barreled towards the elven fleet like raindrops. The blue tree in front of the elven fleet collapsed under the bombardment of the countless beams, and turned into specks of blue light scattering in all directions. Just as the elven powerhouses were about to be devoured by the rain of light, a jade pendant suddenly rose from the elven genius, Doreen. A dazzling light flashed, and a beautiful girl with long silver hair, a curvaceous figure, wearing a green leaf armor, and a flower wreath suddenly appeared. A powerful divine aura emanated from her body. As soon as the fairy clan's goddess appeared, she lightly pointed with her jade-like hand and countless forests suddenly appeared, forming an incredibly beautiful forest that covered the entire region. The rain of light bombarded the forest, destroying all kinds of trees. In the next moment, the trees quickly regenerated, as if there was no end to them. Greetings, great forest goddess Sevilla. When the Siddhi powerhouses saw the enchanting goddess, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and respectfully said. The forest goddess Sevilla was a weak divine force rank deity. She was also a famous powerhouse among the elven gods. Sevilla frowned slightly in the face of the endless light beams. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of strain. The speed at which the trees in the forest domain were destroyed was far faster than the speed at which they regenerated. At this rate, the forest domain would be destroyed in less than 5 minutes. After all, Sevilla was just a weak divine force rank god. When using the same power, she couldn't compare to the beast god Arkath. After all, she was just a projection that could use pinnacle demigod rank power. Yang Feng suddenly showed a smile and ordered indifferently, "Interesting. Steel Fleets 60 to 70 attack the goddess of the forest Sevilla." In the sea, the 10 steel fleets that have just arrived at the battle zone flashed with countless warships, and shot towards the goddess of the forest Sevilla. Under the bombardment of countless beams, the forest domain of the forest goddess Sevilla suddenly trembled, and countless trees were destroyed, showing signs of collapsing at any time. An enigmatic gleam flashed in the eyes of the goddess of the forest Sevilla, and she sighed, "Ian, the Elven Empire is willing to leave this place. Please stop the attack." The words of the goddess of the forest Sevilla have just fallen, when the rain of light shooting towards the forest domain disappeared. The tyrannical battle elves treaded on air and quickly returned to the side of the goddess of the forest domain. Yang Feng's voice came from the endless sea, "I don't want to be enemies with the elven gods. Please leave this place. You can withdraw." The goddess of the forest Sevilla glanced at the elven powerhouses, and then looked deeply into the distance. Then, her body collapsed and turned into countless rays of light and disappeared. The jade pendant also collapsed in midair. Fran gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go." The battle elves treaded on air and walked into the air. A huge divine country gate appeared in the void, and the battle elves with astonishing battle prowess entered the divine country one by one. With a wave of Fran's lily-white hand, a green leaf suddenly flew out, expanded in the wind, and turned into a 10-meter-long leaf boat. The elves jumped onto the leaf boat and walked into the distance, withdrawing from the fight for the Apple of Wisdom. As soon as the elven powerhouses left, the countless beams originally aimed at the elven powerhouses barreled towards the Morinth Empire's fleet. Boom! Boom! Under the bombardment of the countless beams, the warships of the Morinth Empire exploded. The remaining 12 legendary warships that rampaged through countless seas were blasted into pieces by the beams of the positron cannons and railgun cannons, and sank into the sea. Before they could engage the enemy, countless naval warriors of the Morinth Empire were killed and turned into corpses in the sea. The figures of the Morinth Empire's legend-rank powerhouses flickered, and they rushed towards the warship where the Radiant Temple's Vice-Pope Cobham was. No! Along with flashes of light, a handsome legend-rank young man with a magic sword in hand, who looked like he could enchant women with just a glance, issued a shrill scream in the face of the countless beams of light. A ray of light suddenly flashed between the beautiful young man's eyebrows. In the void, it condensed into a stunning beauty wearing a black mesh leather coat. She had dazzling blonde hair and a curvaceous figure. She exuded a coquettish aura from head to toe. This gorgeous woman exuding a coquettish aura was the goddess of joy of the Xalia divine system, Dorothy. She was the daughter of the radiant primary god Prados, and she had a flirtatious and licentious disposition. She liked beautiful boys and girls the most. Stop! As soon as Dorothy's projection appeared, she saw the countless beams of light barreling towards her. She screamed pitifully and raised her lily-white hand, and a pink scarf formed a pink barrier in front of her. Boom! When the rain of light slammed into the pink boundary was blasted apart. In a flash, the frightening rain of light engulfed Dorothy and the beautiful young man behind her. No! Along with Dorothy's shrill scream, the beautiful young man was blasted to pieces in an instant, and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. In addition to the beautiful young man, there were 7 or 8 legend-rank powerhouses in the air that were blasted to pieces by the rain of light and fell into the sea. Face pale, Cobham opened a white barrier filled with endless light with a scepter in hand. It was the level 5 divine spell Radiant Wall. When the rain of light slammed into the Radiant Wall, it set off ripples. Every time Cobham resisted the bombardment of the rain of light, he would cough and spit out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion would turn paler. 20 archbishops of the Radiant Church silently recited an incantation to support the Radiant Wall. Every time Cobham spat blood, they would spit blood as well, and their complexions would turn paler. Ansai frowned slightly and barked, "Avalon, let's go kill Ian together." Ansai's Angel Corps and Avalon's Holy Spirit Corps had already destroyed 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, but if they continued to fight like this, then the fleets of the Morinth Empire and the Titan Empire would be torn to pieces by the artillery fire. The geniuses of the two empires would have no chance to enter the Golden Plain. The Apple of Wisdom was something that the gods of the Xalia and Titan pantheons were determined to get their hands on. Even the two divine legions had been dispatched. Naturally, they wouldn't give up. Okay. Avalon made a prompt decision. With the dragon spear in hand, he trod on air and shot towards Yangfeng. The Saint Legion followed Avalon and shot towards Yangfeng. Ansai, along with the huge Angel Legion, turned into white rays of light and shot towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng sighed slightly and said indifferently, "What a bunch of idiots. Kill them." A rain of light barreled towards the Saint Legion and the Angel Legion. The two legions desperately rushed into the midst of the numerous steel fleets, and were engulfed by the terrifying net of firepower woven by the Level 2 optical computer. At every moment, a large number of angels and demigod-rank holy spirits were blasted to pieces. The tens of thousands of starry sky rippers were like meteors in the rain of light. They formed battle groups and blocked in front of the Holy Spirit Legion and Angel Corps, then fiercely collided with them. Chapter 440. The horde formed by the starry sky rippers revealed their fearsome might. No matter how the two peerless powerhouses Ansai and Avalon killed, the number of starry sky rippers didn't decrease. Moreover, the starry sky rippers, unafraid of death, slammed into them one after another. Even though they did their best to destroy one starry sky ripper after another, they still couldn't advance an inch. Countless beams of light barreled towards the Angel Legion and the Brave Legion from all directions. An angel's protective magic shield was bombarded by the countless beams of light, and it trembled slightly before directly collapsing. Countless beams of light slammed into her body, causing her body to explode, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. A demigod heroic spirit assassin kept twisting his body, moving in a mysterious trajectory as he dodged one light beam after another. But the beams of light were too dense. As soon as he appeared, the beams of light slammed into him and blasted him apart. A rain of blood rained down from the sky. With every step the Angel Legion and Brave Legion took, a large number of angels and powerful braves would fall from the sky. Advancing almost at the cost of their lives, they looked like huge targets, extremely miserable. Ansai and Avalon each possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess, yet they still couldn't break through the siege of the Starry Sky Rippers. When the countless Starry Sky Rippers flew in front of Ansai and Avalon, they collapsed and turned into countless parts that scattered on the ground. So strong. Those golems are really strong. To be able to fight against 5 divine legions to this extent. Although the casualty ratio between the golems and the Angel Legion is 5:1, and the casualty ratio between the golems and the Brave Legion is as high as 40:1, but they're really strong. To think that there are existences that can contend against divine legions, how fearsome. The legend-rank powerhouses standing outside the perimeter of the Steel Fleet watched the battlefield from afar, their hearts filled with shock. The divine legions were the most powerful warriors of the gods, specialized in suppressing heretics and colonizing other planes. The fact that an angel had emerged from the divine kingdom before the planar tide had arrived was already a remarkable miracle. A heroic spirit walking out of the divine kingdom was enough for the Titan Empire to obtain victory after victory. Now, the Angel Corps and the Spirit Corps were fighting to the death. Even Avalon, who was comparable to a god and a legendary hero, was being forced into a difficult situation. One could imagine how terrifying the mechanical army was. Grace looked at the angels and heroic spirits being blasted into sieves on the holographic projector, and her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. So powerful. They can actually block the Divine Legion. What a terrifying mechanical legion. On the Black Steel warship, several strange passengers looked at the falling angels and heroic spirits in the holographic projection with a strange gleam in their eyes. The indifference and schadenfreude in their eyes had completely disappeared. Aboard the Morince Empire's warship, Cobham struggled to support the level 5 divine spell radiant wall, constantly spitting blood, unable to utter a word. Yang Feng had more than 100 steel fleets under his command. 2 of the steel fleets were destroyed by the Angel Legion, the Brave Legion, and the Beast Emissary Legion. The remaining steel fleets rushed over while frantically attacking the Morince Empire's fleet, the Beastman Empire's fleet, the Angel Legion, and the Brave Legion. A large number of Starry Sky Rippers were locked in combat with the Beast Emissaries. At every moment, many Starry Sky Rippers were destroyed by the Beast Emissaries. Similarly, from time to time, a Beast Emissary would be slain by the Starry Sky Rippers. Under the almost endless artillery barrage, Cobham almost overdrafted his life force to maintain the level 5 divine spell radiant wall. Run! Cobham suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and roared desperately. His skin contracted, countless wrinkles covered his face, and a grey aura of death extended from him. Before Cobham's words fell, streams of light ejected from the Morince Empire's fleet and quickly fled in different directions. Cobham's body shook slightly, and he turned into dust that scattered in the wind. The figures of the archbishops behind Cobham also shook, and they turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. Even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses could hardly resist the attack of the steel fleets. Cobham and the archbishops behind him paid with their lives to barely block the artillery barrage for a while. The geniuses of the Morince Empire had just ejected from the fleet, when countless beams of light enveloped them. One after another, the tyrannical legend rank powerhouses of the Morince Empire were blasted apart by the beams of light and turned into fragments that fell from midair. In less than a minute, only a young man dressed in a snow-white armor remained among the legend rank powerhouses of the Morince Empire. His figure was like a ghost as he shuttled back and forth amidst the artillery barrage. Even though some of the artillery barrage hit him, it was blocked by his white armor. The young man dressed in a snow-white armor was the hidden peerless genius of the Morince Empire, Planus, a god's darling of the radiant primary god. The engines of 200 Starry Sky Rippers rumbled as they flew towards Planus like meteors. After a few breaths of time, they surrounded the young man from all directions. 10 Starry Sky Rippers rushed towards Planus from all angles and brandished their super overclocking oscillation blades, completely sealing off all of Planus's space of activity. A resplendent light imprint suddenly appeared on Planus' forehead, and a vast divine might diffused from his body. The projection of radiant god King Prados, who was enveloped in endless light and would be blinded by the light from a single glance, suddenly appeared. Faced with the 200 Starry Sky Rippers rushing towards him, the radiant primary god Prados slowly spread open his right hand, and a resplendent beam of light burst out and engulfed the 200 Starry Sky Rippers in an instant. Boom! Boom! Illuminated by the pure light, the Starry Sky Rippers were blown to pieces and turned into countless parts. Light full of the power of distortion suddenly appeared around Prados. When the beams of light formed from artillery fire slammed into the distorted light shield, they ricocheted and shot into the surroundings. Radiant Primary God Prados. That's the Radiant Primary God. When the legend rank powerhouses hiding aside saw the Radiant Primary God Prados, they inhaled a breath of cold air and their eyes filled with shock. The Radiant Primary God Prados was the strongest expert of the Fesua Plain, and his strength was unfathomable. In the battle of the gods, not a single god had defeated him in a one-on-one battle. Even the strongest god of war Amigo of the Titan pantheon had been defeated by him. Similarly, the beast god Arketh of the Beastman pantheon had been defeated by him in a one-on-one fight. On the Fesua Plain, the radiant primary god Prados was recognized as the god most likely to break through the limit and advance to the mighty divine force rank. Aboard the Black Steel warship, when Yang Feng saw the projection of the radiant primary god Prados, his eyes narrowed. Radiant Primary God Prados. The Radiant Primary God Prados was a pinnacle strong divine force rank existence. Even infinity warlocks were not his opponent. On the Feisua plane, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse might not be his opponent. Even if such a fearsome powerhouse only used pinnacle demigod rank power, he would still be terrifyingly powerful. Heretics of the Zhangji plane, perish under the divine judgment. A cold look in his eyes, the projection of the radiant primary god Prados pointed at the sky, and his golden eyes shimmered with indifference, as if he was stating a truth. In the blink of an eye, the sky was enveloped by endless light. Sink! Yang Feng's complexion changed dramatically, and he barked. The black steel warship quickly deformed, and a large amount of steel extended and formed a huge steel shield. At the same time, the warship dived rapidly. Countless mechanical shield troops rose into the air, activated powerful shields, and raised their shields. After the more than 100,000 mechanical shield troops activated their shields, they quickly formed a 500-layered mechanical canopy that enveloped the black steel warship. A white beam of light 500 meters in diameter, filled with pure radiance, barreled towards the warship. Under the bombardment of the white beam, the shields of the mechanical shield troops collapsed in an instant, and the mechanical shield troops vaporized. After the fearsome white beam pierced through 500 layers of mechanical shield troops, its power finally declined to the extreme. When it slammed into the black steel warship's steel shield, it collapsed and dissipated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the black steel warship dived into the depths of the sea. It was blocked. That divine judgment was blocked. The radiant primary god Prados' divine judgment was blocked. This is simply heaven-defying. When the legend rank powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with astonishment. Divine judgment was a radiant divine spell that required the radiant primary god Prados to consume a lot of divine force. Since the radiant primary god Prados became the god king of the Xalia pantheon, his divine judgment was unstoppable. Many darkness gods were instantly turned into ashes by his divine judgment. Now that Yang Feng blocked the divine judgment, everyone was naturally shocked. Chapter 441. The radiant primary god Prados frowned slightly. He pondered for a while, and didn't launch the second divine judgment. Divine judgment could appear anywhere on the Feisua plane except in a few forbidden areas. However, divine judgment consumed a tremendous amount of divine force. A divine judgment cost more than 50,000 divine force crystals. If there was no planar tide, then the radiant primary god Prados wouldn't have to spend any divine force. As long as his true body arrived, he could squash Yang Feng with a finger. Shielding Planus behind him, the radiant primary god Prados walked towards the black steel warship. Beams of light barreling towards the radiant primary god Prados were strangely distorted by the layer of distorted light around him and shot aside. He didn't have to block them. Instead, he used his power to deflect the beams. Only strong divine force rank gods like the radiant primary god Prados and the beast god Arkath, who have climbed up step by step from the bottom, could possess such frightening fighting skills. Even among Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Dawn Warlocks, few could deflect railgun beams and positron beams with pinnacle demigod rank power. Yang Feng glanced curiously at the Titan Empire's fleet, and a strange thought suddenly streaked across his mind: if I focus fire on the Titan Empire's fleet, will I draw out God of War Amigo and the others? Countless starry sky rippers rushed towards the radiant primary god Prados like a tide. The radiant primary god Prados spread the fingers of his hand, and beams of light shot out from his right hand and slammed into the starry sky rippers as if they had a life of their own. The energy shields of the starry sky rippers were easily pierced through, and then turned into fireworks and exploded in midair. Boom! Boom! The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. In the sea, light shone, and countless starry sky rippers exploded. After the radiant primary god Prados passed by, the steel fleet was pierced through by countless white beams of light and exploded. Amidst the rain of light, the radiant primary god Prados strolled through the mechanical legion. Countless beams of light shot out from his right hand and scattered in the sky and on the ground. Wherever the light shone, a fireball would rise. The countless beams of light from the fleet of aircraft carriers landed on Prados, but they were distorted by his protective light and shot to one side. It was enough to make people feel despair. So strong. So powerful. As expected of the most powerful god of the Fesua plain. The legendary powerhouses who were hiding at the side gasped when they saw this scene. The legendary powerhouses had already seen the power of the aircraft carrier fleet in that area. Even the projection of the forest goddess, who was at the pinnacle of the demigod realm, was unable to hold on for long. She gave in and left. Radiant primary god Prados also used peak demigod strength, but he had already annihilated over 200,000 starry sky rippers and 6 carrier fleets without suffering any damage. Radiant primary god Prados suddenly stopped. His eyes flickered with majestic golden light, and he uttered indifferently, "Zhangji Plains heretic, I admire you very much. If you are willing to submit to me and work for me, I can spare your life. I'll also let you keep these mechanical golems. At the same time, I'll give you a godhead and let you become a god." Become a god. That human warlock was fancied by the radiant primary god Prados. The eyes of the surrounding legend rank powerhouses shimmered with envy. Behind these legend rank powerhouses hid powerful existences, many of which were comparable to gods in strength. Their greatest wish was to become a true god of the Fesua plain. As long as Yang Feng agreed to the conditions of the radiant primary god Prados, he would be able to become a god. Such a recruitment condition moved the hearts of the surrounding legend rank powerhouses. Mighty radiant primary god Prados, you don't have to persuade me. I just want to rely on my own strength to become a god. Besides, I admit that you are very strong. If your true body or a clone came here, you should be able to kill me. However, you are only a projection, and you can display less than 1/10,000,000th of your true body's strength. You don't have the strength to kill me. Yang Feng's calm analysis came from above the sea. A large number of space disruptors reverberated in various places and cast spatial interference spells, making it impossible for the radiant primary god Prados to use spatial spells to appear in front of Yang Feng in a flash. If the radiant primary god Prados' true body came here, then even if he only possessed pinnacle demigod rank strength, he could still display terrifying battle prowess with the help of the boundless divine force. It wouldn't be impossible for him to kill Yang Feng. However, once the radiant primary god Prados' true body came to the Fesua plain, he would no longer be an invincible strong divine force rank god, but a demigod with battle prowess comparable to a god. While he was virtually invincible in the secular world, he also gave other existences a chance to kill him. Intermediate divine force rank gods and above basically wouldn't use their true bodies to walk in the secular world during the planar tide. They would only come to the secular world in the form of avatars or projections. The power that a projection could display in the secular world was limited. Depending on the object carrying the power that the projection could display and the duration of its existence were different. The power of this projection is enough to kill you. The eyes of the radiant primary god Prados shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he pointed backward, and Planus behind him turned into a stream of light shooting into the distance. In a breath of time, Planus disappeared from everyone's eyes. The radiant primary god Prados blurred into motion, operated the law of light, turned into a pure ray of light, crossed a great distance, entered the sea in an instant, and appeared in front of the black steel warship. Along the way, more than 1,000,000 starry sky rippers could not stop the radiant primary god Prados. They could only watch helplessly as he passed through countless companions and arrived in front of the black steel warship. Among the many strong divine force rank gods of the Fesua plain, the radiant primary god Prados was the fastest. The radiant primary god Prados waved his hand, and blades of light cut the black steel warship's protective wall into countless pieces, which entered the warship along with the seawater. Even though it was only a projection, the radiant primary god Prados, who didn't need a guardian, was still despairingly powerful. When they saw the radiant primary god Prados, Grace and the 4 passengers of suspicious origin immediately dodged aside. Arlette blocked in front of Yang Feng with the legendary spear in her hand, and her beautiful eyes flickered with scorching fighting spirit. "Stand down, Arlette." With a stern shout, Yang Feng stood up from the seat of honor, walked down, and gazed at the radiant primary god Prados with a dignified look in his eyes. Arlette replied respectfully and retreated to the side. "Yes, sir. Your Majesty." The eyes of the radiant primary god Prados shimmered with gold light, and he took a step forward and slowly pointed at Yang Feng with a finger. Boundless radiance instantly shone from that finger. In an instant, boundless radiance blossomed from that finger, as if it had evolved into a sun. Enveloped by the sun-like light, the surrounding space was completely locked. It seems that only this finger remained in the world. Ah! Help! The eyes of the demigod-rank abyssal fiend Rick only glanced at the finger before exploding, and he let out an incomparably shrill scream. The finger, which contained the mysteries of the radiant divine domain and gathered all the power of the projection of the radiant primary god Prados, seemed to have evolved into a sun and crushed towards Yang Feng. There was no way to avoid it. Even if it was a moonlight warlock-rank powerhouse, they would die without any chance of survival. A feeling of despair welled up in Yang Feng's mind, as if he was powerless to struggle in the face of this peerless finger. He shouldn't struggle, he should just die in despair. Amazing! It can even affect my state of mind. How fearsome! As expected of a strong divine force rank god who is even more powerful than infinity warlocks. The decadent state of mind only appeared for a moment before Yang Feng's life force revolved, and he recovered. Eyes surging with fighting spirit, he frantically extracted wisps of world force from the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge. With a roar, like a frantically struggling transcendent god, he unleashed the secret method Great Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist recorded in the Primal Chaos imperishable body and sent a punch barreling towards the sun. A chaotic aura, as if the world had just been created, suddenly rose in this space. A fist that seemed to contain endless mysteries stretched out from the world, and with a pressure that seemed to be able to split the world apart, it smashed into the sun. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the fist was directly crushed by the sun. The entire black steel warship shook violently. As if a broken rag doll, Yang Feng was sent flying. With blood sputtering from every part of his body, he slammed into the black steel warship, smashed through the outer armor of the warship, and entered the warship's hull. Amid continuous blare, Yang Feng pierced through 13 layers of the black steel warship's armor before he was stopped by the 14th layer of the inner armor. I survived. Amidst horrified gazes, Yang Feng, covered in blood, staggered out of the cabin and showed an unruly smile to the radiant primary god Prados. Chapter 442. An expressionless face, the projection of the radiant primary god Prados collapsed and turned into countless motes of light that disappeared. After all, the power of a projection was limited. If the radiant primary god Prados clone had arrived, he could have killed Yang Feng with another blow. However, this projection could only seriously injure Yang Feng. This was the huge gap between a projection and a clone. Strange gazes focused on Yang Feng. The eyes of the 4 unknown passengers flickered with a queer glint, and traces of killing intent flashed past their eyes. When the projection of the radiant primary god Prados pointed with all his strength, even if it was a feeble divine force rank god, they would be seriously injured or even killed. For a mere legend rank powerhouse like Yang Feng to be able to withstand a blow from the radiant primary god Prados was simply incredible. He was definitely a great enemy of all powerhouses who wanted to snatch the apple of wisdom. Naturally, killing intent arose in people's hearts. Countless sea hunters swam out of the sea and formed frightening shoals around Yang Feng, staring covetously at the 4 unknown passengers. When the 4 unknown passengers saw the frightening shoals, their hearts sank, and they realized that they had missed the best opportunity. Yang Feng glanced at the 4 unknown passengers with an enigmatic smile, then took out a vial of precious elixir and downed it. Once he drank that bottle of incomparably precious potion, a warm current quickly flowed within Yang Feng's body, nourishing his injured body. Retreat. When the projection of the radiant primary god Prados collapsed, Ansai's pretty face flickered, and she promptly ordered. With that, the Angel Legion turned around, forcibly opened a bloody path in the rear of the Starry Sky Rippers, and fled in a sorry state. The Starry Sky Rippers didn't pursue Ansai's Angel Legion, but surrounded Avalon's Brave Legion and attacked frantically. When Ansai led the Angel Legion to flee, the pressure on Avalon's Brave Legion increased several-fold. Among the Mechanical Legion, 1 or 2 Braves died at every moment. Avalon's face was ferocious. Like a wounded beast, he let out a shrill roar, "Damn bitch." Every time the Einherjars in the Einherjar Legion were killed, their souls would be weakened. If they were killed too many times, they would be completely obliterated. Even in the Divine Kingdom, they would not be able to be reborn. On the Fesua Plain, unless their souls were imprisoned by a vicious spell, divine legions of gods would return to their divine countries after death, and then be reborn under the divine spells of the gods. But every time they were reborn, their souls would be weakened. Once they died too many times, they would completely collapse and disappear from this world. In addition, some artifacts and spells with soul attack characteristics could also kill the soldiers of the Divine Legion when they died in battle. Avalon was truly brave and fierce. His dragon spear was ever-changing. Wherever the spear's shadow passed, countless Starry Sky Rippers were crushed. Not a single Starry Sky Ripper could withstand a single blow from him. But the Starry Sky Rippers were practically endless. The more Avalon killed, the more Starry Sky Rippers there were. All kinds of beams of light appeared and disappeared mysteriously, bombarding the Einherjars behind Avalon and killing the demigod-rank Einherjars with demigod-rank battle prowess. The Einherjars withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. A number of aircraft carrier fleets moved over, surrounding the Einherjars. It was obvious that they wanted to wipe out the Einherjars here. Seeing this, Ventox's face flickered, and he shouted, "Stop, Ian. We can leave this place." Avalon was a Einherjar with feeble divine force rank battle prowess, and his fighting potential was enormous. Although the Apple of Wisdom was extremely valuable, but it might not be as valuable as Avalon. With the endless Mechanical Legion blocking the way, the Titan Empire had little hope of obtaining the Apple of Wisdom. Ventox didn't want Avalon to die here. Avalon had not died yet, and his potential was enormous. If he died here, his evolution potential would be weakened by more than 30%. In the Black Steel warship, when Yang Feng heard this, he pondered for a while, and then said, "Let them go." The Starry Sky Rippers fighting the Einherjars dispersed in an instant, revealing the Einherjars. At this time, there were less than 10 Einherjars left. Avalon, who led the Einherjars, was injured, and blood dripped from his body. Yet his expression was undaunted, and his eyes flickered with scorching fighting spirit. The eyes of the other Einherjars also flickered with scorching fighting spirit, showing no fear. Yang Feng looked at the heroic Einherjars and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of a Einherjars composed of countless legend Einherjars. "Let's go." Avalon looked in Yang Feng's direction, then turned around and landed on the Titan Empire's warship with the remaining 7 Einherjars. The Titan Empire's warship turned around and quickly retreated. When the Einherjars retreated, countless Starry Sky Rippers pounced on the Beast Emissaries. The Beast Emissaries had just destroyed the 4th Steel Fleet, when they were besieged by countless Starry Sky Rippers. At every moment, Beast Emissaries were torn to pieces by the Starry Sky Rippers. The beast god Arketh frowned and said solemnly, "Stop. Ian. I think we can have a good talk." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Stop." The countless starry sky rippers flew away, and the beast emissaries flickered into motion and returned to the beast god Arketh's side. The beast god Arketh said solemnly, "Ian, the apple of wisdom is very important to me. If you're willing to give it to me, I can give you a weak divine force rank godhead." As long as there were enough divine force crystals, a weak divine force rank godhead could create a weak divine force rank god with glorious dawn warlock rank battle prowess. Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "Great beast god, the apple of wisdom is equally important to me. I can't give it to others. Even someone as great as you is no exception." Yang Feng's goal wasn't just a weak divine force rank god. Once he could swallow the apple of wisdom, his cultivation talent would be able to draw closer to that of freakish geniuses like Shi Shui. Otherwise, even if he embarked on the strongest warlock path, his cultivation speed would be as slow as a snail. What a pity. The beast god Arketh took a deep look at Yang Feng, sighed slightly, and said indifferently, "Let's go." With that, the projection of the beast god Arketh collapsed and disappeared. The messengers of the beast deity protected Cavril and the rest as they flew into the distance. Of the 5 divine legions, only the sea guards were left fighting Yang Feng's sea hunters in the sea. Although the sea guards were astonishingly powerful, but Yang Feng's sea hunters formed a shoal of more than 100,000 fish and rushed towards the sea guards wave after wave. The sea god's guards had to gather together and jointly cast spells, forming huge whirlpools to barely resist the attacks of the sea hunters. From time to time, the huge whirlpools would be torn apart by the sea hunters. Whenever the sea hunters pounced, a sea guard would be pounced on and torn to pieces. It was only a matter of time before the sea guards were completely devoured by the sea hunters. The merfolk army commanded by the mermaid empress Brihea clashed with the merfolk army commanded by the Naga empress. The sea churned, and countless merfolk corpses rose to the surface. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and quickly made a judgment: in about 2 hours, the sea guards will be wiped out. The passengers aboard the black steel warship stared at the holographic projection with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. When the 5 divine legions arrived in this part of the sea, they were still defeated by Yang Feng and suffered heavy casualties. This kind of fighting strength was far beyond the imagination of the 4 passengers of unknown origin. Suddenly, a golden light rose from the rear of the black steel warship. The golden light shone on the sea behind the black steel warship, forming a beautiful golden territorial region. Yang Feng was taken aback. Now, the timing of the Golden Strait's appearance was far beyond Yang Feng's expectations. According to the information provided by Faldina, the Golden Strait shouldn't open until a few days later. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. Fortunately, I waited here a long time in advance. Otherwise, I would have missed this great opportunity. The black steel warship quickly floated to the surface of the sea, and then flew towards the Golden Strait. The engines of countless starry sky rippers rumbled as they flew towards the Golden Strait. As soon as they entered the Golden Strait, starry sky rippers, space disruptors, and other battle robots flying in the sky fell from the sky due to a mysterious force, and sank to the bottom of the sea. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his heart shook slightly. The Golden Strait's no-fly domain is really extraordinary. The Time Lord set up many formidable restrictions in the Golden Strait. Even strong divine force rank gods would be weakened to the great warlock rank after entering this domain. No existence could fly in the sky. Because of this, the 4 great empires had sent many powerful fleets to this region of the sea. Golden Strait. The Golden Strait has appeared. When the powerhouses surrounding the aircraft carrier fleet saw the Golden Territorial Sea region, their eyes flashed with excitement. Their figures flashed and they frantically flew in the direction of the Golden Territorial Sea region. Chapter 443. The densely packed starry sky rippers and space disruptors descended from the sky and clashed with the legend rank powerhouses, slaughtering them in a frenzy. The transcendent projections behind the legend rank powerhouses were forced out one by one, and then crushed under the siege of the endless battle robots. The entire region of the sea fell into a state of chaos and fierce battles. Some legend rank powerhouses without a backer could only stand on the periphery of the sea and watch the countless powerhouses fighting inside. Grace glanced at the sea shrouded in golden light, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she said with a charming smile, "In the past, the Golden Strait was the place where the fighting was the most intense. I didn't expect it to be so peaceful this time. It's all thanks to you, Your Majesty Ian." The gazes of Cecilia and the other 3 passengers with extraordinary backgrounds focused on Yang Feng, and an enigmatic gleam flashed past their eyes. In the past, every time the apple of wisdom ripened, it would attract countless powerhouses, and they would fight endlessly from the sea outside to the Golden Strait, and then from the Golden Strait to the Golden Plain. This time, Yang Feng released countless battle robots and forcibly blocked the countless powerhouses outside the Golden Strait. This accomplishment was simply heaven-defying. The Feisua Plains Apple of Wisdom was destined to fall into the hands of human warlocks when the 8 warlock dynasties awed the world. The rest of the time, the Apple of Wisdom was very unpredictable. But this time, the Apple of Wisdom was destined to fall into the hands of these few people. The speed of the Black Steel warship was pushed to the limit. After sailing in the Golden Territorial region for 3 hours, a golden plane shrouded in golden light appeared in front of everyone. The flowers, plants, and trees were shrouded in a layer of golden light, exuding a sacred aura. In the center of the golden plain, there was a 9,000-meter-tall golden apple tree towering into the sky and emitting bright light. This golden apple tree was recognized as the most precious treasure of the Feisua Plain, the Apple of Wisdom tree. Every 30,000 years, the Apple of Wisdom tree would bear an apple of wisdom. Those who got an apple of wisdom, as long as they didn't die, would at least become weak divine force rank gods. There are even warlock emperor rank powerhouses among them. Everyone on the Black Steel warship looked at the Apple of Wisdom tree with a burning look in their eyes. When the Black Steel warship was 20 kilometers away from the Golden Plain, one after another, bladed troops, space disruptors and other primary battle robots climbed onto the deck from all directions. The 20 steel fleets guarding the Black Steel warship quickly surrounded them, forming a huge steel warship island. Seeing this scene, Grace, Cecilia, and the other 3 unknown passengers frowned and stared at Yang Feng, traces of an unclear premonition welling up inside them. The passenger shrouded in darkness said in a hoarse voice, "Ian, what do you mean by this?" Yang Feng smiled faintly and looked at Grace and the 3 unknown passengers, saying, "I'm determined to get the Apple of Wisdom. I won't give you any chance to compete with me for the Apple of Wisdom. The agreement between you and me is only limited to letting you enter the Golden Strait, but it doesn't include setting foot on the Golden Plain." The powerhouse covered in a cyan cloak said coldly, "We have given you 30,000 divine force crystals, yet you're not even willing to give us a chance to compete fairly?" Yang Feng said lightly, "Although the effect of the gold grasses and gold flowers on the Golden Plain can't compare to that of the Apple of Wisdom, but they are still first-rate treasures that can increase wisdom. You can pick them one by one. After I pick the Apple of Wisdom, I'll let you go ashore and pick some flowers and plants. Actually, there's another way. That is to capture you, use you as a hostage, and pick the Apple of Wisdom." The eyes of the passenger shrouded in darkness shimmered fiercely, and endless shadows gushed out of him in a flash and formed a queer shadow divine domain that enveloped everyone on the Black Steel warship. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with vigilance. "This is the Shadow Divine Domain." "That's right, Ian, I am the Shadow Prince Mecha of the Darkness Gods, and this is my Shadow Divine Domain. I know that you're very strong, but in front of my true body, you who haven't comprehended a law can't withstand a single blow." A strange and ethereal voice came from all directions and poured directly into Yang Feng's mind, making it impossible to distinguish the source of the voice. The Shadow Prince Mecha's Shadow Divine Domain was 100 times stronger than Zhong Sunan's Darkness Domain, giving off a strange feeling of space-time distortion, chaos, and annihilation of the senses. This was the power of a divine domain. Interesting. Shadow Divine Domain. Let me break it. Yang Feng's eyes surged with fighting spirit, and vast spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted and formed a spatial domain that forcibly carved out an area with a radius of 2 meters from the Shadow Divine Domain. This was already his limit. A divine domain was a terrifying existence that evolved from a domain that only gods could comprehend. Although the Shadow Prince Mecha was only a feeble divine force rank god, but his true body was here. Even if he only used great warlock rank power, his comprehension of laws was far superior to Yang Feng's. Spatial domain. Amazing, Ian, to be able to comprehend the most difficult to comprehend law of space, that's really amazing. Unfortunately, you're just an ordinary person after all. In front of gods, all mortals are as lowly as ants. A sigh sounded, and 10 shadow assassins with indistinct faces emerged from the shadow domain. Holding a dark blue dagger in their hands, they suddenly erupted and stabbed at Yang Feng from 10 different directions. 9 fakes and 1 real. No, they're all fake, but they're all real. When Yang Feng saw the 10 shadow assassins walk out of the shadows, his heart shook slightly. He took a step forward, unleashed the demonic fighting fist art, and punched the 10 shadow assassins 10 times in a row, smashing them to pieces. Ian, you like to use countless golems to consume the enemy's strength and besiege them. I like it the same way. Try your best to kill all my shadow assassins. An ethereal and eerie laughter reverberated in the area. The Shadow Divine Domain squirmed, and 1 shadow assassin after another shot out of the Shadow Divine Domain. As if they had a life of their own, the shadow assassins stabbed at Yang Feng from tricky corners. Unleashing the demonic fighting fist art, Yang Feng, like a tyrannical transcendent with a tyrannical fleshly body, shattered the shadow assassins with legend rank battle prowess one after another. Once the shadow assassins were shattered, they would enter the Shadow Divine Domain. Within a few breaths of time, they would reappear and attack Yang Feng. Amazing. That's a god's true body for you. If you were at your peak and operated the Shadow Divine Domain with god rank power, I might have been insta-killed by you. Unfortunately, you're too weak right now. A fierce glint in his eyes, Yang Feng extracted a wisp of world force from the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge, exuded primal chaos aura, took a step, and the black steel warship shook. He unleashed the primal chaos annihilation fist and punched out. A frightening force containing the law of the world gushed out in an instant and tore the Shadow Divine Domain apart. Under that punch, the law of the shadow collapsed, the Shadow Divine Domain collapsed, and the world regained its brightness. The Shadow Prince Mecha hidden in the Shadow Divine Domain flew out of the void and spewed out a mouthful of gold blood. He looked at Yang Feng with shock in his eyes. How is this possible? How could you break my Shadow Divine Domain? You're just a great warlock. How could you break my Shadow Divine Domain? Even among feeble divine force rank gods, the Shadow Prince Mecha was one of the most fearsome ones. There were even several weak divine force rank gods who were seriously injured by his sneak attacks. For the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, his true body came. On the Feisua plane, few people with great warlock rank strength could defeat him. It's very simple, it's because I walk the strongest warlock path. Yang Feng smiled faintly, took a step forward, crossed hundreds of meters with this step, appeared in front of the Shadow Prince Mecha, and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards the Shadow Prince Mecha. The Shadow Prince Mecha's face fell. He screamed, and his body collapsed and turned into 10 shadows that shot in different directions lightning fast. Shadow Clone Art. This was the strongest life-saving spell the Shadow Prince Mecha grasped. Each of the 10 shadows was his true body. As long as one of them escaped, he could be reborn. The shadow clone art allowed the Shadow Prince Mecha to escape death at least 30 times. This was the reason why he dared to come to this world with his true body. Yang Feng smiled coldly. The primal chaos annihilation fist changed slightly, and a vast and frightening attractive force emerged from his fist. Like a huge whirlpool, in violation of the law of physics, the 10 shadows were forcibly pulled over, and the fist slammed into the 10 shadows. A frightening force erupted in a flash and shattered the 10 shadows, leaving only a 2-finger-sized, pitch-black shadow godhead on the ground. Chapter 444. Dead. The Shadow Prince died just like that. The peerless genius from the country of dragons, Cecilia, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. She covered her mouth with her hands and almost cried out. Faldina was also stupefied, her cherry lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes flickered with incredulity. The Shadow Prince, a true god, died just like that. Although the Shadow Prince Mecha was a feeble divine force rank god, but he was a very active god in the darkness divine system. More than 5 weak divine power level gods had died in his hands, and several weak divine power level gods had been assassinated and severely injured by him. There was even a weak divine power rank god who had fallen because of him. In the eyes of the gods, the Shadow Prince Mecha was even more troublesome to deal with than some weak divine force rank gods. Because he was extremely cunning, even intermediate divine force rank gods could easily defeat him, but would find it difficult to kill him. For such a true god to be blown up by Yang Feng with a punch was simply appalling. However, because Arlette was born in a backward place like the Black Dragon country, she didn't know what the Shadow Prince represented. She just felt that the master she served was extremely powerful, as he killed the peerless enemy the Shadow Prince with a single blow. On the Feisua plain, in an underground secret room of a huge villa, hundreds of believers of the Shadow Church dressed in grey robes and strange masks prostrated themselves on the ground and devoutly recited prayers. A lifelike idol sat in the center of the secret room. It was the Shadow Prince Mecha. A high priest knelt in front of the idol and devoutly recited prayers while presiding over the prayer. Crack! An ear-piercing crack sounded in the secret room. The high priest kneeling on the ground sensed that the connection between him and the Shadow Prince Mecha was cut off. Filled with fear, he raised his head, and his face turned ashen, his body trembled, his mood surged, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his eyes. His voice died away. The believers of the Shadow Church couldn't hear the high priest's prayers, so they all raised their heads in confusion. In the next moment, everyone's eyes flashed with fear. The idol of the Shadow Prince Mecha enshrined in the center of the altar cracked from the middle and split in 2. It broke. My lord, I can't sense my lord. Could it be that my master has already fallen? Impossible. How could my master have fallen? The despairing cries of the Shadow Church's believers rang in the secret chamber. The statue in this secret chamber had been worshipped by the believers of the Shadow Church for more than 5,000 years. Under the nourishment of the power of faith, the statue was invulnerable and impervious to fire and water. It was no longer an ordinary object and had established a close connection with the Shadow Prince, Mecha. Now that the statue had shattered without any external help, there was only one possibility, and that was that the god they worshipped had fallen. Such scenes occurred in secret places throughout the Feisua plain. The priests of the Shadow Church were horrified to find that their connection with the gods had disappeared. They could no longer use any divine spells, not even a first-level one. The hearts of the Shadow Church's believers were filled with panic and despair, as if the end of the world had arrived. In a dark divine kingdom that was shrouded in darkness, with only a few candles illuminating that world, a dark god lying among countless beauties opened his eyes. His voice was low and full of curiosity as he said, "Mecha, that guy has fallen. Who killed him?" In a divine country where the sun was shining brightly and the flowers were fragrant, handsome men and beautiful women danced beautifully everywhere, and the whole world was brimming with joy. A beautiful goddess with long blonde hair, a fiery and sexy figure, twin peaks nearly bursting out of her clothes, and a mixture of innocence, maturity, charm, innocence, and other temperaments, suddenly smiled, clapped her hands, and said full of joy, "That son of a bitch Mecha is finally dead. Sister Success' death was finally avenged. He didn't know who killed that bastard. I really have to thank him." Sensing the changes in the secular world, the gods opened their eyes and used the power of their godhead to search for the truth of Mecha's death. The death of the Shadow Prince Mecha and the changes that occurred to the Shadow Church shook the gods of the Feisua Plain. A sense of crisis welled up in the hearts of the gods of the Feisua Plain. On the Black Steel warship, after Yang Feng killed the Shadow Prince Mecha with a punch, he beckoned with his hand, and the godhead of the Shadow Prince entered his hand. He glanced around. He saw that only Faldina and Cecilia were left on the Black Steel warship. Grace had already dived into the golden territorial waters. The expert in a cyan cloak was standing on a small tortoiseshell ship, while the beautiful woman with long purple hair and a sexy figure was standing on a leaf boat formed from a huge leaf, and they swam towards the golden plain. Yang Feng glanced at the three people, and his eyes shimmered with ridicule. Sure enough, they all have great backgrounds. For Grace and the other two to be able to break free from Mecha's shadow divine domain, they must have some special treasures, or they themselves were stronger than Mecha. The Apple of Wisdom even alarmed bigwigs like the Radiant Primary God and the Beast God, who were at the pinnacle of the Feisua Plain, didn't hesitate to send divine legions and projections to seize the Apple of Wisdom. It was not unusual for a god like Mecha to personally take action. Although gods were far more powerful than other existences, but it was extremely difficult for them to advance to a higher rank. Unless they could obtain the godhead of a higher rank god, it was extremely difficult to advance to a higher rank god by relying on their own comprehension of laws. Only a divine object like the Apple of Wisdom could increase the wisdom of god rank powerhouses and allow them to advance further. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Destroy their ships." At this moment, the sexy woman with long purple hair turned her head slightly, showed Yang Feng a charming smile, and closed her lily-white hands. With the Black Steel warship as the center, countless transparent threads sliced in all directions. Containing the law of sharpness and divine force of darkness, the transparent threads were comparable to god armaments in terms of sharpness. The Black Steel warship and the surrounding steel fleets formed warship islands crumbled and turned into countless steel chunks that slowly sank into the sea. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then his figure flickered, and he stepped on the steel chunks, leaped towards another warship, and said solemnly, "Silk, divine force of darkness. You're the queen of spiders Lolth." In the vast universe, among the 36 primary material planes, there were many powerhouses who could use silk like god armaments. However, on the Feisua Plain, there was only one person who could use silk and divine force of darkness to this extent, and that was the intermediate divine force rank Queen of Spiders Lolth. The Queen of Spiders Lolth threw Yang Feng a coquettish look and said with an unrestrained smile, "That's right, handsome. Give me the Apple of Wisdom, will you? As long as you're willing to give me the Apple of Wisdom, I'll invite you to my divine country to have some fun. You can play with any of the goddesses of the Dark Elven divine system you want. I can also help you catch them and let you have some fun with them." Starting from the Queen of Spiders Lolth, there were no chaste women in the Dark Elven divine system. Every one of them was a licentious goddess. Many darkness gods had very close relationships with the goddesses of the Dark Elven divine system. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "Even if the entire Dark Elven divine system were added up, it still wouldn't compare to an Apple of Wisdom." The large number of remaining warships shone brightly, and a rain of light shot towards the Queen of Spiders Lolth and the powerhouse in a cyan cloak. Faced with the overwhelming rain of light, the pretty face of the Queen of Spiders Lolth changed. Formidable divine force gushed out of her, and countless transparent threads invisible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, condensed in front of her, and formed a shield containing divine force of darkness. The complexion of the powerhouse in the cyan cloak changed dramatically. Vast demonic chi gushed out of him in a flash, and he revealed his figure. He turned into a 3-meter-tall archdevil with a green face and fangs, taut muscles, and covered in black scales. As soon as the ancient devil appeared, a terrifying demonic aura comparable to that of a god's emanated from its body. He silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and skulls suddenly appeared and formed a huge shield of bones in front of him. When the rain of light slammed into the shield of the goddess of spiders Lolth, the shield containing divine force of darkness immediately crumbled and shattered. Even though the goddess of spiders Lolth was an intermediate divine force rank god, but with her great warlock rank strength, it was already extremely heaven-defying for her to not be blasted into dregs by the railgun beams and the positron beams. The pretty face of the goddess of spiders Lolth flickered, and she barked, "No! We can't stop him. Let's join hands and kill that kid. Only by killing him will we have a glimmer of hope to reach the golden plane." The goddess of spiders Lolth waved her lily-white hand, and spider threads suddenly ejected and connected to the warship on which Yang Feng and the archdevil were on. Without demur, the archdevil blurred into motion, jumped onto the web-like spider threads, turned into 36 afterimages, surged with demonic chi, and rushed towards Yang Feng. The goddess of spiders Lolth also jumped lightly, landed on the spider threads like a speck of dust, and shot towards Yang Feng at a strange pace. Chapter 445. The densely packed light beams shot towards the ancient devil and goddess Lolth like raindrops, but they only hit their afterimages. They didn't even graze their actual bodies. Most of the steel fleets have been left outside by Yang Feng to snipe the many powerhouses who want to enter the Golden Strait. The firepower of the remaining steel fleets is no longer enough to block the movements of the ancient devil and goddess Lolth. In particular, the Starry Sky Rippers, affected by the airspace restriction array, have their fighting strength greatly reduced, unable to intercept the ancient devil and goddess Lolth. When the ancient devil and goddess Lolth moved, the small boat they were riding was blasted apart by the artillery fire of countless warships, and then turned into countless fragments that sank into the sea. The ancient devil and the goddess Lolth were forced to turn around and go hunt Yang Feng. If they don't kill Yang Feng, then even if they are proficient in countless secret methods and have illusory movements, the warships they are riding will be blasted to pieces. The ancient devil silently recited an incantation, pointed at the sky, and unleashed one of the strongest secret methods of the ancient devils, the Devil's Eye. A vast demonic chi surged, and an ancient devil projection, whose true body exuded a desolate and archaic aura, had 2 ox-like horns on its head, one eye gouged out, and the other 2 horns broken in half, slowly opened its remaining eye and looked indifferently at Yang Feng. When Yang Feng saw the devil projection, his complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "That's Gu of the 6 heavenly devils. Among the ancient devils, there have been 6 sky devils. Each sky devil was a formidable existence that once contended against warlock emperors. Gu of the 6 heavenly devils even once defeated the Taboo Lord who has yet to ascend to the warlock emperor rank. After the Taboo Lord ascended to the warlock emperor rank, he killed Gu with his supreme might. Gu of the 6 heavenly devils was a terrifying existence who could fight against the Taboo Lord. Even though he was killed by the Taboo Lord, but he still left behind a remnant soul wandering the world. After countless years, the ancient devils were able to use secret techniques to draw out a trace of GE's remnant soul, forming one of the most powerful secret techniques of the ancient devil race, the Devil's Eye. The projection of the sky devil Gu slowly opened one eye, and vast demonic light shot towards Yang Feng. Goddess Lolth silently chanted an incantation and pointed towards the sky. The shadow of a divine kingdom with a beautiful environment and beautiful and unrestrained female dark elves could be seen everywhere suddenly appeared. A resplendent black radiance shone on Goddess Lolth. Goddess Lolth's body swelled, and her aura rose steadily. She transformed into a 20-meter-tall half-human half-spider monster. Her upper body was that of a beautiful woman, and her lower body was that of a huge spider. Her back was covered with sharp, spear-like claws. Lolth was also known as the Queen of Spiders Lolth. It was said that he was the first child of the mother of Chaos Spider. The primal Chaos Spider mother was the first generation of creatures born when the universe was created. From the day she was born, she possessed a terrifying power that surpassed the fiend gods. According to legend, she was a terrifying existence that could rival or even surpass human warlock emperors. The primal Chaos Spider mother gave birth to a total of 108 children. One of them was the goddess Lolth, also known as the Queen of Spiders Lolth. After the Queen of Spiders Lolth devoured several of her sisters, she escaped from the primal Chaos Spider mother, and then wandered the many planes of the universe for countless years. Then, she deceived the feelings of a high elven monarch, and used an evil secret method to pollute the bloodline of the high elves under the monarch's rule, turning them into dark elves. High elves had always been very proud, and they attached far more importance to the purity of their bloodline than other races. The dark elves whose bloodline was polluted by the evil secret method were no longer regarded as their compatriots, and were hunted down with all their might. As a result, the dark elves had no choice but to rely on the Queen of Spiders Lolth, flee to the Fesua plane with her, and worship her as the guardian of their race. Transforming into a primal chaos spider was one of the strongest secret methods the Queen of Spiders Lolth grasped. As soon as she transformed into a half-human half-spider primal chaos spider, the Queen of Spiders Lolth's avatar opened her mouth and sprayed green venom containing the law of poison towards Yang Feng. After transforming into a primal chaos spider, the venom sprayed by the Queen of Spiders Lolth was the most troublesome primal chaos spider venom. When the primal chaos spider venom sprayed by the Queen of Spiders Lolth with great warlock rank power, even a glorious dawn warlock would be poisoned. If they didn't deal with it properly, then they would be eroded by the primal chaos spider venom for hundreds or even 1,000 years. If the Queen of Spiders Lolth's true body was eroded by the primal chaos spider venom she sprayed with intermediate divine force rank power, then even a mighty divine force rank, warlock monarch, powerhouse would be in unbearable pain, and might even be in danger of dying. Amazing, as expected of a transcendent rank powerhouse. If your true bodies had attacked with their strongest power, then I might not have been able to withstand a blow from you. However, with great warlock rank power, you're too naive to think that you can kill me. Eyes flashing with scorching fighting spirit, Yang Feng smiled faintly and sent out a primal chaos annihilation fist. The law of power surged, and wisps of world force extracted from the semi-plane barreled towards the demonic light emitted by the devil's eye in the sky. Boom! The demonic light emitted by the devil's eye was smashed by Yang Feng's fist, and the fearsome power dispersed in all directions. The several warships around Yang Feng were sent flying by the fearsome power. After smashing the demonic light emitted by the devil's eye, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the spatial domain erupted. Suddenly, a spatial maze appeared and devoured the venom sprayed by the Queen of Spiders Lolth. The venom sprayed by the Queen of Spiders Lolth contained the law of poison. When Yang Feng's spatial domain came into contact with the venom, it collapsed inch by inch and withered. Yang Feng took out the god armament Holy Flame sword and slashed at the venom with a flame containing the law of fire. Sizzle! Along with a series of crisp sounds, the venom sprayed by the Queen of Spiders Lolth was burned to ashes and purified. The primal chaos spider venom sprayed by the Queen of Spiders Lolth was indeed one of the most fearsome poisons in the world. However, as long as the venom didn't enter his body, Yang Feng had 10,000 ways to deal with it. After breaking through the strongest attacks of the two powerhouses in one fell swoop, Yang Feng's eyes turned cold, and he sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards the archdevil from thousands of meters away. The complexion of the archdevil changed dramatically, and he opened his maw and spat out a large mouthful of blood essence. The level 6 secret treasure ghost mist skeleton shield in his hand radiated resplendent light. When the primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the ogre mist skeleton shield, it was blasted away. Before the archdevil could react, the other primal chaos annihilation fist crossed thousands of meters like a meteor and slammed into him. A look of despair and fear welled up in the eyes of the archdevil, and he opened his mouth as if to say something, when his body exploded, and a copious amount of flesh and blood sputtered in all directions, leaving only a head with an unresigned expression on its face. In the outside world, the archdevil was a powerful existence comparable to God's. For the sake of the apple of wisdom, he even risked his true body to enter the golden strait. On his own plane, he could insta-kill Xiaofan with a single move. But now he was killed by the great warlock rank Xiaofan with a single punch. He felt extremely sullen. When the Queen of Spiders Loath saw the archdevil explode with 2 punches from Xiaofan, her pretty face fell, and she shouted, "Ian, I can give up on the apple of wisdom. Please let me leave this place. If you let me go, I can have the Maiden of Joy and the Goddess of the Dark Elven Divine System accompany you for a year." Although it was only an avatar of the Queen of Spiders Loath, but it was her strongest avatar. Without the suppression of the planar tide, the strength of this avatar was even comparable to that of a weak divine force rank god, and could contend against a glorious dawn warlock. For the Queen of Spiders Loath, if such an avatar died here, it would be a huge loss. What a pity. Go to hell. Xiaofang's eyes shimmered coldly, and he sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards the Queen of Spiders Loath, as if it was the only thing left in the world, as if carrying the might of a world. Damn it! The Queen of Spiders Loath's pretty face fell. A divine country projection suddenly appeared behind her, and a copious amount of darkness divine force entered her body. Strengthened by the darkness divine force, countless threads invisible to the naked eye formed a huge domain of threads that blocked in front of the Queen of Spiders Loath. When the primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the domain of threads, countless threads collapsed. The fist containing world force smashed all the threads, and then slammed heavily into the Queen of Spiders Loath's avatar. The pretty face of the Queen of Spiders Loath's avatar changed several times, and then she stared at Xiaofan with resentment in her beautiful eyes. Her body shook slightly, and then she exploded into pieces. The path of the strongest warlock was extremely difficult. But once one succeeded in cultivating it, it would be extremely powerful and despair-inducing. Xiaofan went to great lengths to go to the astral boundary, and only then did he truly set foot on the strongest warlock path. The Queen of Spiders Loath's avatar only had great warlock rank cultivation base, so it was naturally not his opponent. Xiaofan beckoned with his hand, and a tremendous attractive force emerged and pulled the remains of the Queen of Spiders Loath and the Ancient Devil over. Among the remains of the Queen of Spiders Loath and the Ancient Devil, a devil core and a pitch-black godhead were particularly dazzling. Chapter 446. That devil core was a soul core formed by the ancient devil clan. It contained the ancient devil's power and soul essence. When many powerful extraordinary life forms evolved to a certain extent, they would condense all kinds of crystal cores inside them. Human warlocks were no exception. When human warlocks advanced to the Starry Sky warlock rank from the Great Warlock rank, the soul seed in their spirit sea would absorb the power, soul, spell models, and other essences of the warlock and form a soul core. The soul core of human warlocks was not much different from the crystal cores of other extraordinary life forms. Xiaofan grabbed the devil core and glanced at it, and his eyes revealed a smile. This is a pinnacle moonlight warlock rank devil core. Not bad, with this devil core, I can transform into a moonlight warlock rank ancient devil. Or consume other precious materials to create a moonlight warlock rank battle robot. Xiaofan put the devil core aside, grabbed the godhead of the Queen of Spiders Loath's avatar, frowned slightly, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Gods could create avatars to replace their true bodies and walk the secular world. Feeble divine force rank gods could create 1 avatar. Feeble divine force rank gods could create 2. Intermediate divine force rank gods could create 3. Strong divine force rank gods could create 4. Mighty divine force rank gods could create 5. The avatars could be strong or weak, and could contain divinity or even godhead. In some divine systems, the deities who occupied different divine positions were different incarnations of the same deity. The Queen of Spiders Loltha's avatar was extraordinary. She placed a weak divine force rank godhead in it, which was why it was so powerful. But he never expected that his avatar would be slain by Yang Feng. Yang Feng grabbed the weak divine force rank godhead, and his expression flickered. If I use this godhead, it will be equivalent to fighting with the Dark Elven Lolth for control of the Dark Elven believers. I will have an irreconcilable relationship with her. Dark Elves were the forbidden descendants of the Queen of Spiders Lolth as well as the foundation of her godhood. This weak divine force rank godhead was also related to the Dark Elves. Every divine spark was an existence condensed from a race's countless power of faith and special laws by a deity. Godheads formed from specific races could only accept the faith force of specific races. This was the disadvantage of ascending to godhood with the godhead of another. Once Yang Feng wanted to ascend to godhood with this godhead, he would have to compete with the Queen of Spiders Lolth over the believers of the Dark Elves. In addition, that weak divine power rank divine spark also had the soul imprint of its previous owner. If he used this divine spark to become a god, he would be controlled by Goddess Lolth and become her puppet if he wasn't careful. Your Majesty, I give up. Please spare my life. Suddenly, the waves on the sea churned, and Grace, with a broken arm, appeared in front of Yang Feng in a sorry state. Below Grace was a dense horde of sea hunters that made one's scalp tingle with numbness. Lolth of Lolth. Young of Lolth. Lolth. Sea. Hunter rank Lolth. Hunter. A sea hunter blurred into motion and quickly swam towards the Golden Plain. Aboard the fleet, Grace and Cecilia could only look at each other and smile bitterly. By stopping the fleet here, Yang Feng made it clear that he wouldn't give them any chance to go to the Golden Plain. Aboard the fleet, Grace and Cecilia could only look at each other and smile bitterly. By stopping the fleet here, Yang Feng made it clear that he wouldn't give them any chance to go to the Golden Plain. When they thought that even the Shadow Prince Mecha was punched to death by Yang Feng, the two powerhouses shuddered inside. The Golden Plain was shrouded in golden light, looking sacred and beautiful. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he quickly rushed towards the Apple of Wisdom tree. When he reached it, he quickly climbed to the top of the Apple of Wisdom tree. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he quickly rushed towards the Apple of Wisdom tree. When he arrived in front of the Apple of Wisdom tree, he quickly climbed to the top of the Apple of Wisdom tree. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he quickly rushed towards the Apple of Wisdom tree. When he reached it, he quickly climbed to the top of the Apple of Wisdom tree. Yang Feng looked at the golden apple with a scorching look in his eyes. He plucked the Apple of Wisdom and impatiently took a bite. Yang Feng looked at the Apple of Wisdom with a scorching glint in his eyes. He plucked the Apple of Wisdom and impatiently took a bite. In an instant, Yang Feng seemed to have gained enlightenment, and all the difficulties he faced in practicing cultivation in the past were easily solved. Much of the knowledge that used to be difficult and obscure became simple and clear in his eyes. The eyes of Yang Feng's clone, who was trapped in the basement of the Black Dragon country because he couldn't comprehend the divinity of massacre, flashed with countless rays of light, and he easily comprehended the law of massacre contained within the divinity of massacre. In the next moment, Yang Feng's clone stood up from the ground. With a smile on his face, he sighed, as expected of the Apple of Wisdom. It's a peerless treasure that countless powerhouses of the 36 primary material planes yearn to obtain. If it wasn't for the Apple of Wisdom, it would have taken Yang Feng's clone several years to comprehend the law of massacre, and only then could he barely move. After Yang Feng finished eating the apple of wisdom, countless secret methods streaked past his eyes, and then he analyzed them. All kinds of laws of heaven and earth were stripped of their mysterious outer shell, allowing him to comprehend them freely. The fundamental secret method that Yang Feng's true body cultivated was the primal chaos imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord. This secret method is extremely profound and obscure. After integrating with the semi-plane seed, Yang Feng has become extremely powerful, but at the same time, it has become more difficult and obscure to practice. If he hadn't eaten the apple of wisdom, Yang Feng felt that it would take him another 10 years to complete his transformation and evolve into a starry sky warlock. But now, Yang Feng could clearly feel that as long as he wanted to, he could easily cross that step and promote to a starry sky warlock. Moreover, if he didn't want to consolidate his foundation, he could even promote to a moonlight warlock after promoting to a starry sky warlock. Of course, if he advanced to 2 secret realms consecutively in one day, his foundation would be unstable. If he wanted to advance to a glorious dawn warlock in the future, he would have to spend 1,000 times more time and energy, as well as countless rare treasures, to make up for his weak foundation. Yang Feng grabbed the God Armament Holy Flame Sword and glanced at it. With a thought, a berserk fire domain spread from him in a flash and extended ahead. Yang Feng looked at the fire domain with a smile of excitement in his eyes. Amazing. This apple of wisdom is really amazing. Prior to this, Yang Feng had never comprehended the law of fire. He just sensed the law of fire contained in the God Armament Holy Flame Sword, and then grasped the mysteries of the law of fire. This was the terror of the apple of wisdom. Even if an ordinary person with ordinary aptitude obtained the apple of wisdom, they would be able to soar into the sky in a single bound and become a peerless genius with extraordinary comprehension, far surpassing countless powerhouses. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Feng began to carefully pick the apple leaves around the apple of wisdom. The apple leaves around the apple of wisdom also had the miraculous effect of enlightening people and greatly increasing their wisdom. Each apple leaf of wisdom was very precious in the outside world. Even bright world warlocks would pay a high price to buy them. After Yang Feng plucked 100 apple leaves, a golden light shone on him and teleported him 100 meters away from the apple of wisdom tree. Yang Feng took a deep look at the apple of wisdom tree, then smiled, turned around, and walked back to his fleet. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for obtaining the apple of wisdom. You've soared into the sky in a single bound, and there's hope for you to become a god in the future. As soon as Yang Feng returned to the fleet, Cecilia greeted him with a smile on her face. A complicated look in her eyes, Grace squeezed out a smile and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for obtaining the apple of wisdom. You've soared into the sky in the future." Yang Feng obtained the apple of wisdom, which meant that as long as he didn't die, he would definitely promote to a god in the future. Besides, his ultimate achievement would surpass that of a weak divine force rank god. From now on, the gap between Yang Feng and Cecilia and the others would only widen, and his weight in the eyes of the gods would be different. From the moment he ate the apple of wisdom, Yang Feng was already a quasi-god, and his status was completely different from that of legend-rank geniuses like Grace and Cecilia. Cecilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a pleading look, and she uttered, "Your Majesty, I want to buy 10 apple of wisdom leaves for the price of 1,000 divine force crystals. Please sell them to me." Although the effect of the 100 apple of wisdom leaves couldn't compare to that of the apple of wisdom, but they were still peerless treasures that could only be produced once every 30,000 years. They were equally precious and of extraordinary value. Grace's beautiful eyes flashed with expectation as she looked at Yang Feng. Yang Feng said resolutely, "That won't do, I won't sell a single one of those leaves. However, I can let you go to the Golden Plain and pick some flowers and plants." Although the apple of wisdom leaves were no longer effective for Yang Feng, but he could give them to his women, friends, and subordinates. He couldn't sell such treasures that could only be encountered by chance. Cecilia's beautiful eyes flickered, and she gritted her teeth and said, "If I am willing to be your mount and serve you for 1,000 years, in exchange, will you give me an apple of wisdom leaf?" Dragon Knight. A term popped up in Yang Feng's mind at once. He took a deep look at the peerlessly beautiful dragon girl Cecilia brimming with a heroic temperament, and said, "Yes. But are you sure you have thought it through?" Chapter 447. Cecilia's pretty face flashed with determination, and she said resolutely, "Yes. I've thought it through." The lifespan of dragons was far longer than that of humans. For a dragon with extraordinary bloodline like Cecilia, 1,000 years was only equivalent to 10 years for humans. Yang Feng said lightly, "All right. After we leave, I'll sign a Dragon Knight contract with you." Cecilia was extraordinarily talented and had the backing of a dragon god. With a bit of training, it wouldn't be difficult for her to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock. With Yang Feng's help and careful training, she would have a great chance of promoting to a Moonlight Warlock in the future. Yang Feng naturally didn't want to miss out on such a good helper. The huge fleet quickly arrived at the Golden Plain. Cecilia, Faldina, Arlette, and the other dragonborn powerhouses landed on the Golden Plain. Cecilia and the other proud daughters of heaven came to the Apple of Wisdom tree, yet they couldn't get within 100 meters of it. They could only sigh and turn back. Everyone who landed on the island picked 100 stalks of gold grass and gold flowers, and then returned to the warship, satisfied. The Golden Plain was shrouded by the Time Lord's restriction, and everyone could get 100 stalks of gold grass. Yang Feng collected all the gold grass and flowers the Dragonborn picked, and then gave each of them 10 stalks of gold grass as a reward. Although the power contained in the 10 stalks of gold grass was far from being comparable to that of the Apple of Wisdom leaves, but it was still enough to make the potential of the Dragonborn powerhouses skyrocket. As long as they didn't die, they would definitely be able to promote to legend rank powerhouses, and there was even a trace of a possibility for them to promote to Starry Sky Warlocks. When Yang Feng's fleet slowly sailed out of the Golden Strait, gazes immediately focused on the huge fleet. "It's over. Damn it. Who got the Apple of Wisdom?" When the God-fiend phantoms that were fighting the Starry Sky Rippers and the legendary powerhouses who were watching from the sidelines saw the huge steel fleet sailing out of the Golden Strait, their eyes turned red and they kept guessing who obtained the Apple of Wisdom. After seeing Yang Feng and company, some tyrannical existences who have already revealed their true forms sighed helplessly, turned into streams of light, and fled in different directions. Yang Feng looked around and saw that 1/3 of the steel fleets had been lost, and the corpses of various freaks could be seen floating on the water. Of the millions of new battle robots in the sky, 1/10 had been lost. Sea hunters quickly swam over and offered the treasures, cores, and fleshly essence of the dead powerhouses to Yang Feng. The sudden appearance of the Golden Sea region forced those who were scheming and had strength comparable to fiend gods to appear one by one. They fought crazily with the Starry Sky Rippers, causing many of them to fall under the blades of the Starry Sky Rippers. As a result, they also left behind many precious treasures. Among them, there were as many as 9 demigod-level treasures, and there was also a water-attributed Sea Emperor crown. As for treasures similar to godheads, there was not a single one. In the Golden Sea region, everyone was suppressed to the Great Warlock rank, which was why Yang Feng could easily kill the Shadow Prince Mecha, the Queen of Spiders Loltha's avatar, and the Ancient Devil Viscount. If it was in the outside world, then even if they weren't a match for Yang Feng, but they could still escape quickly with their demigod rank strength. After Yang Feng's fleet left the Golden Sea region disappeared, and so did the path leading to the Golden Plain. Only strong divine force rank powerhouses could open a path leading to the Golden Plain at the expense of a copious amount of divine force. Ian. It's him. He got the Apple of Wisdom. It should be him. Gazes full of envy and jealousy focused on Yang Feng. Although the powerhouses didn't personally enter the Golden Plain, but when they saw the beaming dragonborn powerhouses and the Golden Sea region disappear, they guessed the truth of the matter. Only after the Apple of Wisdom was picked and the person who obtained it left the Golden Sea region would the Golden Sea region disappear. On the surface of the sea, waves churned, and the beautiful mermaid Empress Brihea with a trident in hand stepped on the waves. Looking at Yang Feng from afar, her beautiful eyes flickered with a complicated glint, and she said loudly, "I am Princess Brihea of the Mermaid Empire. Your Majesty Ian, may I ask if the Apple of Wisdom has fallen into your hands?" Gazes full of expectation, apprehension, curiosity, envy, and other complicated emotions focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then took out an Apple of Wisdom leaf and flicked it towards Arlette. "Eat it." Arlette's beautiful eyes shimmered with pleasant surprise, and she swallowed the Apple of Wisdom leaf without hesitation. In the next moment, an incomparably vast black dragon aura gushed out of Arlette's delicate body. Countless black dragon scales grew on her body, making her seem like a humanoid black dragon. Her eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, and she frantically absorbed the surrounding vigor of heaven and earth. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and vials of precious elixirs turned into a stream of water and entered Arlette's cherry lips. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Arlette exuded Starry Sky Warlock rank dragon might in a flash, and she faced upwards and issued a tremendous dragon roar. As if an ancient dragon roaring in the sea, the minds of many legend rank powerhouses trembled. Aboard the Black Steel warship, many dragonborn powerhouses looked at Arlette, trembling with envy and awe. Arlette has broken through the shackles of the Black Dragon bloodline and stepped into the demigod realm, suppressing countless geniuses of the Black Dragon country. Even the ancient Black Dragon Oben could no longer order her around. Arlette opened her eyes. Feeling the surging power inside her, she knelt on one knee and saluted Yang Feng gratefully. "Thank you for the treasure, Your Majesty." Arlette was a rare genius, and her cultivation base was originally at the pinnacle Great Warlock rank. But after she received the Black Dragon Morph secret method imparted to her by Yang Feng, coupled with the Apple of Wisdom leaf, she broke through in one fell swoop and advanced to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Demigod. She broke through to the demigod realm. Damn it, that's an Apple of Wisdom leaf. It must be Ian who got the Apple of Wisdom. When the spectating legend rank powerhouses saw Arlette break through to the demigod rank, their eyes turned bloodshot and filled with jealousy and envy. Promoting from a legend rank to a demigod was a huge hurdle. On the Feisua plain, the hidden legend rank powerhouses had emerged one after another. Legend rank powerhouses that were rarely seen in the past could be seen everywhere during the Democalypse. However, demigod rank powerhouses were still very rare. On the Feisua plain, if human powerhouses didn't draw support from external forces, such as Faith Force, Godhead, or other external forces, they simply couldn't promote to the demigod rank. After Arlette obtained the Apple of Wisdom leaf, she ascended to the demigod rank in a single bound before everyone's eyes. Naturally, it was very enviable. On the Feisua plain, the Apple of Wisdom leaf was one of the very few rare treasures that could break through the shackles of the human body and allow people to break through to the demigod rank without relying on Faith Force. After Yang Feng saw that Arlette had promoted to a demigod rank powerhouse, he smiled leisurely and said in a clear voice, "That's right, I ate the Apple of Wisdom." He ate it. Damn it. Bastard. Sure enough, he ate it. Damn it. Damn it. When the surrounding legend rank powerhouses heard that, their hearts were torn apart, and they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, yet there was nothing they could do. If it had been them, they would have eaten the Apple of Wisdom as soon as they had obtained it. Keeping it in their hands would only be a source of disaster. Tyrannical auras descended from the sky. As if piercing through the void, gazes comparable to transcendent rank powerhouses looked carefully at Yang Feng. What a pity! Alas! A series of sighs rang out in the void, and the terrifying aura that was comparable to that of gods and demons slowly dissipated. If it was for the apple of wisdom, these transcendent rank powerhouses would be willing to come with their true bodies and fight Yang Feng's mechanical legion. However, since the apple of wisdom was already eaten by Yang Feng, it wasn't worth it to fight him in this part of the sea. Many legendary powerhouses also sighed slightly. They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance, leaving this troublesome place. The eyes of some legend-rank powerhouses flickered as they stared at Yang Feng. In addition to the apple of wisdom, the apple of wisdom leaf was also a peerless treasure. An apple of wisdom leaf could enable a pinnacle legend-rank powerhouse to break through to a demigod-rank powerhouse, and there was even a glimmer of hope for them to promote to a feeble divine force-rank god. Since Yang Feng got the apple of wisdom, then the apple of wisdom leaf must have fallen into his hands as well. The mermaid Empress Brihea uttered lightly, "Your Majesty Ian, I'm willing to pay 5,000 divine force crystals for an apple of wisdom leaf." Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, 5,000 divine force crystals? 100,000 divine force crystals per leaf, and I'm only selling one leaf. There was a flash of anger in the beautiful eyes of the mermaid Empress Brihea, and she snapped, 100,000 divine force crystals, that's impossible. Your Majesty Ian, 5,000 divine force crystals per leaf is already a very sincere offer. Chapter 448. 100,000 divine force crystals was equivalent to the income of the Xalia divine system's radiant primary god Prados in more than 70 years on the Fesua plain. For the mermaid Empress Brihea, exchanging this huge sum of money for an apple of wisdom leaf was too great. In addition to the 100,000 divine force crystals, you can also use these rare treasures to exchange for it. Come back to me after you've thought it over. Of course, if anyone else wants to get an apple of wisdom leaf, they can also use these treasures to exchange with me. Yang Feng smiled faintly and clapped his hands, and a projector on a cruiser shot out countless rays of light and displayed countless rare treasures in the void, many of which were core materials needed to build a level 3 stronghold. The level 2 mobile fortified stronghold was already completed. It was only a matter of time before the second and third level 2 mobile fortified stronghold were completed. Yang Feng had already begun to collect the core materials for the level 3 stronghold. Once the core materials for the level 3 stronghold were collected and the level 3 stronghold was built, his power would increase geometrically. The surrounding legendary powerhouses all focused their attention on the various precious materials projected by the projector, and memorized the various precious materials one by one. Brihea looked at the countless precious materials recorded on the projector, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic light. Each of the precious materials recorded on the projector was a top treasure of the Fesua plain. Some of them were even more valuable than the apple of wisdom leaf, and there was no lack of divine materials that could be used to manufacture top god armaments. Even the mermaid Empress Brihea didn't dare to exchange these treasures at will. A few minutes later, the projection disappeared. Yang Feng left half of the fleet to salvage the wreckage of the destroyed battle robots in the area, while the other half headed for the Black Dragon country. Escorted by the 400,000 starry sky rippers in the sky, although the powerhouses coveted the apple of wisdom leaf in Yang Feng's hands, but none of them dared to act rashly. The apple of wisdom could make transcendent rank powerhouses disregard their lives and fight to the death with their true bodies. Although the apple of wisdom leaf could also enhance the wisdom of transcendent rank powerhouses, but the effect wasn't great. It wasn't enough to make them risk their true bodies to fight Yang Feng. A month later, the Black Dragon country. Countless experts of the dragon human race were prostrating on the ground in the middle of a huge square. Dressed in a luxurious silver high priest robe, Arlette walked step by step to the first high platform in the square along a passage where countless people were crawling on the ground. Arlette's phoenix eyes shone brightly as she looked down at the experts of the Black Dragon Divine Sect and said slowly, "I am Arlette, the Pope of the Black Dragon Divine Sect. Now, all of you pray with me and contribute your strength to raise the divine throne of our Master and turn into the stars in the sky." Great Master Ian, you are the only supreme, honorable, and great existence in this world. Great Master Ian. You're the ruler of the dragon men. You're the guardian of the Black Dragon Nation. The supreme king of the Shadow Nation. Great Master Ian. You are the invincible god of war. You are the god of death who controls life and death. Great Master Ian. We offer our most devout faith to you. From now on, after death, we will return to your divine kingdom. I will become your shield and block all harm for you. I will become your sword and cut down all your enemies. Great Master Ian. May your divine kingdom be raised high and turn into the stars in the sky. In the center of the square, neat and holy prayers rang out one after another. Yang Feng's clone walked out slowly, his eyes flashing with the light of wisdom. A copious amount of faith power poured into him from the experts of the dragon men. Divinity quickly condensed inside Yang Feng. With a thought, a frightening demigod rank aura diffused from him. Yang Feng easily crossed the hurdle that ordinary legend rank experts couldn't cross in their lifetime and promoted to a demigod. Yang Feng crushed 10 divine force crystals at once, and pure divine force entered his forehead and turned into divine fire that burned the divinity threads in his forehead. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. The laws of the world flickered in his eyes, and divinity suddenly appeared and entered the divine fire. Yang Feng absorbed divine force crystals one after another, making the divine fire on his forehead more exuberant. In the Red Earth Wasteland, in the city of half-blood beast men. Great Master Ian, you are the only supreme, noble, and great being in this world. Great Master Ian. You are the ruler of half-blood beast men, the supreme monarch of the Shadow Kingdom. Great Master Ian. You are the invincible god of war, you are the god of death who controls life and death. Great Master Ian. We offer you our most pious faith. From now on, after death, we will return to your divine kingdom. We will become your shield and block all harm for you. We will become your sword and cut down all your enemies for you. Great Master Ian. May your divine kingdom be raised high and turn into the stars in the sky. Countless half-blood beast men prostrated themselves on the ground. Under the leadership of half-blood beastman priests, they devoutly recited prayers. Faith power from the dragonborn and half-blood beastmen fell on Yang Feng and entered his divine fire. An hour later, a godhead finally condensed in the divine fire on Yang Feng's forehead. A copious amount of divine fire was absorbed by the godhead, and fearsome divine might spread in all directions with him as the center. Someone has promoted to a god. Who is it? Who has promoted to a god? When Yang Feng promoted to a god, the laws of the Feisua Plain shook. The gods of the Feisua Plain sensed it in an instant, and their gazes focused on him. In a divine kingdom shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by candlelight, there was a goddess who was 100 meters tall. Her upper body was that of a peerless beauty, and her lower body was that of a ferocious and ugly spider. She exuded a coquettish, licentious, charming, and pure aura from her body. She was the goddess of dark elves Lolth as well as the queen of spiders Lolth. Beside the queen of spiders Lolth, there were countless handsome dark elves kneeling on the ground, using various methods to please her. Damn it! This bastard actually succeeded in ascending to godhood. Curses! The eyes of the queen of spiders Lolth flickered with golden light. As if she saw through the void, she saw Yang Feng ignite his divine fire and promote to a god. Gnashing her teeth and furious, she clapped her hands, and as if slapping ants, the dozen-plus dark elven handsome men and beautiful women beside her were smashed into meat paste. Furious, the queen of spiders Lolth roared madly, "The apple of wisdom should be mine. Wretched bastard! If I had the apple of wisdom, I would have been able to promote to a strong divine force rank existence within 100,000 years. Wretched bastard! Gods had a long lifespan and were far stronger than experts of the same rank. But at the same time, they had many fatal weaknesses, one of which was that it was very difficult to promote. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Queen of Spiders Lolth was already an intermediate divine force rank existence, and she was still an intermediate divine force rank existence. If she hadn't obtained the Apple of Wisdom, then even if she lived for another 1,000,000 years, she would only be an intermediate divine force rank existence, unable to break through. Yang Feng snatched her Apple of Wisdom, which naturally made her hate him greatly. In a divine country with a bright and beautiful sun, birds chirping, and fragrant flowers, looking like a fairyland on earth, the eyes of a beautiful goddess flickered with golden light as she stared at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes revealed curiosity. Is he Ian? The one who obtained the Apple of Wisdom? Gazes brimming with complicated emotions focused on Yang Feng. Vast law force enveloped Yang Feng, turned him into a stream of light, and flew into the starry sky. As soon as he flew into the starry sky, all kinds of planar laws related to the Feisua plane rushed towards Yang Feng like a tide. An invisible shackle and bondage shrouded Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng's embodiment promoted to a god on the Feisua plane, his true body would henceforth share weal and woe with the Feisua plane, unable to leave. When the Feisua plane was destroyed, all the gods of the Feisua plane would perish, with no exception. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng released the semi-plane he obtained from the astral boundary and flicked his fingers. Immediately after, the laws of the Feisua plane entered the semi-plane. 30,000 divine force crystals burned and turned into pure divine force that entered the semi-plane. Yang Feng also threw the countless precious materials he obtained from the Feisua plane into the semi-plane. After the semi-plane absorbed the countless divine force crystals, it expanded frantically and turned into a celestial body with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, with protruding mountains and flowing rivers. It turned into a true divine country containing the Feisua plane. When the divine country was built, Yang Feng felt a mysterious connection form between the divine country, him, and the countless believers. From now on, as long as the devout believers died on the Feisua plane, they would be received into his divine country, and their souls would become his property. Of course, after the divine country was completed, Yang Feng still needed to refine it with divine force and inject the laws he grasped into it, making it stronger and stronger. Chapter 449. Divine Country. He actually condensed his own divine country. That's right, those divine force crystals are for the sake of refining a divine country. What a fearsome fellow. With his own divine kingdom, even a low-level deity may not be a match for him. The gazes of the gods focused on Yang Feng's divine country, and many of them are filled with shock and envy. Divine countries are the lairs of gods and their most powerful god armaments. Only gods with divine countries can receive the souls of their believers. Moreover, the various laws grasped by gods can be inserted into the divine country to create the most favorable fighting environment. In a divine kingdom that was powerful enough, even a weak divine power rank god could cross two realms to contend against a mid-level divine power rank god. However, semi-planes are extremely rare, and you have to go to dangerous places like the astral boundary to find them. Among the gods of the Feisua plane, many gods don't have their own divine countries. Many gods of the Zalia pantheon and the Titan pantheon don't have their own divine countries, and live in the divine countries of other gods. In the divine countries of other gods, they set aside an area to receive their believers. Among the Dark Elven pantheon, only the Queen of Spiders Lolth has her own divine country. The other Dark Elven gods live in the divine country of the Queen of Spiders Lolth and receive their believers with the power of the divine country. Among the Darkness gods, more than 2/3 of them don't have their own divine country. They can't even receive the souls of their believers. The Shadow Prince Mecha, for example, doesn't have his own divine country, and thus can't receive his believers into his divine country. For Yang Feng to be able to successfully refine his divine country as soon as he ascended to the godhood, this is simply incredible. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and divine light shone, and his divine country quietly disappeared into a secret place in accordance with the Feisua Plains laws. The location of each god's divine kingdom was also a huge secret to the other gods. If it isn't necessary, many gods will hide their divine countries in secret places that other gods can't find. After ascending to godhood, every god will be in their weakest state, because they did not have their own divine kingdom. Even if he had his own divine kingdom, it would be difficult to inscribe powerful laws in a short period of time. The divine kingdom that was not inscribed with its own laws was the treasure that the other gods coveted the most. Some weak divine powers, or even mid-level divine powers, would attack those weak gods who had just been apotheosized and had their own god kingdoms, plundering their god kingdoms. After refining their divine country, every god had a chance to hide their divine country in a secret place in the vast starry sky of the Feisua Plain in accordance with the laws of the Feisua Plain. Damn it! What a cunning fellow! After the gods saw Yang Feng's divine country disappear into the void, many gods sighed. Almost at the same time, a star appeared in the starry sky of the Feisua Plain, emitting resplendent light. Yang Feng's figure shook, and he turned into a black ray of light that entered the star and disappeared. The star was the projection of Yang Feng's divine country on the Feisua Plain. Through the projection, Yang Feng could enter his divine country directly. Other gods, even if they are strong divine force rank gods, cannot enter Yang Feng's divine country through a projection. When Yang Feng entered his divine country, he pressed the dimensional badge, and countless engineering robots flew out and began to build palaces and residences in the divine country. With a flick of his wrist, the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead appeared in Yang Feng's hand. The godhead hidden in the Queen of Spiders Lotha's avatar was a weak divine power rank godhead. Its evolution potential was far greater than that of the Shadow Prince Mecha's avatar. However, Yang Feng vaguely felt that once he integrated the godhead of the Queen of Spiders Lotha's avatar into his body, something extremely bad would happen, which was why he didn't take it out. Yang Feng pressed the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead into his forehead. With a flash of gold light, the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead entered his forehead and slowly merged with his own godhead. Countless law of shadow poured out of the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead, and Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with the light of wisdom. He easily comprehended the Shadow Prince Mecha's tens of thousands of years of understanding of shadow and assassination. Before obtaining the Apple of Wisdom, even if Yang Feng promoted to a god and possessed the tremendous analytical power of a godhead, it would take him at least 10 or even 20 years to comprehend the laws within the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead. But after obtaining the Apple of Wisdom, using the power of a godhead, he comprehended everything in practically a few breaths of time. In the secret basement of a villa, there was a statue of the Shadow Prince, Mecha, broken into two halves. Mighty Lord, Shadow Prince Mecha, your most devout believer, please listen to our voice. In front of the statue, there was a haggard archbishop of the Shadow Church reciting prayers in despair. But no matter how he recited the prayers, he couldn't get in touch with the God he believed in. Without the blessing of the God and the bestowal of divine spells, he, who could even be killed by a legend wizard, has been reduced to an ordinary old man without any extraordinary power. In the secret room, there were a dozen plus bishops of the Shadow Church prostrating themselves, their faces haggard and their expressions panicked. At this moment, the broken statue of the Shadow Prince Mecha strangely healed. At the same time, the statue twisted and changed into a statue that looked 90% similar to Yang Feng. When the Archbishop of the Shadow Church looked up and saw the flabbergasting scene, he trembled. He realized that the Shadow Prince Mecha was dead, and a god who devoured the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead was born. My name is Ian, the ruler of the shadows. Those who believe in me will return to my divine country after death and obtain eternal life. A thought entered the minds of the archbishops and bishops of the Shadow Church. My Lord Ian, I am Jasad. I am willing to believe in you and pray for you to bestow me with strength. The complexion of the archbishop changed several times, and then he respectfully lowered his head and prayed devoutly to the statue of Yang Feng. The next moment, the Archbishop of the Shadow Church felt a trace of very familiar shadow divine power permeating his body, which made him ecstatic. "My Lord Ian, I am Jasad. I am willing to believe in you and pray for you to bestow me with strength." The eyes of the bishops of the Shadow Church shimmered with greed, and they knelt on the ground and prayed loudly. The archbishops and bishops of the Shadow Church were not fanatics, so they didn't care that the God they believed in changed. As long as the God could bestow them with strength, they would be willing to believe in that God. Wisps of shadow divine force diffused from the bishops of the Shadow Church, making them ecstatic and praying even more devoutly. After experiencing the pain of losing their power, they became even more pious. Such scenes occurred continuously throughout the Feisua Plain. After all, the Shadow Prince Mecha has operated on the Feisua Plain for more than 10,000 years and has a considerable foundation on the Feisua Plain. He has more than 10 million believers, and his sphere of influence covers the entire Feisua Plain. After Yang Feng analyzed the godhead of the Shadow Prince Mecha, he obtained 3/4 of the believers and forces of the Shadow Prince Mecha. The remaining 1/4 were die-hard followers of the Shadow Prince Mecha. They either committed suicide or went into hiding, full of hatred for the shadow ruler Yang Feng. Inside the divine country, Yang Feng analyzed the godhead of the Shadow Prince Mecha, and suddenly showed a smile. Interesting, this Shadow Prince Mecha is really not simple. He actually became the sole god of a plane. When the Shadow Prince Mecha was traveling in the astral boundary, he was lucky enough to discover a grade 9 plane. Although his true body couldn't descend to the grade 9 plane, but he split off an avatar and entered the grade 9 plane. After 300 years, he took full control of the grade 9 plane and made the Shadow Church the sole church in the grade 9 plane. In the grade 9 plane, the population was as high as 13 million. It was much more prosperous than the Shadow Church on the Feisua Plain. In fact, many powerful gods who became gods on the Feisua Plain would go to the astral boundary, look for other low-level planes, colonize them, and turn them into their land of faith. Gods who became gods on the Feisua Plain could only travel in the Feisua Plain and the astral boundary with their true bodies. Once they went to other planes, their strength would plummet. However, their avatars and divine legions didn't have such restrictions. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he ordered, "Scan, analyze, digitize." Divine name Ian. Divine authority, God of half-blood beast men, ruler of dragonborn, ruler of shadows, God of war, God of death. Godhead, God of half-blood beast men 1, ruler of dragonborn 1, ruler of shadows 5, God of war 1, God of death 1. Total Godhead rank, 5, feeble divine force rank. Number of believers, 26,723,452. Estimated number of divine power crystals per year, 123. Divine country level, 1, lines of information quickly appeared. Godhead wasn't calculated by superimposing, but by taking the highest value. If he hadn't absorbed the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead, Yang Feng's godhead rank would be 1. Even though he absorbed the Shadow Prince Mecha's godhead, his godhead rank was only 5, which didn't break through the limit of the feeble divine force rank. Chapter 450. In the hierarchy of the gods, there was no god. Godheads 1 to 5 were feeble divine force grades. Godheads 6 to 10 were weak divine force grades. Godheads 11 to 15 were intermediate divine force grades. Godheads 15 to 20 were strong divine force grades. Godheads 20 to 25 were mighty divine force grades. Godheads 25 and above were supreme gods. Supreme gods were frightening existences that could contend against the warlock emperors of the 8 warlock dynasties. After the Time Lord ascended to the warlock emperor position, he once fought a supreme god. Although he eventually killed the supreme god, but he was also seriously injured. Reportedly, it was because of this that the Time Lord died early. As for the divine country hierarchy, it was similar to the god hierarchy. Divine country level 1 didn't increase the strength of a god much. If it was a level 5 divine country, it would greatly increase the strength of a god. The eyes of Yang Feng's clone congealed, and he operated a secret method. Using divine force crystals as well as countless rare treasures, he began to engrave the various laws he comprehended in his divine country. The battle demon sect's immortal Huang Palace, inside Yang Feng's dwelling. Yang Feng held a secret book recording the battle demon's secret method, carefully studied it, and revealed a smile. Now it's time for me to practice the various powerful secret methods recorded in the battle demon sect. The battle demon's secret method was one of the most powerful secret methods recorded in the battle demon sect. It had 5 realms. They were divided into 5 realms: cyan battle demon, silver battle demon, gold battle demon, black battle demon, and white battle demon. The cyan battle demon could increase the caster's combat power by 30%. The silver battle demon could increase the caster's combat power by 60%. The gold battle demon could increase the caster's combat power by 90%. The black battle demon could increase the caster's combat power by 200%. The white battle demon could increase the caster's combat power by 500%. Moreover, the battle demon possession could weaken the attacks of all kinds of hostile spells. Whether it was physical, magical, spirit, or soul attacks, they could be weakened by more than half. The battle demon's secret method was a powerful secret method, one of the fundamental secret methods of the battle demon sect. Yang Feng was able to easily defeat Zhong Sunan before because he cultivated the strongest warlock path and had the support of a semi-plane in his spirit sea. His strength and physique were far stronger than Zhong Sunan's. However, if they had the same strength, Yang Feng would not be able to defeat Zhong Sunan, who was possessed by the black battle demon. Prior to this, Yang Feng didn't practice the demonic fighting sect's secret methods because he didn't have the time to practice them. Take the battle demon secret method for example. If one wasn't a monstrous genius, then an ordinary great warlock would only be able to cultivate the green battle demon possession after spending 100 years. At that time, he was dizzy from cultivating the immortal primal chaos body. He had too many things to do and had no time to cultivate the battle demon sect's secret technique. Yang Feng glanced at the battle demon's secret method and easily understood what was recorded in it. The life force inside him surged, and he easily formed a green battle demon. As soon as the green battle devil appeared, it trembled slightly and turned into a silver battle devil. In just a quarter of an hour, Yang Feng cultivated the battle demon's secret method, which would take an ordinary genius 100 years to cultivate to the silver battle demon realm. A few days later, the silver battle devil trembled and transformed into a gold battle devil. After Yang Feng cultivated the gold battle demon, although his life force didn't increase much, but his combat power skyrocketed by more than 90%. Dang! 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 While Yang Feng was studying the battle demon's secret method, a huge bell rang in the battle demon sect. Has it finally begun? Shue's moonlight ceremony. After he heard the bell, Yang Feng's gaze moved away from the secret manual in his hand, and the gold battle devil behind him collapsed. He revealed a smile. Sure, Shui, the monstrous genius who caused the 2 great elders of the battle demon sect to disregard face to fight over, finally revealed her frightening cultivation talent. In less than 50 years, she promoted to a moonlight warlock, shocking the entire sect. The battle demon sect also sent invitations to countless experts of the Great Cloud Dynasty to come and participate in the ceremony. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he disappeared from the secret room. In the battle demon hall, on the throne, there sat a young man about 23 or 24 years old, dressed in a green robe, exuding a scholarly aura. This young man was the current sect master of the battle demon sect Lu Wuchen, and he possessed a glorious dawn warlock rank cultivation base. He was a powerful existence comparable to a transcendent. On both sides of the reception hall were the peak masters and true disciples of the battle demon sect. Yang Feng was also among them. Zhang Hanshan, Zhui Yifan, and Zhou Feng, the personal disciples of the three great elders, were also among them. At the same time, in addition to the 9 seats on both sides of the reception hall, the rest were occupied by leaders of famous forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty or representatives sent by those forces. The 9 distinctive seats were set up for the other 9 sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The representatives of the major forces looked at Yang Feng and the other true disciples of the Battle Demon sect with curiosity and awe in their eyes. Zhang Hanshan sighed faintly and said with a complicated expression, "Moonlight Warlock. Junior disciple Sister Shi is really amazing. She has been in the sect for less than 30 years, yet she has already advanced to a Moonlight Warlock. What a peerless genius. Compared to her, I feel like I've lived for hundreds of years in vain." Zhui Yifan grinned and said, "Ha ha. Junior disciple Sister Zhang, you don't have to belittle yourself. Junior disciple Sister Shi's talent is indeed above ours. In the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, I'm afraid there are few people who can compare to junior disciple Sister Shi. You're really asking for trouble by comparing yourself with those freaks. If you have the time to compare yourself, you might as well think of a way to promote to a Moonlight Warlock." Zhou Feng also advised, "That's right. Junior disciple Sister Shi's talent is the strongest in the history of the Battle Demon sect. It's not strange for her to cultivate to a Moonlight Warlock. Even if she becomes a glorious Dawn Warlock, it's just a matter of time for her. According to my master, she has a 70% chance of promoting to a Bright World Warlock in the future. She may even promote to an Infinity Warlock in the future. Junior disciple Sister Zhang, don't compare yourself with her. It won't do you any good." With a complicated look in her eyes, Zhang Hanshan suddenly asked Yang Feng, "Ang Feng, Shi Shui isn't your biological sister, is she?" Yang Feng replied calmly, "Yes, she's not my biological sister." Zhang Hanshan said with a smile, "Then you have to be careful. A year ago, senior disciple brother Mo Wuheng fell in love with junior disciple sister Shi Shui at first sight." Yang Feng frowned slightly and searched his memory for this name, Mo Wuheng. It didn't take long for Yang Feng to find this person's name in the corner of his memory. Mo Wuheng was one of the personal disciples of the Battle Demon sect's great elder Wuxian. He ranked above Zhang Hanshan, had an inferior level 7 soul aptitude, and advanced to a Moonlight Warlock 30 years ago. He was extremely proud and overbearing. In the sect, he wasn't very popular. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and gazes fell on the entrance of the hall. A beautiful girl dressed in a plain white dress, with a fairy-like temperament, stepped into the hall. She looked like an aloof and inviolable goddess. Beside this fairy-like beauty was a handsome young man in black clothes. He had a proud and domineering expression, and he gave off an aura of supremacy. That's the Battle Demon sect's Shi Shui. The most talented genius in the history of the Battle Demon sect. Superior level 8 soul aptitude. This soul aptitude isn't inferior to that of a Warlock Emperor. How beautiful and powerful. In less than 30 years, she has already promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. That's simply heaven-defying. Gazes focused on Shi Shui, and the leaders of the major forces couldn't help but comment. Many of the youths next to the leaders stared at Shi Shui, their eyes flashing with admiration. The population of the Great Cloud Dynasty was calculated in the trillions. Among the countless geniuses, superior level 8 soul aptitude was a rare sight. As long as Shi Shui didn't die along the way and obtained abundant resources, it wouldn't be difficult for her to advance to a glorious Dawn Warlock. Even if she advanced to a Bright World Warlock, it would only be a little difficult. She was destined to become a powerful existence on the level of a great elder of the Battle Demon sect in the future. Naturally, she was admired by countless young people. That's Divine Blade Mo Wuheng. The Mo Wuheng who killed the white-faced ghost devil Wei Cheng? That's right. The white-faced devil Wei Cheng is a moonlight warlock rank fiend. He once massacred 30 cities and killed millions of people in the Great Cloud Dynasty. He once seriously injured several moonlight warlock rank experts of the ominous suppression pavilion who hunted him down. For Mo Wuheng to be able to kill that fiend, he's a genius of the Battle Demon sect for no reason. The leaders of the different forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty looked at Mo Wuheng with awe in their eyes. Moonlight warlock rank powerhouses were comparable to transcendence and possessed countless means. For a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect like Mo Wuheng to defeat a moonlight warlock rank fiend like the white-faced devil Wei Cheng, but it was very difficult to kill Wei Cheng. To be able to kill Wei Cheng, Mo Wuheng's strength clearly surpassed that of ordinary moonlight warlocks by far. Mo Wuheng ignored the awe-inspiring gazes. His gaze fell on Shi Shue's body, full of passion, with a look of deep love. Shi Shue didn't care about Mo Wuheng at all. As soon as she entered the reception hall, her gaze shifted and fell on Yang Feng, and the corners of her mouth rose into a sweet smile. The entire reception hall seemed to become more beautiful and bright because of her smile. Taken aback, Mo Wuheng followed Shi Shue's gaze and saw Yang Feng at a glance. His face suddenly sank, and his eyes flickered with frigid light. Inside the reception hall, the representatives of the major forces also followed Shi Shue's gaze and fell on Yang Feng. Chapter 451. Who's that? It seems to be Fairy Shi Shue's big brother, Great Elder Huang Yihe's personal disciple, Yang Feng. With a great warlock rank cultivation base, he's much worse than Fairy Shi Shue. That's for sure. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, how many people can compare to Fairy Shi Shue? The representatives of the major forces glanced at Yang Feng with regret in their eyes. In a subsidiary subcontinent like Tyrannid subcontinent, a great warlock rank expert was already a peak expert who could dominate a part of it. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were nothing. In the Great Cloud Dynasty's most elite royal guards, the weakest soldiers possessed great warlock rank cultivation base. In the demonic fighting sect where experts were as common as clouds, great warlock rank experts could be seen everywhere. Many outer sect disciples possessed great warlock rank cultivation bases. Mo Wuheng glanced at Yang Feng with disdain and contempt in his eyes, and then didn't look at Yang Feng again. Compared to him, a trifling great warlock, the gap between them was like that between a god and a mortal. They weren't on the same level. Shi Shue took a deep look at Yang Feng, then strolled forward and sat down in the seat second only to Sect Master Lu Wuchen. Like a proud and noble goddess, she overlooked the people below. Mo Wuheng also found a seat next to Shi Shue and sat down. His gaze was fixed on Shi Shue, and he didn't spare the representatives of the major forces a glance. A beautiful woman dressed in purple strode into the reception hall with 4 disciples dressed in the uniform of the Bright Moon School. One of the disciples was Zhang Zhiqiao, a genius of the Bright Moon School whom Yang Feng had met before. The beautiful woman in purple bowed to Lu Wuchen and said with a smile, "I am Meng Yunhan of the Bright Moon School." "Greetings, senior disciple brother Lu. Congratulations on adding another moonlight warlock to your esteemed sect. In less than 30 years, she has promoted to a moonlight warlock. She's really a rare genius of the Great Cloud Dynasty. How enviable. With this genius, your esteemed sect may give birth to an infinity warlock 1,000 years later." Lu Wuchen said with a smile, "Junior disciple Sister Meng, please take a seat." Meng Yunhan smiled and led Zhang Zhiqiao and the others to their seats. Shortly after Meng Yunhan took his seat, a glorious sun warlock rank elder from the Star River sect, the Golem Gate, the Beast God School, and the Myriad Snow Gate came to congratulate him. Among the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Saint Demon sect and the Corpse Demon sect use ancient fiends, ancient devils, evil ogres, kindred, and shadow life forms. The other was a sect that dug up the corpses of powerful existences and used them to conduct research on forbidden spells. The behavior of these two great sects was extremely cruel and strange, so they were rejected by the other 8 great sections. However, the Saint Devil sect and the Corpse Demon sect were still somewhat restrained in their actions. They did not carry out any large-scale massacres of mortals. Even if Great Cloud Dynasty wanted to use warlocks to carry out various taboo experiments, it would still go to the slave market to buy all kinds of warlock slaves. It didn't cross the bottom line of Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, like other sects, these two sects have sent countless experts to serve the Great Cloud Dynasty, which is why they haven't been eradicated. However, the Saint Demon sect and the Corpse Demon sect weren't favored by the other 10 great sects, so they naturally wouldn't send people to participate in the Battle Demon sect's moonlight ceremony. A beautiful woman in yellow with a fairy-like temperament and a moving charm between her eyebrows and a middle-aged man in white with an otherworldly temperament and hair in a bun walked side by side into the hall. Behind the yellow-robed beauty were 4 other beauties wearing the Saint Lotus sect's uniform. One of them was wearing a plain white long dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were as beautiful as a painting. She was like a white celestial lotus, and her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a city. Compared to Shi Shui, who has already advanced to a moonlight warlock, she was only slightly inferior. Behind the middle-aged man followed 4 men in the Tai E sect's attire. One of them was dressed in yellow, had a jade-like complexion, jade-like skin, and eyes as bright as stars. He was full of confidence. Just by being there, his presence was already far superior to Mo Wuheng's. In this hall, in terms of handsomeness and temperament, Mo Wuheng was number 1. But when this man from the Tai E sect appeared, he took away Mo Wuheng's brilliance. When Mo Wuheng saw the man from the Tai E sect, his eyes flashed with jealousy, and he clenched his fists, feeling very uncomfortable. The beautiful woman in yellow said lightly, "Saint Lotus sect's Zhao Ilian greets senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding another moonlight warlock to your sect." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Tai E sect's Lai Heng greets senior disciple Brother Lu. Congratulations on adding another moonlight warlock to your sect." Lu Wuchen frowned imperceptibly, and then uttered with a faint smile, "Thank you. Please take a seat." The Tai E sect and the Saint Lotus sect took their seats. As soon as Lai Heng took his seat, he pointed to the handsome Tai E sect disciple with an extraordinary temperament and said with a smile, "Senior disciple Brother Lu, this is my sect's holy son Yuanyang. The Battle Demon sect's battle secret method is unparalleled in the world. However, this kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wants to experience the mysteries of the Battle Demon sect's battle secret method. Senior disciple Brother Lu, please give him a chance. Have the true disciples of the Battle Demon sect teach him a lesson and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth." As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere in the reception hall changed. Strange gazes shifted between Lai Heng and Lu Wuchen, but no one dared to speak out. The Saint Demon sect and the Corpse Demon sect of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty were jointly boycotted by the other 8 great sections. However, the other 8 great sects were also at war with each other for the sake of their own interests, and there were endless conflicts between them. The Tai E sect was the leader of the 10 great sects, far surpassing the Battle Demon sect. The relationship between the two sides was harmonious on the surface, but in private, they fought in secret. Although Lai Heng's words didn't seem to be rude on the surface, but if you think about it a little, you can feel the malice hidden in his words. He wanted to humiliate the Battle Demon sect during the moonlight ceremony. If no one in the Battle Demon sect could defeat Yuanyang, then once the news spread, the Battle Demon sect's reputation would plummet. Any genius warlock would want to enter a powerful sect to be their backing. Otherwise, Yang Feng wouldn't have racked his brains to enter the Battle Demon sect. Once the Battle Demon sect's reputation plummeted, it would have a huge impact on the sect. The leaders of the major forces who came to participate in the moonlight ceremony were also aware of this fact, which was why they had strange looks in their eyes and didn't dare to speak out casually. Although the Battle Demon sect wasn't as strong as the Tai sect, but it was still one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. As long as it sent a few glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses, it could destroy a sect. Naturally, the leaders of the major forces didn't dare to speak rashly. Lu Wuchen frowned slightly, and his eyes surged with anger as he stared at Lai Heng. Lai Heng, however, smiled and looked at Lu Wuchen. Yi Yuanyang glanced at the many true disciples of the Battle Demon sect and said with a cold smile, "Martial Uncle Lu, the Battle Demon sect is famous all over the world. There shouldn't be a powerhouse who dares to fight me in the same realm, right?" Zhui Yifan stood up and said in a clear voice, "Sect Master, please let me fight. I've long heard that the Tai sect's Holy Sun's 9 Brilliant Suns secret method is unparalleled in the world. I also want to experience the ability of the Tai sect's Holy Sun and see if he is really as strong as the legends say." Lu Wuchen frowned slightly and waved his sleeve, "All right. In that case, you can have a good spar with that Zhui Yifan." Rays of resplendent light surged out of the hall and entered the center of the hall. Waves of spatial fluctuations formed an arena. Although the arena looked no more than 5 meters in diameter, but in fact, it was something else entirely. Spatial spells were used to open up an arena with a diameter of tens of kilometers. With the blessing of various spells, people on the outside could clearly see the fight inside the arena without worrying about the danger of spilling spells. Unless it was a fight between Bright World Warlocks, only then would the arena be destroyed. Yi Yuanyang smiled faintly, took a step forward, and, as graceful as an immortal, easily entered the arena. Zhui Yifan's figure fluttered, and he entered the arena as well. As soon as he entered the grand arena, Zhui Yifan silently recited an incantation, and a 10-meter-tall black battle demon suddenly appeared, turned into a black light, and entered his body, allowing him to put on a layer of black armor. With his hands behind his back, Yi Yuanyang said with a cold smile on his face, "Battle Demon Possession, Black Battle Demon. This is one of the fundamental secret methods of the Battle Demon sect." What a disappointment. Zhui Yifan frowned slightly and said, "Yi Yuanyang, are you still not going to use the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method?" The 9 Brilliant Suns secret method is one of the Tai sect's 13 core secret methods. Once cultivated to the peak, you can transform into a Great Sun Golden Crow or a Sun God Crow. Great Sun Golden Crow is the name of the Eastern world, while Sun God Crow is the name of the Western world. This is a fearsome secret method that can be practiced until the Warlock Monarch realm. To deal with you, I don't need to use the 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. With his hands behind his back, Yi Yuanyang's eyes shimmered with ridicule. A rune flashed on his forehead, and a fearsome fire domain suddenly erupted and swept towards Zhui Yifan. The fire domain engulfed Zhui Yifan in an instant, and fire crows, fire snakes, fire dragons, and other spells formed from fire sprites swept towards Zhui Yifan with terrifying power. When swept by the fire domain, ordinary Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses would be burned to ashes. Zhui Yifan's face flickered, and he roared, and a battle domain suddenly broke out and enveloped an area 5 meters in radius around him. The battle domain and the fire domain intertwined and resisted the burning of the fire domain. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.